Okay, we should be live.
Welcome, everybody, to the 10th annual. Uh, this is the Planetary Qualifier at.
Wait, now it's live? I might have taken a second.
Well, it's on a delay.
Okay.
Movie magic.
Okay.
Um, Nobody's watching yet. This is the quiet hours where we can say whatever we want and no one will ever know.
Yeah, we are here in Fargo, North Dakota, at Paradox
Warm-
Comics and Cards.
Warmer than the last time we did this. We're doing this again because we did this before. Wait a minute. Is this? My microphone is blinking red. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think that's good.
Check, check.
Pretty
Check,
sure.
check. Okay, well, the mute button on my microphone does nothing anyways, so.
Yeah, I think it would turn blue.
Kinda hot back
We
here.
are waiting for the first round to start here. It should be starting.
It's just here. Like this is like large.
Should be starting pretty soon here. And
We've got 26 players today? Question mark? Let me double check. 27 players.
No, that's fine.
nice.
I guess we just we don't have much. It's just really tight. Oh yeah, you can. You can go to that. So maybe it's not tomorrow or whatever. They'll have to deal.
I do have the back end on Melee, waiting for the tournament to start to see if I can see deck lists and whatnot, but
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see what table we select here, and then take a little while to get set up and get the round started, of course. But should just be a few minutes.
in the meantime.
Yeah, definitely happy to be having a June tournament rather than January. I mean, we're used to it up here, but man, it's tough. Even just getting from the parking lot into the building.
Well, it's hard for
sometimes.
the players too. It's hard to play cards when they stick together with frost, and I think
The
last
gloves
one
make
we.
it harder to pick up the cards.
Well, yeah, there was that one guy who thought he could play without gloves, and he lost a couple fingers, but he did pretty good overall.
Yeah, it's worth it when you look up the price of the promos. Like, you make that back. So
Yeah, like the cost of like losing a finger to frostbite. It used to be a lot more expensive, but they know how to handle that better, and turns out you don't need all your fingers to live a fulfilling life,
yeah,
but you do need Star Wars Unlimited cards.
it's a very different meta since the last PQ we had up here too. That was a very start of January, so that was like pretty early into Twilight of the Republic. Oh, we got someone in the chat.
Who is it? Who
Joe
is it?
Lutovsky.
Whoa, that guy's famous.
It's kind of wild to think like where the meta has gone. Not that I'm super up to date with all the specifics, I guess, but from January to now, we've had a whole set come out. We've had cards get suspended.
There's a lot of like cards from the new set, obviously, but there aren't many leaders from the new set that actually see a lot of play, which is interesting. I feel
That's
like
true.
Vader and Boba
Yeah.
and maybe Luke are really the only ones that I see sort of in a competitive place. So
Yeah, I think that's fair.
they are doing the starting announcements out there. Once that happens, I'm going to run out there and talk to the people who are playing on stream so they know not to, get naked or whatever. People do weird things on camera. And then we will get started. There's 27 players. Is that 5 rounds? some number of rounds that we should know, but don't.
Probably. How many rounds?
How many rounds?
Five rounds cut to top four, 27 players.
5 rounds cut to top 4.
27 players. And we just posted round 1 if you guys want to grab.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna head out there and
We'll grab some interesting, cool matchup to
why does
throw
it say
on.
there's 19 active players? I'm in the back of Melee and I don't quite
I
understand.
don't know how it works.
It's not showing me anything. Like, I just want to see the players and their deck lists in Melee. Deck list printing? Can I go to that? Can I print all of them to a PDF on my phone? That's going to be annoying. I hit print and then it just like took me back to the home page. So if there's a printer on this network I'm connected to, maybe it'll
Somebody starts spitting it out.
All right, I'm gonna go take a look at the crowd, slap them into shape, and I'll be right back. Kurt?
I will hold down the fort.
Yeah.
I'll talk to myself about something. Let's see, yeah, 5 rounds and then cut to top 4. I think the one we did in January, it was a little bit bigger. I feel like it was about 40 people, maybe. I think it must have been 6 rounds and then top 8, I feel like. Either way, it's a long day, but easier for us since we're not playing.
I'm back. They're repairing,
Oh,
so something must have goofed in Melee or something, but they're doing new pairings, and once they do that, then I will go handpick 2 lucky people to be on stream. Someone was rocking an Anakin showcase, so maybe I'll...
ooh, wow. This is the tournament where you want to bring out those showcases and really show off and strut your stuff, you know? It's not part of the official tournament scoring, but like word gets around, right? Like everyone knows that's the big dog in the tournament. They
Yeah,
got the
those
cool
hushed
cards.
whispers.
Ooh, Anakin showcase, Anakin showcase.
It's similar to like when you see somebody with a big lifted pickup. And you go, wow, that guy. No, it's actually different. I actually admire a showcase. We'll see if we got any ultra blinged out decks. I really hope I get I want a Kanan showcase.
That one looked really good.
Can you see the alt arts on this site?
I don't think so. We can just pull up the real one. I don't even know if they're uploaded to the real. Okay, some of them are. I liked the Kylo Ren showcase a lot. I think that's a neat style, and it's a leader I would use.
Well, I was gonna see if you could pull them up on screen but
Oh.
all right, they're repairing. I've been messing around with Anakin and Cal from the new set, which I'm excited about.
Yeah, Cal seems interesting.
Your tournaments.
I like the idea of Anakin. I haven't tried building anything with him yet, but I think he'll be fun to try.
Okay, now it's working because Now it says 27 active players. Round 1. How do I friggin' look at that? I've got tournament actions.
Is it worth dropping the melee link in the chat? Do people want that?
If somebody asks, we'll give it
Okay.
to them. Okay, when I try and print deck lists from my phone, nothing happens. Just trying to see stuff.
Okay, we got proper pairings now.
Okay.
It's like, oh, like half our players were dropped because they weren't checked in.
Okay, sounds like the pairings are ready now. Joe's gonna go figure one out.
Anybody with a maker deck with locally around your collector.
Okay, I see some people getting set up. Speaking of Anakin Showcase. Oop, no. I messed that up. Oh no. Oh shoot. Oh no. How do I make the stream? Okay. No. How do I set this right? Dang it. This is great to figure out live. Okay. Where's the right button to stretch this the right way? Gosh dang it. I'm gonna have to wait for Joe to get back to fix this because I am not seeing the right option to fix this stupid little display thing. Wait, there it is. Hey, I can do stuff. I know how to. There we go. Okay, see they're already rolling to figure out first player here. Or initiative.
Alright, we got Elliot. Elliot's playing Han.
Looks like Navarro or Science lab. I'm just gonna put blue. Doesn't matter.
Yep. Ooh, thank you very much.
And player 1 is
I asked him what name you wanted to use, so we're going with Ascended State.
okay.
Let me paste
It's a
this
little
one.
long for our display. That's fine. That's fine.
One of the things, as far as downtime rates and stuff go, we encourage that you count up and stuff, but as long as both you and your opponent agree with the way that you're counting damage, and you communicate with your opponent as far as how much damage is on your base or remaining on your base, however you and your opponent agree, that is fine. And the main thing overall is just communicate with your opponent for everything that's going, what the current action is, and then any triggers and such. Please communicate with your opponent. If anything goes wrong, when something happens, you don't know what's going on in the event anymore, raise your hand, call for a judge, and then
Judge just doing some announcements out there. We'll probably have to reiterate this a bunch once we actually have more viewers, but there is no specific stream table judge. They just don't have the manpower for that. So, yeah, even though the streaming table is subject to higher scrutiny because everybody's watching it, they're not going to like have much difference than everybody else. So if we see them make a mistake or like an illegal play, we can try and get in touch with the judge, but usually by that time it might be too late because we're kind of stuck in the back room and their game might have progressed and we don't want to like, you know, slow things down for people. So we'll just see how it goes. Hey, what up, Oddball? You're welcome for the stream.
Thank you for watching. Both players here are red-blue heroism. Looking at their deck lists a little bit here. Some similarity for sure.
Oh, this one's just all porgs. That's not even a legal card, and there's 50 copies of it. Not sure how that slipped in.
Got past the judges, but it's allowed, I guess. If the judge says it's okay, then, you know, kind of allow it.
That'd be fun to have a tournament that's like, okay, well, it's on vibes. What can you get past the judges? We're going to have 5 judges who work based on rules and vibes. We can call it like a corrupt tournament. Call it Imperial style, where everything is corrupt. The officials are corrupt. And like, if there's a judge call and they're like, hey, this guy's got 5 copies of this card, I can prove it. It'd be like, I didn't see nothing. Or it depends.
Yeah, and if you got to do the thing too, where if you call them out and you're wrong, then your deck gets some penalty.
Right.
You get like a base health handicap or something.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of bluffing games have that where, like, if you call somebody out and you were incorrect in that accusation, you suffer some kind of penalty.
Yeah. Otherwise, you could just throw out accusations willy-nilly, and it would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, we can call it, like, Lando format or Imperial format. I think Lando format would be the players are trying to cheat, whereas Imperial format would be the judges are corrupt.
Yeah, you can, like, pay them off or something. Okay, it looks like they are drawn their starting cards
Well,
here.
we've got a Anakin showcase in like a fancy graded
special
case thing.
showcase case
Yeah.
that's really showing off that showcase.
Oddball, give me a number between 1 and 125.
No pressure.
There is a right answer. If you're wrong, we're shutting the stream down. Okay, turn 1, we've got Han Solo action ability for these Outer Rim...
Outlaws. Let me get the card display up and we can...
65. All right, well, now that the game is in swing, I might not actually need this number. But an ATST is walking down the street. Like the Ewoks, you and your neighbors work together to bring it down. What's the plan? I find the guy on the street with the best baseball arm and give him like a smoke bomb and ask him to target the eye hole. I don't know how I would take down an ATST walking down my street.
Ooh, the numbers are upside down. That's interesting. What's the button? There we go.
Okay, we got some village protectors, 2 shielded units on the drop right away.
Yeah, interesting note about Han's ability there. He brings that unit out for cheaper, puts the damage on it, and then shielded triggers after, so it still gets the shield on it, which seems very powerful to me.
Is Han one of the best leaders? Like, there's even more units coming in set 5, like Ogdo Bogdo and the legendary Grogu, that literally just transfers 2 damage from your side to their side, which entirely, like, undoes the downside of Han.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's really taking off lately. Let's see. Ascendant took initiative without attacking with the Arc 170, just to note.
Open fire on...
I think that was Red 5.
Now it's... That must have been the Red 5 from Rogue One. This is Red 5. I need help.
Just get shot down immediately. We got Kanan out.
Kanan, all right.
For Elliot. I'm going to fix the spelling here, too, or the casing. Player to name. So they match.
The
Oops.
Krill farmers attacking the base. Village protectors, famous from Mando season 1.
Yeah, I think so.
Farming krill. Oddball says, I actually really want to try Kazuda Blue with the animals.
The Outlaws and the Village Protectors traded shields there.
That could be a, like, out of context. If you didn't know anything about Star Wars or this, I want to try Kazuda Blue with the animals. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean... that sounds like some kind of drug that you want to, like, jump into the zoo. Bro, have you tried Kazuda Blue? Yeah, man, it's pretty good, but have you tried it with the animals? I really like the creatures. I've been running, messing around with Kanan creatures, Kanan Blue.
Yeah, I think Creature Deck's going to be a neat build.
Yeah.
I don't know meta-wise, but I want to try it.
I really like Doom. Doom is really cool, especially if you have, like, 2 Lothwolves out and they can hang on there. Ooh, I see a pesky Skywalker in that hand. It's ironic for me to be playing really leaning into a double blue deck, because blue is my least favorite color in this game. There is a Force Throw, one of the most obnoxious cards around that you can be hit with, usually. So he's... Ascended is deciding what card to pitch from hand.
And
it's a tough call.
It will do damage because Kanan's out. He's a Force user.
There goes a Yoda, which is going to do 2 damage to the villagers.
3 damage, I think.
Yeah.
Either way, kills it.
Kanan throws Yoda at this village of people. 3PO comes out, a little peeksy at the top of the deck. A scomp, as they call it. And by they, I mean me.
Outlaws attacking for 3 on the base.
Better outlaws than in-laws, I always say.
Arc 170 attacks. Ooh, I don't like these keyboard shortcuts I set up. I keep hitting the wrong numbers.
You'll get you've got
it's
like
these 2, not these 2, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. So they're keeping pretty easy with base damage so far.
Ooh,
Han is
doing a backflip. Look at that, was a skill move right there. That was like some, magician card flippery. Okay.
Kanan's attacking.
Looks like Kanan dumped a takedown off the top of the deck, which is a nice card to see in the bin. There goes 3PO. Getting the old Ichuta.
So Elliot,
here's a question for you.
Yeah.
C3PO on multiple occasions has been blown into little bits.
Mm-hmm.
At least 2. And not, well, okay, I'm saying in Attack of the Clones, his head functions independently from his body, right? You have his head,
Sure.
and it can interface with other hardware like battle droids, whatever. His head works on its own.
His body keeps walking around, and the battle droid is
But
not controlling it, or
in uh, in Empire Strikes Back, he gets blown up, and his head stops functioning by itself. Like his head does not come back to life until
Yeah.
Chewbacca attaches it to the body.
right?
So at some
That's
point,
interesting.
he had like a hardware upgrade that said, you know what? Maybe his head kept falling off and kept talking, and people were like, this happens way too much. We're gonna make it so that if your head comes off, that's it. Kenobi.
You got Obi-Wan out blocking all those ground units.
This is a good time to kill Kenobi though, because best Kenobi's gonna do is throw 2 XP onto that. Oh, now Anakin's out. Now it's harder to kill. Oh, here comes Luke, dumping a -3/-3 onto Anakin.
Yeah.
Now it's tricky with Kenobi because you kill him, Anakin's just gonna get tougher.
What's interesting too is I feel like a lot of matches with Anakin, you have more damage on your base before he comes out.
Yeah, but I think because it's like a blue-blue matchup,
They're both
things have been moving a
going a
little
bit
more
slower.
slowly. There goes Kenobi, one with the Force, giving a little bit of advice and a card draw to Anakin.
To his young apprentice. There's a bunch of math going on here. He's got -3/-3. He's got 2 XP. He has +1 from the base health. It's getting okay. We are getting kind of a lot of glare on the bottom right there.
Oh well,
unfortunately.
we tried really hard
Yeah.
to get rid of that glare. That's the Outlaws.
Is it?
I don't
Did
think
they
they've died yet.
die?
No, there's a damage token on there hiding in
Man.
the glare.
Yeah, I thought we had that angled better.
Oh well.
That's how it goes.
That's a mystery card. It's doing the Sabak shift where the cards digitally change. Anakin balking, a little baseball term for it. No, he's doing a check swing there.
They might be doing all the math too.
Remathing. Anakin about to swing goes, wait, hold on, let me count. And then here, oh, nope. Another fake out from Anakin. And there it is for real this time. Into base.
For what? Did I miss some healing earlier?
Nah, guy, you ain't it. Says, where's Leo? That's what we all want to know. Leo has the unfortunate... he has a condition called having a family. And sometimes that flares up and says, you have to go do things. And sometimes those flare-ups happen on the same times as unlimited tournaments. And that's what's happening here. Maybe he's watching. Maybe he's just at some family event, sitting in the back watching, wishing he could be here. We all wish he was here. Okay, looks like they're both up to 7 resources.
More village protectors coming out. So those will block a couple hits, but there's a lot of ground units to go through them. Looks like another one healing off of Kanan attacking. He's got his own Kanan.
Ooh.
Kanan versus Kanan.
Alt Kanan. Kanan was one of the first hyperfoils I pulled.
Nice. It's a good one.
Oh, here comes a Yoda. Getting so crowded down there, they're not fitting in all the designated ground unit spaces.
Fancy foil organized play, Yoda.
Kanan's background is always a little weird to me. It's like, is he just standing in front of like a wheat field, a bunch of gold? Okay, Han trading with the village folk.
I don't know. Let's
The
pull
village
Kanan.
folk impaling Han on their spears.
Let's look at Kanan's background here. I don't know. It could be like an explosion.
Could be like a giant furry animal.
Yeah. They're doing some math. Luke's attacking and killing Kanan. Man, the restore 3 on Luke is so good.
Luke's a butt.
Up to 16.
Oh, and now we got Poe out. So we got Poe,
Oh.
Yoda, Luke. I think
Oof.
those outlaws are still there from the beginning. I'm not sure what else is here.
That's a tough spot for Ascended here.
Who's that? Okay, we got Kanan, Yoda, Luke, Poe, and then maybe those outlaws from the beginning of the game. It's just a bright light.
So.
It's a being of pure energy. Looks like Kanan's got 4 damage, or 4 something. I don't know if we're using the tokens and the dice to represent the same thing.
I think that's the damage, yeah. So I think
Personally, come at me. I dislike using dice as counters in these games. I know I'm kind of in the minority here, but I don't like it.
Okay, Luke kills the other Luke.
Poe attacking, discarding a card to do an extra 2 damage, it seems. Can Ascended stabilize with Luke off the board and his own Luke?
I mean, there's enough attack. Oh no, I think he just conceded. Yeah. Yep.
Well, he's going to have to take a long, hard Luke at what just happened. All right, so that game 1 goes to Elliot. Ascended just could not keep up with the rate that Han 2 can.
Bring out those big units. I mean, they started very even. Looks like they're doing some sideboarding now. They started very even, but Anakin did not have as big a splash as you want him to. And
Yeah,
then
he
at
did
that
not
point,
last very long.
It kind of switched momentum completely for both of them at that point.
That's unlimited.
Unlimited possibilities. Yeah, they're both doing sideboard. I mean, both these decks are very, very low on space units.
Let's see what's in these sideboards. Elliot's got Confiscate. I don't foresee that one coming out here. Tech, Bombing Run, Wrecker, Rivals Fall, and Redemption. I don't know if he needs any of those. It's hard to say because, he took it pretty handily there at the end.
Honestly, they are mostly very similar decks.
Yes.
Other than a few minor differences, it's mostly the same stuff. I mean, mostly. I don't know. There's a lot of similarity, but yeah, I wonder what both of them are thinking. They need to sideboard in to make a difference here. I mean, I'm always wanting a bunch of Sentinels, especially when I'm playing blue. I think the Village Protectors and Obi-Wan were the only Sentinels we saw.
Yeah. Jeremy says Anakin without Colossus. Bold move, Cotton. Oh yeah, I forgot. That was supposed to be my persona here. I need to...
You're sitting in your chair too normal to be that guy, for one thing. I kind of want to eat my snack here, but I don't know if people want to listen to that. Maybe they do.
I hope not.
Give us a donation if you want some food eating ASMR.
Give us a bigger donation if you don't want to hear it. I mean, last PQ we saw a lot of the Crystal City, and that's what Anakin's running here.
That's true.
Crystal City, pretty. And Elliot's running Remnant Science Facility, not as strong as Crystal City statistically.
That's very off meta. But maybe, maybe that's how he won. He kind of took him by surprise. Ascended maybe learned how to play against Crystal City, and now this is throwing him off a little. I don't know. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Well, looks like our first technical difficulty of the day, folks. Seems like the camera died. I'll go check it out.
I don't know if it got bumped or something, but yeah, we'll give it a
Okay,
second here.
well,
hopefully
stay tuned.
Couldn't have run out of battery already, but
yeah, no, like when the game started, it was mostly full battery. Okay.
I'll put up the little resume shortly message. Technical difficulties. Let me just hide it even. Wait, where's that? Maybe this is a problem with my computer. No? Huh. Well, sorry about that. I think they're shuffling anyways, although I guess we could see we might miss the first round play here. If we hope we can get it fixed quickly. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there we go. Wait. No, sorry. Okay, should be good now. Okay, yeah. So turn one. It looks like we got a C-3PO and I think Jin. No. That is a 3. Is that Jin Urso? That's a 3 cost. I don't know why I'm not seeing who that is. Village Protector's coming out again. Village Protector's on both sides. Cable just got bumped or something? Or what?
So I think what happened was...
Or it went to sleep?
I think my phone went to sleep because the screen is off, obviously, to preserve battery. And I guess maybe after it's off for a long time, it just goes, you know what, we're done here.
It's weird it would do that when the camera is being used.
Yeah. So we'll see. If it happens again, I can always just keep running out there or
Fiddle
leave
with
the
it
screen
between
on.
rounds, maybe, or yeah.
Obviously, screen on is a bigger risk for the battery. The battery had gone up since the last time I looked at it, so...
By any chance, did you see what unit that was on turn one?
That's Cassian.
Yeah.
Casa. He's been in that deck since he was 3 years old.
Another Yoda. Another red 5. That's red 5, right? Not red 3. I believe it's red 5. Yeah. Red 5 would be honestly really nice for Ascended to have to finish off those Han units. I do not think he has any in the deck, though. Doesn't look like it. Someone just attacked into Village Protectors. Man, we got glare in that spot too. That's too bad.
The glare definitely wasn't there like a little bit ago. Or maybe it was like where Yoda is, and now it's where the other cards are.
Yeah, maybe it is the angle it's on. Okay, the Sentinels are gone, and we're getting some base damage.
Now we're talking.
Those ground units cleared out fast. Okay, that's R2.
The guns. They've stopped.
You know, we don't have any Death Star turbo laser towers in the game yet.
Would that be like a space unit?
uh,
I'm waiting for
I
them
think
to implement the Death Star in some way, where like you have to like play 6 different cards that then combine to become the Death Star.
yeah, I think everyone was really expecting it this current set, right? And then it kind of didn't end up, or were people expecting it for Legends of the Force? You know, there were these rumors about these huge units, and then it turned out to be like Supremacy and stuff like that. We got a Rebellious Hammerhead, so that would have done a few damage equal to the size of Elliot's hand to Yoda. It looks like.
It's a bigger advantage if you're a person with big hands. Okay, there's a Fell the
Yeah.
Dragon to take that down.
Like measure the number of inches in your like thumb to index finger. That's how much damage it takes. That would be funny. Okay, missed a few base damage there. Okay, yeah. So Red 5 attacked, did its free damage to Yoda to kill him, and Yoda would have drawn a card.
Here
Han's
comes-
deploying and attacking.
Oh, Hank.
I don't know what card I was going to pull up. I guess Red 5.
Anakin should come out this turn if he feels like it. Oh, there goes the Protector.
Wow.
Immediately they have a heart attack
Oh.
because Luke.
Luke comes out early and uses the light side of the Force somehow to. Maybe he just.
He force pushed them into one of their krill farms and they slowly drowned. And getting Luke out early is.
Really good.
Here goes R2.
R2 punching his own master. And
R2
then
hitting
dying.
Luke. Looking at, looks like a
Force
force
throw?
Deciding, do we keep this? Okay, leaving it on top. Yeah, last time Luke's presence on the board was, I think, the big deciding factor. So even throwing a little bit into him with R2 is worth it.
At least this time, Luke's -3 isn't on Anakin, so Anakin's going to be doing a lot more. So that
Yeah,
helps
the question
Ascendant.
is Anakin going to go into base or into Luke? Taking,
That base damage just pumped
okay,
him more.
lightsaber on Anakin. So Anakin's now currently at +6, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
So he's probably going to go into base. No, no. Oh, he's going after Luke. No, wait. Ooh, ooh. Where's he going? Where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, oh, not. Oh, we're not sure. No one knows.
I think
He's a loose
going into
cannon.
Luke.
Yeah, he's
Because,
going
I
into
mean,
Luke.
he has Overwhelm too, I think, doesn't he?
Yes, he's.
Oh, that's so good too with the lightsaber.
Yeah, so he's only taking 4 back from Luke. Why isn't Luke off the board?
I think I don't know. I think they're leaving it while they do the math, maybe on how much there is to Overwhelm. Would be my guess.
I think Elliot has talked him out of attacking Luke. He's negotiated. It's obviously hard without being able to hear them, but I think I heard a judge call. Maybe it's them.
Well, okay, because here's what I think is happening: the -2/-2 would finish off Luke.
Oh, right.
And all the remaining should Overwhelm, but maybe they're
Correct.
asking
That
about
is how it works. Yes. Yeah. So Luke will just fizzle, and it all goes to base.
which is a great attack.
Death really good.
So it should be what, like 10 to base?
What's Anakin's base? 4? 3?
Yeah, I think he starts at 4. Unfortunately, trying to pull those up on the side window here, they're never going to display right. I could do it. It's going to look bad, but I could do it.
Just hit show back.
Yeah, I think it's not going to align
Oh,
right, but
whatever.
it's fine.
Yeah, so he's hitting for.
4, 7, 10.
So yeah, that's
Yeah,
10 to
and
base.
they got that. Yeah, 10.
10 to base. As
That's
some people
good.
say, 10 to face.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody says 10 to space.
I mean, most of the bases do not have faces. I think there must be some that maybe have like a statue in them.
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of Star Wars Rivals?
Yeah, we were just playing Star Wars Rivals last night, and there were a bunch of locations that had like the Naboo statues and
Yeah.
like the Dathomir Temple.
Han swung to base there. He's trying to just, I think, race that little bit of damage before. I don't know. That's tough though when Anakin's swinging for 10. But I mean, I guess he's expecting Han to die in a second, anyways, probably. So get that damage in while you can. Looks like we got
There's a force throw, which won't do any damage because Elliot does not have a force user, but it will hopefully. Hopefully they remember that it doesn't do damage. Sometimes I forget because you're so used to it doing damage. Not sure where that one
Han
damage
just
came
took a
from. Was
1.
that?
Did Ascended force throw back?
Oh, maybe.
Or, yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's fine. Yeah, if he could get some damage on Anakin, then that would let Red 5 keep getting free damage on him, so maybe you could take him out. But, you know, it's not going to be quite enough.
Here comes Anakin again. So, swinging for 11 this time? Is that right?
Looks like, yeah, looks like straight to base. He's just going to... Oop. 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 They only did 10, so they might have... No, that's right. He's still only at +3 because he has 19 on his base. That's only +3. So, yeah. You just did 10 to base.
Here comes another force throw. Discarding.
And then he force throwed back. Or
Okay.
No? Or no?
I'm not. It almost looks like Elliot claimed initiative the way Ascended keeps doing stuff, but
So
you look away for 2 seconds
yeah.
and you lose.
I mean, Elliot
plot.
needs something to block Anakin, like a village protector with a shield. You need something that can block his whole attack. But
Oh, I see it right there in his hand. Ta-da!
Oh, I see
Rivals
it.
fall.
And there's a yeah. There's a regional governor out. I wonder what card Ascended picked for that.
Oh yeah, that was a pillage. Pillage is such a nasty card. So is Rivals Fall.
There was a sale for it last.
Like obviously, there he goes. He's got hope again. It's just weird.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
what you
oh
needed.
hey, here's the. We'll just. Anakin just kind of has a heart attack.
He basically has a duel off screen. Like if you look at the art, some type of duel happens, but not a unit that's on the board. Maybe he got called back to Coruscant for a disciplinary hearing. So that
Okay, so
changes
we've got
things a lot.
the
like,
regional governor. We obviously don't know what card was named.
now Elliot's back in the offensive position of power here. He can
Probably-
try to race the base.
Could you name like the Jack of Hearts? Is that within the rules? Because it doesn't say name a Star Wars Unlimited card.
Right.
It
So
says name a card. You could be like my credit card.
Wait, you didn't pay for the tournament yet. You can't pull your credit card out. You're disqualified. Or to get a little dark would be Ice shows up and harasses your opponent, and you tell them they can't get their ID out, and they get
Come on, man.
they get black bagged. Sorry to get too real on stream. This is a fantasy sci-fi where nothing bad like that ever happens. That was Cassian going to base.
Cassian,
There's
the
another Cassian
character
on the other side.
exemplary of how lighthearted the Star Wars universe can be. All right, now things are tight here.
Yeah.
There comes some outlaws with their shield.
Oh, see, now there's no glare on that side. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just
who knows?
moving. Oh, up to 28 on Ascended.
Oh boy.
It looks like Ascended took initiative. So, or
Yeah,
no,
taking
I think he
initiative.
just
That'll be game
conceded.
for Ascended. Wait, who won? Who took initiative?
Uh,
I think we're going to a game 3 here.
yeah.
I think Ascended took that one. I think with the... Did he have a Protectors out?
No. It was Outlaws, Cassian, and Regional Governor.
I mean, unless I'm missing something, Ascended would have need to attack twice to win, whereas Elliot would only need one action to win.
See, I'm thinking maybe Ascended conceded. I see. I think they're going to report.
Oh,
it
yeah,
melee.
okay.
So
that's,
Ascended took initiative, but still didn't have. Yeah, he didn't have any way to get it in one.
yeah, that was a close one there.
Yeah,
So,
he came so close to getting that. The Rivals Fall obviously was big.
yeah, the Rivals Fall that was the game. Without that, it would have been over the next turn.
I mean, it's the exact play that you want on the Anakin side. Getting Anakin pumped up like that with the lightsaber is exactly what you need. You get these big attacks. You can take out big units like Luke and still do a ton of base damage. And like suddenly the base is in range. Yeah, I mean, kind of a tough matchup. Like you're saying earlier, Han 2 really is just really good.
Well, speaking of Anakin, do you think Anakin Skywalker was the chosen one who brought balance to the Force? Why or why not? I mean, yes, because I think, like, George and Filoni and all them seem to think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think canonically he is.
The friggin', like, god of the Force thought so.
The
And, like, he
Mortis.
basically proved
Yeah.
it by being the one capable of, like, bringing his children to heal. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in my personal opinion, just about like what seems true or accurate to me, I don't know that the Force is really that balanced at any point during or after Anakin's life. Like, if you think of where things went in the sequel trilogy, it's not like, oh, everything is good now. There like continues to be
Yeah.
a bunch of Sith, like Palpatine's still like doing a bunch of crazy stuff. It's like not.
That's why I like the everyone a lot argued about like balance, and it's it's like, oh well actually it turns out all it really meant was this is the one guy who can like control the gods and he chose not to, so his place as the chosen one was sort of irrelevant after he said no to that.
Yeah. I think
Because he
people-
certainly didn't like change, he defeated the emperor, but like that didn't like
very briefly.
remove darkness or restored light. It was
Yeah.
sort of like it's like a much shorter scale of, I think Hinduism has these like, oh okay, well there's these huge periods
Cycles.
of darkness and lightness, and then like one ends and the other starts, and that's sort of like balanced on a cosmic timeline. It just happens, every trilogy of movies for Star Wars.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is like, how do you even define balance? Some people get really focused on like, oh, there's like 2 Sith and
Yeah,
2
that's-
Jedi, which I really don't think is what it would mean. Obviously, the Jedi would believe balance means all light side, right? Because they see the light side as normal, and the dark side is something that's like a perversion, but like normal, like neutral force is the light side. I would say so. That's what they see as balance.
I mean, I think Last Jedi does the best of explaining it, where he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, look, eggs, smashed eggs, that's balance."
Yeah.
It's like that's just life.
And then I definitely feel like obviously not all dark side is automatically balanced. Like stuff like Palpatine and Snoke and Kylo Ren feel like they are definitely bringing it out of what balance exactly means is hard to say, but the dark side going crazy and taking over the galaxy is definitely not balance, right? I would say. Maybe someone out there thinks it is.
It's their turn, man.
Well, I guess I can put up Sleepy Jodo.
Cards are in his hands. Are those real cards? Looks like it.
Yeah.
Looks like Tarkentown. And
I zoomed into it. It's well, actually, here, I don't know. Do you really? We can go look on my computer here.
okay, it's banned Boba Tarkentown. He's got Boba in play, and then he's got a
Chain code collector, political pressure.
Stap Rider,
Yeah.
some other event, and hard to tell on that
Some
one.
other event.
Makes sense that he's playing with Jodo or with Boba Fett.
But when are we gonna get an actual Jodo cast card?
Yeah, the door is open for Legends. Spent a lot of time thinking about what Jodo would do in the game. It's like, well, he's a knockoff Boba Fett. We already have a lot of versions of Boba Fett. So I feel like he could just have a bounty because, like, in the lore, he's somebody that, like, another bounty hunter is quite determined to kill. It could just be like bounty give a experience to a bounty hunter unit or two. So like you'd put him on your team or maybe not a bounty, just when defeated, give 2 experience to a bounty hunter unit. So like he sucks, you get him killed, and then one of your bounty hunters is better.
Would it be too dumb to do something like, this card counts as Boba Fett for the purpose of other card effects? So like, you can put on Boba Fett's armor.
How about when played, this card copies the abilities of another bounty hunter in
Unique
play
unit or something maybe.
So like his stats are bad, but he gets the ability of another bounty hunter. So he's like a 2/2, but you put him in play and he's got if your Cad Bane is already in play, now he becomes like a 2/2 Cad Bane or something.
Yeah, that would be fun. And then you could like.
So he's
play
definitely like a
bounty
cheap
hunter deck.
knockoff who's about to die, but he gets.
Yeah, it'd be fun to have it affect any bounty hunter, and then you could put your own out, and then copy an interesting ability.
He just copies any bounty hunter in play, but with bad stats. All right, they're setting up for round 2. I don't know if... I'm going to check melee again, see if that's actually helpful to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long is left in the round here.
Yeah, the mobile melee is just garbage. I'm trying to look at... It's just not giving me anything. I'm refreshing. Tournament controller. I have like controller rights. Nothing. It's like 4 matches left to complete in the current round.
Okay.
I can see that. I can't see the names of anybody playing. All right, between matches, that means it is trivia time. Everybody in the chat, get ready for trivia. Throw your hands up if you are excited for trivia. We are going to take a random Trivial Pursuit card. You need to see if you can beat Kurt at answering these. I'm going to read every question on these cards. If you can answer before Kurt does, you get a special prize, and that is, I'll say your name or something. Question 1. The category is CAN. I don't know what that stands for. Canada?
Mm-hmm. Maybe canon?
Oh yeah, it could be. What is Jar Jar's quaint nickname for big beasts like the OPC killer? I don't know if this is accurate.
Big beasts.
We're gonna have to fast check this one.
Like the OPC killer? I don't even know.
OP stands for overpowered sea killer. Sea killer OP.
OPC killer.
Well, now we're gonna have to do a little bit of. Nobody's beating you.
There is a slight stream delay, but
Yeah.
so are we thinking this is like right when he shows up there in the jungle and he meets Qui-Gon?
No, the OPC killer is an underwater thing.
Oh. What's the whole? I'm bad at remembering the exact lines like this. I mean, gooberfish, I guess, unless that's a
That is
specific
correct.
kind of
It's a gooberfish.
Okay.
However, I thought gooberfish was a distinct species, not simply a quaint nickname.
fish.
So now I'm looking. Gooberfish were a species of fish. When an OPC killer attacked the bongo, after viewing it as food, Jar Jar Binks referred to it as a big gooberfish. Scuva Stav tried to sell the carcass of a gooberfish on Manon once. Wait, so a gooberfish is a species. Also, an OPC killer attacked them, and Jar Jar called it a gooberfish.
Yeah, I mean, I could see you going like, wow, look at that
Trout
whale, or
when
look
it's
at
a
that shark.
salmon. If like a shark attacks me and I go, look at that. Is a sea killer a type of gooberfish?
Or you, if you're being funny, you could say, look at that huge goldfish.
Yeah, I don't
right?
think Jar Jar was. He was OPC killers.
That's the biggest.
They were
Goldfish
found
I've
on
ever
multiple planets. It's always interesting to me when species are on multiple planets.
Yeah.
Okay, is an OPC killer a gooberfish? I'm not seeing. Seems like it's its own thing. Whose face does Luke see inside Darth Vader's mask during his dark side vision on Dagobah? You know what? New rules to this. Feel free to answer correctly in chat if you want. However, this is going to be Quiplash style. If you've played Jackbox, I want your funniest answer, not the real answer. And
When I was a
we'll
kid,
pick.
it was hard to tell whose face it
Right.
was. Honestly, I don't think I knew it was Luke when I was really little.
And then I was like, oh, okay.
yeah. I mean, it could be Luke with 2 U's.
Who's Jeremy, you are correct. It is his own face. Who fires a blaster bolt into the Sarlacc's tentacle?
I mean, I'm giving the stream a little bit of time instead of just jumping in immediately before they even have a chance. But it was the man known as Han, middle name unknown, Solo, when he's saving Lando.
Yeah, why didn't
can
the
see much
Imperial
better.
guy give him a middle name? Han alone Solo. Han, no friends Solo.
The form requires a middle name. Han, no family.
So what's better?
Solo.
No, wait, I thought you were blind. It's all right, I can see a lot better. Or, trust me. Because originally he said, trust me, and then later they changed it. It's all right, I can see a lot better.
I mean, I can see a lot better is definitely a funnier line.
Michael Basinger getting second place to Kurt. Kurt having the advantage of the 10-second lead time or whatever. Whose first words in Return of the Jedi are, "Rise, my friend"?
In Return of the Jedi, that would have to be giving the stream a little time.
I think that was Sim Alu talking to his genitals.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it had to be something at Jabba's palace, right? It had to be Jabba talking to Bib Fortuna.
It was. Remember, Jabba was asleep. Bib wakes him up and goes, "Rise, my friend. Good morning."
Yeah, it is Palpatine talking to Vader. Palpatine shows up in his cool shuttle with a gray stripe.
Vader had slipped. He was on the floor, and Palpatine's like, "Get up, man."
Vader was doing some baking.
What powerful ally pledges its devastating hailfire droids to the Confederacy's cause? Ooh, this is a good one.
Which specific group of the
Yeah.
separatists had
They're-
the hailfire droids?
The
Those are the
I'll
rolly
accept the
things.
character or the faction. However, the answer is the faction.
Let me bring up the card for that so people remember what that is.
Purple missiles.
I
Why
don't-
aren't the missiles purple in this art? I guess they're off screen already.
I'm honestly not delaying on this one. I am considering it. I doubt it's the banking clan. I'm going to say Techno Union. That's what Jeremy says as well.
Well,
And Oddball.
you're all wrong.
I have no. I don't.
It is
remember
the
other factions.
intergalactic banking clan.
Oh, it is the banking clan. That's weird.
Shouldn't it be the intragalactic? With the exception, unless he's doing business on Peridia with where Thrawn ran off to. There's no like extra galactic activity in the Star Wars universe.
It's pretty suspicious to me that
The banking clan would sign your treaty.
Like, imagine this like coming up in the Senate. Why does the banking clan
Why-
have giant rolly tanks that shoot
Hold on.
missiles? Is that for banking?
Okay, now let's.
Like Wells Fargo had
Yeah.
tanks.
You don't think we're like 5 years away from Wells Fargo having their own tanks
Yeah.
to
probably.
repossess houses? That's probably
Yeah.
why the Hailfire. That's like the whole vibe of the Confederacy is the people have like appropriate grievances with the Republic, but their only source of resources is all of these capitalist like companies that just want to exploit.
Yeah.
Which is fascinating. They touch on that a lot in the book Mask of Fear, where they're like, well, the people living in the Confederacy were like, you know, people who had ideals and stuff, but they had no choice but to like fall in with these corporations that, you know, have different interests.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see like in the Clone Wars episodes where you see the Separatist Senate. There are some like idealists in there that are like, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
there's real issues with the Republic, and
But-
we want freedom and stuff. But they have basically no power in the end.
Right. The people funding the war machine are the corporations
Yeah.
and Count Dooku.
This art is honestly pretty cool. I don't know that I've looked at it this closely before. I love the style with the missile shooting and all the like dust and rocks and stuff around the wheels turning. That's pretty great. Good job, Sebastian Guidabono.
Which movie, as a security measure, made caps and T-shirts hyping the fake horror film Blue Harvest for the crew to wear on location?
Which movie company that's relevant to Star Wars trivia?
No, not which company. Which film was this?
Oh, which
film
was
was
Blue Harvest?
which film was Blue Harvest?
You know, I guess I don't remember if
Oops,
it's A
someone's
New
bumping
Hope
the
or Return
camera
of
a
the
bunch.
Jedi. I feel like
This is-
it was
Everybody knows
Return
this
of the
one.
Jedi, but it might be A New Hope.
It was Return of the Jedi
Okay.
because at that point Star Wars was so big, they needed,
They had to
and they
keep
were
it secret,
filming in
yeah.
California where people could like poke their heads in.
Yeah,
Return of the Jedi.
Blue Harvest. It's kind of
Horror
a
beyond
frame.
imagination was the tagline for Blue Harvest, I think.
Oh, it was a horror movie.
Yeah, it was being. They're like, oh yeah, we're filming this horror movie out in the woods. I wonder. Go look on eBay. Can you buy a Blue Harvest hat?
Do you think it was a horror movie about like cannibalistic little bear people? Yeah, here's one of the costumes for one of our monsters.
Oh, that was even the name of the Family Guy Star Wars. They called
Yeah.
it Blue Harvest.
Well, I think that's what was confusing me because I think they named the isn't the A New Hope Family Guy the Blue Harvest one?
Yeah.
So that's what was throwing me a little bit there. I was like, wait, wouldn't it be A New Hope then? But oh yeah, Oddball says the same thing. Man-eating teddy bears.
Titty bears.
Teddy bears. It's like Critters, except even bigger.
I'm picturing that like, oh, you're cute. Oh my god, you got giant tits. It's a titty bear.
Okay, someone's bumping the table.
All right, well, you have to wait until between the next rounds where we'll have another round of trivia. I'm going to go find some people
Here.
for our table.
Can you take these deck lists back too? Thank you. I'm not sure how long till round 2 starts here, but I'm going to go ahead and update this. That.
They are still waiting for one match to report, and looks like some family sat down behind our tripod, so that's probably why it was bumping. There was a lady there, so hopefully there's not a lot of comings and goings from the open table behind our tripod.
That's funny. I guess we could ask them if they have like one of the reserved table tent things.
No, for the just to be like nobody can sit at this table.
Yeah.
Not this table, but the table behind ours.
Oh, and bumped
Where
the
like
leg.
yeah, like if you scoot your chair out, you might bump into our stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about
Which you know
other
what?
people wanting to use the store for other things other than Star Wars. Come on.
But like, you should know that seat comes with that responsibility. It's like an aisle seat in an airplane. Like, hey, don't bump stuff.
This tripod's probably here for no reason. No one's sitting at this table, so
It's not like tripods are like need to be precisely aligned, and a bump would mess it up.
yeah, it's fine. It didn't really mess us up, but it's slightly askew. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, I will do. That was Star Wars Trivia Pursuit. Now I'm gonna grab a card from Star Wars Trivia Game because this one only has 3 questions. What did Obi-Wan Kenobi tell Luke Skywalker was not to be traveled lightly? The brothels on Mos Eisley.
It either would have been the Jundland Wastes or the Dune Sea. I'm trying to think.
Ooh, he doesn't know. Chat, get in there quick.
Yeah, I gave you a 50-50 if you weren't sure.
Okay, now
I think
round
it says
two pairings
Jundland
are up.
Wastes.
Round 2 is up now?
Yep.
Cool. It is the Jundland Waste.
Yeah.
And you know what? In Star Wars Outlaws, you can travel them lightly, so Obi-Wan was full of crap.
Jundland Waste. Jeremy got it. see people getting set up.
Oh, I suppose I should. Here we've. Michael is Quinlan. Brandon is Kylo. I'm gonna go check the camera real quick.
Cool. We got Michael and Brandon, and this is Quinlan Tarkentown, and Kylo Ren, whatever it's called, Death Watch Hideout. I'm just gonna put red. Let's see. I'm going to take a little look at the deck lists.
Okay, I'm back. So currently the biggest threat to our little society we have built here is there is a table of people and their children playing Lorcana directly backed into our tripod.
Oh, no.
So if they scooch absent-mindedly, it could get real bad. But I'm not going to be like, hey, by the way, 'cause like they're going to sit there for 20 minutes and they're going to get up and forget all about the fact that there's a tripod right behind their chair.
And scooch right into it, yeah.
So be prepared for that.
You people need to move right now. This is very serious. I know the manager. By the way, Michael in the chat says, I missed the daily pack opens leading up to the set release. And you know what? I agree. I think we don't really get them early enough to...
No, last time we
manage
had
that.
it like a month early, like when the game launched.
Yeah.
This,
We usually only get them maybe like a week ahead of time now. I mean, we could do it. We should think about it because that's kind of more fun than I don't know.
Mystic Fortress Games, where's that at? Oh, here's an actual tough trivia question. In which detention block was Princess Leia being held? There is a multiple choice, but I'm not going to give it to you.
Which detention block? The number that I have memorized, I don't know if that's the block or the specific cell. Giving people in the chat a minute if they want to try and answer. The nice fist bumps, so they're starting. I'll say quick since they're starting. AA23.
Correct.
That's the block, not
Yep.
just her cell. Okay.
The cell is 1138.
Oh, yeah.
Spark of Rebellion.
Ooh, yeah, turn one spark. That's cool. Let me get that up.
Oh, he's got Pilot Vader and Kylo's tie. Looks like Kylo's tie is going because that's the turn one play. It's tough to see, like, I could burn your turn one play, which is obviously good, or I could burn your super card. Okay, throws down a Guavian.
Okay, so that means
They do taste like guava.
That means he's foregoing playing the Kylo's tie, though, because you have to do it the same turn, which is a little interesting.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe they just kind of... If this unit was discarded... Oh, yeah, he could have just played it, but...
And you have to pay the cost, so
maybe
you have to
the...
both, maybe there's some reason he...
Maybe the confidence at which you just discarded it was, you know...
He just discarded a second one using Kylo's ability.
Yeah. Once he plays one, he'll probably realize he could have done that. Oh, well.
I don't know. Maybe there's some other reason I'm missing, but...
What are those
Or maybe
tokens?
he had two, so
okay,
he was just
he's
fine getting rid
using
of one.
Kylo to buff...
The Guavian Antagonizer.
Okay, there goes the one from the discard. That's probably why he didn't play it last time, because he already had one that he knew he was going to play.
Yeah.
Because right now he'd be sitting at 1 unit in play rather than 2.
Right. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to have both out, so he wanted a ground unit, I guess.
The ground unit of the Republic. Kylo sleeves. This should be a quick match, I think. Okay, Ezra murdering that guy. Claiming the bounty.
Just draw a
presumably.
card.
So, yeah, the timing on that is interesting. This Ezra's, I think he can choose whether Ezra happens first or the bounty happens first, because they both happen when the attack ends.
Yeah, I think he would pick the order.
So
So-
that's a great... Ezra's a perfect unit to defeat somebody with a draw card bounty. 'Cause then he can peek and go, yeah, I'll draw that.
Yeah, if you maybe want to draw it instead of immediately
So it looks
playing
like he immediately used Ezra to play Grogu and then drew a card from the bounty.
And-
Vader, Pilot Vader goes on the ship.
Ooh.
Force throw. Pilot Vader's nasty.
Yeah. Force throw. He's discarding his
Okay.
own force throw.
So
And
put one
Grogu and Ezra are both force units, so yeah, 1 damage on the tie.
which is currently got 5 health left. No, 4 health left, and it's a 6 damage. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Using Kylo to discard
Oh. Discarding a
force
force
throw.
Is he playing it or discarding it? Yeah, he's discarding it with Kylo.
To pump up the tie.
Pump up the tie. Pump it up.
And Grogu obviously is going to be very annoying because Grogu can hit, exhaust in any arena, I think, right? Or is it ground? And enemy unit. So yeah, Grogu is going to be exhausting that tie pretty soon. Unless Brandon gets initiative. Oh, sorry, missed some base damage.
How many viewers
Missed
we
a lot
got?
of base damage. Up to 12 now on Michael already.
That's more than we have
Or
viewers.
17. Wow. And I think he missed Vader doing bonus damage to someone. Oh, someone got Tarkentowned already, by the way. I already missed that. Kylo just deployed. I think that was some of the 17 damage there. Let me pull up Kylo. Even though it's gonna look ugly here. Man, why is it so little? Whatever.
He's just a little guy.
Grogu exhausted the tie. Oh, and we're up to 21. Jeez.
Damn.
Can't see how many cards are in Brandon's hand. Probably 1 or 2.
It's called his Handin.
Brandon hand. Also, he's got the Kylo sleeves for Kylo.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
One of them is turned the other way. Could that be a smuggle?
He's looking.
Is that a... Oh, arm to the teeth.
Oh,
Is that a smuggle card?
I don't know when I've even seen that
It
played.
is, yeah.
Smuggle for 4.
Look at that.
Interesting.
Every day he's smuggling.
Putting it on Kylo, so when Kylo attacks, it'll buff the tie if it's not already exhausted.
Yeah, but it is also just a straight up +2.
Plo Koon coming out to ambush into Kylo, I assume. Also pinging some free damage off of Quinlan, which I think will finish off that tie. Yep.
Yep, so there goes Vader in the tie, and then
But-
6 onto Kylo ought to take him out as well. I think. Kylo's only got like 4 or 5 health.
Yeah, let me get him up again.
Yeah.
4
Yeah, and he doesn't have any health buffs, so yeah. Quinlan trades into Kylo. All right, there's a clean board for Michael to, but Brandon only has to do. If he's got a couple of daring raids, that might be enough.
If he can just get a space unit out that gets to attack once, he just needs to do 4 to base. So can Michael keep him locked down before the last little bit gets through?
All right. This could be the second to the last round. I mean, what if he had 2 daring raids in his hand? Oh,
Let's
he's
check
playing.
his
He's
deck
playing it
list. Does
all
he have
for
those?
a reckless raider.
He does have Daring Raid in the deck, so he definitely... Reckless Raider will...
Or
will
Ruthless
definitely
Raider?
do it too. Ruthless,
It's
yeah.
it's without something.
There's no crew member on board.
It does not
named
have a
Ruth.
Ruth. Yeah. The Empire actually made a policy not to hire anyone named Ruth, just so they could claim to be technically ruthless. If somebody called them ruthless, they're like, well, yeah, we are. We don't have any Ruths. They're like, no.
So now Michael's in a tough spot. If Brandon gets initiative and Michael doesn't have something to take out, well, actually, so if he if he defeats the raider, he loses. He needs to like exhaust it before it can attack. Right? So
Right, because killing it or letting it attack both results in death. You have to bounce it or keep exhausting it.
and Brandon just took initiative, so he's going to attack with it first action. So I think that's a concede by
Yeah.
Michael.
That's game 1 to Brandon.
You come so close to stabilizing, but that Ruthless Raider,
It was
is
pretty
such a tough
ruthless,
one.
Kurt. You know what they say about raiders is they can be ruthless.
Yeah, I mean, they have no Ruths to give.
Is there like a
It's a good
pencil
card.
draw feature on here? We can do John Madden stuff. Or you look at the ruthless raider.
I bet there's an extension we could download for that.
Michael had a turn 1 buy, and I believe I heard Brandon say he took out a Cad Bane in round 1. Now,
Doing
you
some
see here, they're
sideboarding.
shuffling their cards, which is an important ritual. Doesn't actually affect the gameplay in any significant way, but it does give the players a connection with the cards.
Michael's shuffling the way I shuffle. You take a half and just kind of jam it in there. Now Brandon is doing this more like bloop, 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 bloop. So, I mean, you can see the player's personality is kind of shining through the shuffling here.
You can tell a lot about a man by the way he shuffles his cards. Actually, I bet if you said that in a Thrawn voice, it would be more convincing. I can learn a lot about an enemy by the way he shuffles his cards.
I see my opponent is using a showcase instead of a standard variant. And it's graded.
He appreciates art. I do a bit of the Michael method, but I also do a little bit of a riffle shuffle. But not like a full-on bend the cards in half, just get the corners to interlink.
I mean, if this were a really serious event, there would be like automatic shuffling machines at every table, so that it was a forced good shuffle every time.
Yeah, we need the like
Las Vegas
casino.
event. You'd have a dealer to shuffle for you. You couldn't touch your deck because you might do some sleight of hand.
We need the dealer robot from the Outlaws.
That would be cool.
All right, and game 2 is off to a blistering start. They've drawn cards, resource cards in record time.
Like how Brandon just kind of dumped his cards down there. Okay, Grogu's out again already.
Grogu ready to go-goo.
Definitely a strong turn 1 play to just lock down stuff like Benthic
Not
2/2s.
one, but 2 tubes coming out. and a Guavian folk. Who's that in the background? Some guy.
Oh, with 2 tubes?
Yeah. Getting 2 units on the board right away is actually really good against Grogu, because he's going to exhaust one of them, but you still got the other guy.
Yeah, it does kind of negate 2 tubes who wants to attack, pump the second unit, and have it go, but, I mean, it's still better than having only one guy out, so...
And those tubes actually, as you can see in the art, they loop around and go down into his pants.
Yeah, they're outside his jacket, so he must have a hole in the back of his jacket for the little box that they go into.
And by box, you mean his butthole. He's got 2 buttholes.
He's literally breathing his own.
It's got health purposes.
You know, that's just how his species works. They have to breathe.
It's cyclical. But he does have 2 buttholes. That's where they're 2 tubes, whether they have the tubes on them or not. We've got a gunslinger and
Other 2 tubes. Did the first... Or no, that's the same 2 tubes.
he just moved. Markless gunslinger looks like she's running through like a dream state. It's like snowing. Surprise strike with Grogu. Grogu leaping claws out, tearing the face off of 2 tubes, taking 2 damage back. That's sort of a desperate play from Michael to do that with Grogu, so doesn't bode
Yeah.
well for what he's holding on to in his hand here.
Instead of saving it up for some big base damage or a big unit or something, because like ideally you'd want Grogu to keep exhausting stuff, but when he's that outnumbered, he's got to start clearing stuff off. But yeah, I can't quite see his hand from this angle.
That's Von Reg's tie.
Gotcha.
Beautiful
Come
ship.
on. Turns out you have to spell. I wonder if we'll see a Vader pilot jump into that. Kylo's deployed.
Yeah, if Vader hops in that thing, that's going to be...
Oop, missed some base damage. Sorry.
This is aggro, folks. If you ever said, what's aggro mean? Show him this deck.
Yeah, he's already going, like, honestly faster than the first game.
Grogu exhausting Kylo. There's Pilot Vader going into Von Reg's tie, which is going to hit for 7. It's got 7 with Overwhelm now, because it's 6 with Raid 1, so there's another 7 on the base, taking us up to 20.
Jeez. And there's 2 ground
there's
units left to attack still.
2 units that are hitting for 4 total. Quinlan's taking out the Guavian, gets the card draw. Hopefully it's a good card. You need like a waylay or something for that TIE fighter.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or Grogu exhausted first thing. For now, he has initiative, but no one's claimed yet.
I think Brandon's next move is to just take initiative. Because Kylo can finish it off anyways. You just got to do 3 damage. Unless his hand is too full, Kylo can do 3.
He's paying for...
Here comes Ahsoka.
Ahsoka.
Discarding... Oh, keep fighting. That could have been good there. Discarded keep fighting. Ping the gunslinger to death somehow? Okay, looks like that's game.
Yeah, that's the best he could do, and then had to concede after that.
Wow.
Wow, that was fast. that was brutal. That was Kylo firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do to slow him down when... It's fun to see the cheap wimpy units coming out and doing that much damage together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You don't,
I like
you don't need Luke to win, necessarily, if you're building this way. It's crazy. You like the what?
I like having a bunch of little units on the board.
Yeah.
Because it protects me from Power of the Dark Side and stuff. Oh, you got Rivals Fall? Good luck killing my 2-cost guy.
Yeah, that's something that happens
You
all the
can't make
time.
me sad by removing my big guy if I don't have any big guys.
When I'm just playing the bot on Force Table, it'll like take down like a 1-cost unit or something. I'm like, all right, I guess.
All right. Time for another conversation. Someone in chat hit me with a random number between 1 and 125.
Yeah, that was a lightning.
We got a lot of
lightning
time to kill
round.
before the next round.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of time left in the round still.
I could go buy a booster and open it on the stream.
Don't turn the dial the wrong way. Oh, up. I get it. They're a little fiddly.
I think chat has abandoned us. This is silly. Here's a
Okay.
question that is dumb.
What?
A crime syndicate has taken control of a farming town. You're a Jedi Knight, and you can bring 6 Jedi with you to save the town. Which Jedi, regardless of the time period they belong to, do you choose? 6 Jedi to take out rescue a town? That's so easy. Just pick like Yoda, Windu, Kenobi, Anakin. Like, I don't even need 6.
I mean, maybe those guys are all busy. You get to pick, but that doesn't mean they're guaranteed to come. So you have to pick, and if you pick someone who can't come, that pick is wasted. So you have to pick someone that you think will actually show up. That's what I think.
Well, still, like, literally any named Jedi in a quantity of 6 is enough to handle this. Like maybe like I bet even the 6 little younglings from the Gathering arc of Clone Wars could handle it.
You know, they probably had that episode somewhere in the Clone Wars. Among the many other Seven Samurai episodes they did, why not have a Jedi one that's Jedi younglings? I think I saw that episode. It sounds
I think
familiar.
there were at least 2 Seven Samurai. Well, one was like, for sure Seven Samurai, and the other one was like the people were like, "No, thank you. We'd rather not defend ourselves." And then the story diverted, and it was like the lesson was, hey, actually pacifism not the right choice a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which a while ago I was like, that's kind of a weird lesson to tell kids. But now I'm like, you know what? No, that's legit. If there's like tanks coming at you, just, holding hands in front of them, not gonna save your house.
Yeah, I think those are the episodes that a more civilized age, to name drop a cooler podcast than us, they do a really good job analyzing those and saying, okay, here's kind of the limits of it. Like, here are the cases where that is kind of right. Here's the cases where, the show writers really didn't give those people a cohesive philosophy,
right.
so it kind of falls apart just to make the point of an episode,
Yeah.
They're probably taking that show way too seriously, but it is really interesting analysis.
Well, that
to
show
get into.
does. I mean, that was the last time George Lucas had something to say, and he was using that to tell very specific things to kids. Every episode did have like at the start, like, here's what you're supposed to learn from this, and then some of them had very specific lessons to impart, like, hey, try and hold your government accountable, and like you shouldn't, you should question. Oh, there's the
Small
bump.
earthquakes. Yeah, it's a little out of alignment
All
there.
right, I'll go. Should I go over there and tisk them? Because they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, you should have known better.
Just like passive aggressively sighing, oh, how did this get bumped again? Without looking at them.
Every time this gets bumped, we lose hundreds of dollars in streaming revenue.
The chat just starts quitting the stream. They're
I mean, the
like, "This is
chat gave up.
unacceptable."
I'm going to tell that person. We haven't had anyone in chat for hours because we're going to have to shut the channel down.
This was our last break. We needed this stream.
Where were all the people who were watching in January?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could pause the camera video too to save battery, since we know it's going to be a while.
I mean, I'll
Up
go
to you.
check it.
Yeah.
If it's
worth
last
checking.
time I checked, it was actually getting battery, so it might be self-sustaining now, like Doc Ock's thing. What we need is Muzak to put on when we don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah,
Do you
some
have
music.
that Humble Bundle stuff on your computer?
I guess, yeah, I could throw on desktop audio with. I don't know if it's worth doing. Do people want some background music so there's something happening when we're not talking? Or I could throw on some copyright stuff and get a strike. How about this? Each of you viewers, put on your own soundtrack, what you want to listen to during this stream. That way it's tailored to your interests. If you want to listen to Star Wars, you can do it, and then we won't take the copyright strike from that.
I'm back, but Kurt is gone. I don't know where he went. Yo, test. can you hear me? Is this still too low? Because I'm trying. I don't know if I can actually. Sort of already cranked up. Audio test. Check, check, check. I feel like I've got it all maxed out. I guess I can put it a little closer. We do have alternate mics here. We might be able to switch to a different microphone, although I think our alternate would pick up a lot of the background noise. What to do? Let me see if I can tinker with the settings, but like it's maxed out here. Change the balance. Let's see. Test, 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 test. Hello? Is that louder? There we go. This might be better. Cranking them decibels. Test. Is this any better? I can keep going. Sure it's not just you? Do you need to like turn up your volume on your computer? Okay, I'm not gonna mess with it. Somebody name a card, and I will tell you where it is from. So don't pick a unique character like Ahsoka, because I don't need to tell anybody where Ahsoka's from. Name a card you want the background on. Like, what the heck is that thing? Or we can do more trivia. All right, chat. Let me know if you want to do more trivia or if you want to do name cards and I tell you the source material. Bendu is from season 3 of the Clone Wars. He lives on the planet Atalon. Considers himself to be neither a light side or dark side force user. Kind of scoffs at the idea of light side or dark side. Really aspirational guy because he just kind of wants to be left alone and does not intervene really until the Empire starts blowing up his whole planet and he's like, fine. Voiced by one of the original Doctor Who doctors. I don't actually know the name of the person who voices him. Helps Kanan come out of his depression after Kanan gets his eyes burned off. Really powerful force being, as seen in this picture. He's sort of like the, kind of becomes a storm. Curious to see if people are going to be using this card much. Seems good, and I think Malakili can tame Bendu and remove that downside. Yeah, Thrawn, I almost called Grand Admiral Sean. Thrawn shoots him, but then he's just like gone. It's one of the few times you see Thrawn really rattled is when he has to deal with Force bullshit. That's really the only time that he loses in the show, too, is when the Force intervenes, whether it's like Bendu or the Purrgil or whatever. I mean, we don't technically know if he disappeared before or after Thrawn shot him. I suspect he's still just fine on that planet. The Bendu is also named as such because in the early drafts of Star Wars, um, the Bendu was like a name for the Force. Instead of calling it just the Force, it was called the Bendu. The light side was the Ashla, and the dark side was the Bogan. I believe Bendu actually calls those out by name, the Ashla and the Bogan. Ashla was also a potential name for Ahsoka when that character was being created. But yeah, Bendu is like from the old original musings of Lucas. Trivia? Another lore dump on a card, or should we just take a break? I don't know. Kurt's still gone. I don't know where he went. Oh, this is interesting. I just pulled out a trivia card. It says, what's the English translation of Kunta Tuta solo? I always thought Greedo said Uta Guta, but apparently he says Kunta Tuta. Kunta Tuta solo? What's the English translation of that? Hey, we got time to kill, and I'm a lot better at talking about lore than I am about game mechanics. Yeah, there was an event where people were just asking me, like, what's this card from? And I'm like, oh, this. The moons of the planet Ahsoka sends Mando and Grogu to. The moons of the planet. She sends them to Tython. I don't. Yes, the answer is going somewhere solo. I don't know about the moons of Tython. That's probably something that was fleshed out in Legends. My Legends knowledge is not quite as firm as my canon knowledge. Untaguta solo. What master tells Anakin Skywalker, protect the senator at all costs, that is your first priority? Let's bring up... Akiti. Why is this one small? This image file is smaller. Ah, I see. Huh. Some of the images on this site are not the same size, which makes our little preview bad. Is this all like the set 5 cards are small? Yeah, it looks like it. That's annoying. Maybe they'll be bigger eventually. Protect the senator at all costs in bed. Yeah, if only they had used protection. Galaxy would have been better off, maybe. Yeah, I've been trying to do a yellow Kanan, but I've been really sticking with a blue Kanan because I really like Doom. Doom is really cool. So if he can live for a couple rounds, especially if you're putting like the Lothwolf Sentinels around him, things can get pretty silly. I like the art too. I really want to see this one in hyperfoil. Wish I had a timer back here on How much time is left in the round? Nobody answered the last trivia question. The answer was Mace Windu tells Anakin, protect the senator at all costs. That is your first priority. Who streaks across the Tatooine desert to attack Queen Amidala's starship? Okay, wording. Who streaks across the desert? Just letting it all fly around. It is Maul. Maul famously takes his robes off to gain less wind resistance and then sprints across the desert. Maul's tattoos are really, like, I think they existed when he was a kid. Let me look up Baby Maul. That's not a thing you should Google. Baby Darth Maul. Is there any, like, canon depictions of him being adopted by... Because Talzin gave him to Sidious. Just want to know if he had his tattoos as a baby. Like, was somebody... Okay, he definitely had them as, like, a young boy. There's a picture of, like, a flashback. I believe it was in the Son of Dathomir comics. Somebody was tattooing little kids. Yeah, they were all tatted up, shirtless. We don't know if the tats go below the waist. That's the real question. That George Lucas was too cowardly to answer. Yeah, what was Maul's other brother called? Farrell, I think. Yeah, they probably have to earn a shirt in that society. Oops. Wrong. What is the name of that, is there a Knight Brother? What's the name of that Knight Brother guy? It's called, like, Enhanced? Welcome back. Do you remember the name of that Knight Brother card from set 5?
I think there were a couple different ones. There was like some infused something.
There we go.
Infused brawler. Yeah.
Is he confused? Does he have tattoos? We're talking about Maul and his family's tattoos and how early they got them, and do they exist below the waist?
Are they?
I
in
believe
one
most of the
specific
Night
place?
Brawlers in Fallen Order did have tattoos. It does not look like this guy does.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's sort of, it's probably just shadows on his head and arms. They don't look quite regular enough to be like a Maul style tattoo.
It's another
I
Night
like that art a
Brother.
lot.
Well, what's the name of the other card?
I think there's one that's just called like Night.
Well, I searched for Night Brother and it didn't show up.
Yeah, I don't think it has brother in the name. It's like Night Warrior or something.
Night. Well, if I just type in the word Night, these are the cards. Okay.
There's Thralls of the Coven. That looks like a Night Brother. That's probably the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
3/7 raid.
Is that guy's staff made of just his people's horns?
There's kind of cool guys in the background too.
I feel like they should be more in focus because it's called thralls, like lots of folk. Took me a second to notice there was more than just one guy here.
They're kind of posing. It's kind of giving Ginyu Force. I don't know if you know.
I don't know what that is, but it's they're definitely all posing. They all run up and go, huh, huh. I am Brother Farrell. I am Brother Grumpy. Whatever their names are. This is the one case of some people who need some like men's rights activists because they are like completely like at the beck and call and whim of the Night Sisters who just seem to use them for breeding when they feel like it.
Yeah, and like just bodies on the battlefield. You know, it's interesting. I guess thinking back to the Clone Wars when we see the Night Sisters fighting a lot, we see these guys being used as kind of like troopers, more or less, in Jedi Fallen Order, right? We don't really see the Night Sisters bringing them in like when.
Well, no, in the
Grievous
Clone
attacks
Wars, they just have a village. Seems like they just kind of do their own thing, and then every once in a while, a Night Sister will show up and be like, "You come over here. We got to make more people or something." But in Fallen Order, they're the enemy type because at that point, all of the sisters had been killed except for Merrin.
Fair.
And so, as is her right, she goes over and goes, "Hey, you do what I say because I'm in charge." They're like, "Okay."
Yeah, I guess you would have expected them to also use these guys as like grunt soldiers instead of only wasting the Night Sisters, kind of.
Well, I
Unless they were like,
suppose-
we have to protect these guys. If they get wounded, then there's no good breeding, right?
They don't seem too concerned with their physical well-being because the selection process for Savage
Right.
ended up killing a lot of them.
There's
I
just
think
such an
that they
attrition
weren't.
rate for that.
I
that
think
they
we didn't
can't
see
use
them like when Grievous came to exterminate them. They're just like geographically far away. Like they don't live next. They're not like neighbors. They're like on a, they're probably a few hours drive away, and they didn't.
That's fair. They didn't have time to bring them in. Do you think that village is shared? Like we saw Morgan Elsbeth's the other tribe that rescued her or whatever, like the Moon Mountain.
Yeah, do you think
Sisters or
they
something?
have dominion over the Night Brothers too? I don't. Were those also Night Sisters? I forget. Was that just a different clan of Night Sisters, or was that like we've got the Night Sisters and like the Afternoon Sisters? I don't. We don't know much about that other clan that took Morgan in after all the Night Sisters die. I wonder if Marin ever meets Morgan and she'd be like, "Wait a minute, I'm not the only survivor, and you turned into a jerk, and I turned into the coolest person."
Let's go to.
I don't know if the Mountain Night Sisters had their own like stock of men. Also, the more we talk about this, the more likely it is we're going to have to try and dig into how somehow these Dathomirian Zabraks are the same species as just the Dathomirian, and I really hate thinking about that.
Yeah. None of it really makes sense. Kind of one of those rule of cool things.
Do you have a name for the Mountain Clan?
Mountain Clan.
Oh, okay.
That's the name.
But so they are just Night Sisters, just like different. They're more into like
Well,
chillin' than green smoke.
at least the way Wikipedia makes it sound, if stupid pop-ups would stop jumping up, they describe it as another witch clan that is separate from the Night Sisters.
Oh, okay. Jeremy says it's modeled after like the OG Dathomirians from the novels.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, including Leo, were like, "Wait, this isn't how I remember Night Sisters."
Yeah, there's no rancors or anything.
Yeah.
The Mountain Clan followed a more non-violent and non-confrontational path than the Night Sisters.
You can get a Night Sister on a Rancor in Empire at War, if I remember right. We should stream that. We should just switch to a video game stream in between rounds. Got any good games on here?
Well, no Star Wars games, because every Star Wars game I tried to run recently, I could not get to run. Both
Have you
new
tried
ones and
Battlefront?
old ones. I
We got to
did
get back into
not
Battlefront.
try
That's what all the cool people are playing Battlefront again.
I'll have to try it sometime.
We could.
I should be able to join from Origin into people playing.
We
on
can just
Steam,
go
right?
on the Abandonware website and play in browser those old Game Boy games.
Mm-hmm. There's some good ones.
What would be the most appropriate for the stream? I wonder how much time is left in the round. Is there a little
I forgot to
timer
look.
feature on here? Even if it's like not accurate, as long as it's close-ish.
Yeah, roughly. Or just do it on our phone.
Some Jedi do have tails.
Oppo
Actually,
Rancisis.
He's mostly just entirely a
Mostly
tail.
tail. He's a tail that has
uh,
limbs. rather
Why
than
can't I
the other
think
way
of his name? That guy I really like, the old guy with the white lightsaber in his cane. We see him frozen in amber in the Kenobi show.
around. Right.
I love that guy. Why can't I think of his name?
The problem with Wikipedia is it's really hard to find something if you don't already know its full name, first, middle, last. I'm bad at remembering it. What I'm going to have to do is go to Ahsoka's page and then read the whole article until I get to him.
Just have to remember the name of that episode of the Clone
Do you
Wars.
remember his species?
No. He's got a beak. Okay, well, let's
Let me just
Google
search
race.
for
Jedi, lightsaber, cane. Bam, I bet I'll beat you here.
Look for.
Terrasinube.
Oh yeah.
Just got to know
Sinube.
how to Google. It's the only guy with a cane. Terrasinube. He's got a tail, I think. He's cool.
Yeah, I think so.
I like him. Now I can't think of any other Jedi with tails. Does Yoda have a tail? Like a little one? Like a frog? Have we ever seen Yoda naked?
I
There wasn't like a diaper changing scene in Mandalorian?
I feel like there's something like a non-canon thing where we saw him with a tail, but it's not.
Yoda's feet were historically inconsistent until
Yeah.
very recent years. Every depiction, he'd have a different number of toes. Like 4 toes, 3 toes, little back claw, no back claw. Head tails. Okay, I guess that.
Sure.
Technically correct.
By the way, Sinube's species is Kosian or Kosian.
Yes.
I also noticed this. One of Sinube's affiliations is Dank Grax.
Dank Grax? Is that like a Dank Ferric?
I assume it's the name of a gang. Looks like it's from a comic, criminal group.
The Dank Grax.
We're a group of criminals whose members were mostly rejects from Dark Side of the Force cults. Interesting.
Was that like his younger days? Or does he infiltrate them?
Active in 382 BBY.
Is this another one of those guys who's like, you know what, Star Wars?
Every alien.
Give us more aliens that cap out at like 80 years old or less.
Yeah, they're like always hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, there's so many High Republic characters that are not so many, but there's enough that are just like, oh, okay, you're like Miri Allen's being like 200. Like, come on, they just look like people. Like when it's Yoda or like Oppo Rancisis, it's like okay, but give me some species that are like max out at 30. Like that was the coolest thing in it. That was very cool in Mass Effect when the Solarians are like, oh yeah, 50 is pushing it.
Mm-hmm.
And their culture is different because of that.
Yeah.
Like Star Wars is just always trying to like, because the timeline is so big, to have these crossover characters. Like, oh, here's Maz Kanata again. Like,
Yeah, you'd expect to see a lot of these long-living species like staying
it feels
on
lazy.
the Jedi Council for a long time or staying in the Senate for a long time if there's no term limits, right?
Oh,
But
that does sound like a
feel
great
lazy.
way to do that story, is just have a senator who's like 400 and everyone's just like, oh my god, because that would, that's mostly how the United States is.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're picking new pairings, so I'm gonna go out there and hand pick 2 more people.
Nice.
Might be table 1 again. We'll see.
think it looks better. Hope no one's typing passwords in their phone on screen.
Oh.
Let me get these.
He's posting the
names
link to the
updated.
stream.
This is
All right, we got Vader Yellow versus Anakin Colossus. Last Anakin we saw, someone had called out the risk in not running a Colossus. Well, the Colossus is here. But if it doesn't have a good way to deal with space, I'm assuming Vader Yellow is going to be real space heavy. Things can get out of hand real fast with that one. Could run out of space real fast. Place your bets, folks. We're almost on sports bet or whatever. There's a million sports betting apps that are
Yeah.
ruining everybody. We're working on getting on there. But for now, drop cash emojis in the chat, and then I'll pay you back in emojis if you win. Who does Luke discover hiding behind the family land speeder in his Uncle Owen's garage? Oh, by the way, the talk about all this started because this question was worded, who streaks across the Tatooine desert to attack Queen Amidala's ship?
Jake's here to talk to one of you guys.
Okay.
Figured you guys might be entertained to know we talked for a bit. We played on stream last PQ too, so I can, commentate as you wish with that.
Oh yeah, word from the table. So both these players played on stream in January when we streamed that Planetary
It's a
Qualifier.
televised rematch, so
That's a
if you
funny
go
coincidence.
scrub through the January PQ, you can look for Jake and Julius on there and see how that match turned out. I don't actually remember who won.
I feel like in that one, Jake was playing Anakin, pre-Colossus. And Julius might have been like
Colostomy?
Quinlan or something.
Anakin with the colostomy.
Fan favorite character.
That could be a character name. Colostomy. You tell
Darth.
Colostomy. I've had about enough of his drivel.
I was thinking like Darth Colostomy.
I mean,
Spelled
Colossus is
differently.
kind of a Darth name. Any kind of
Yeah.
Latin sounding name.
I could see Darth Colossus like with a K or something.
Or with an IS instead of a US. And the first resources are down. Jake rocking pitch black sleeves. Hard to play with in the dark, the pitch black sleeves. Good thing we've got a nice lighting rig set up.
Can't even tell if they're upside down or anything.
Our light, or our, we've got some kind of fancy initiative coin here.
Ooh.
All right, C-3PO and 2 TIE fighters. That's a good start for Jake because he's going to be able to
For sure.
make an attack
one
with
of
a
them.
non-token fighter unit, which Vader likes to see.
Yeah.
And then those TIE fighters are going to start snowballing.
Jake also has a high ground token. Not
Which-
sure what for.
And, okay, he's got a Death
Cool,
Star
yeah.
coin to mark his hand, I assume. Ooh, that's a good counter right there. The Concord Dawn Protector.
Yeah, that is. How is Concord spelled? That is a blocker you really need.
Concord Dawn, a long legacy in
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Star Wars Legends, was initially, I believe it was in the Tales of the Bounty Hunters book that introduced Boba Fett's backstory as he was a constable or a marshal or some kind of lawman on Concord Dawn who
Oh,
killed, I think it was like some people assaulted his wife and then he killed them, and then his boss was like, hey man, I get it, that's pretty, like, no one's mad at you for killing those people, but also technically that's like against the rules, so you have to leave. But your wife can stay or something. And that's how he went and became a bounty hunter, something like that.
Jake got Victor Leader out, obviously great. That's still not enough for these plain TIE fighters to kill the Concord Dawn in one attack.
Okay, got some fancy little TIE tokens.
That's pretty cool.
I should put, I do have all of our custom JodoCast tokens. I could leave them out by the table for people to use, because at the JodoCast we do a webcam league on our Discord, and if you participate and reach the required number of games, you get cool free tokens. And the last one we did TIE Fighters and X-Wing tokens. Custom art. All right, they're
Elite P-38.
P-38. Real nasty ship.
How do I...
It's probably P-38.
Yeah. I should just search for 38. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Oh, we got the droid dream team down there. R2-D2 manufactured on Naboo, maybe? Who knows how many manufacturing plants the... why can't I think of the company that makes those guys? Okay, here comes the Blue Squadron X-Wing. TIE Fighter smashing into it. Victor Leader giving it enough oomph to take it off the table.
Red Squadron X-Wing.
Reminder that all of the friendly vehicles or fighters alongside Victor Leader have +1/+1. He's not marking it, but that's...
That space arena is already pretty wide up there. That's getting very scary and about to get even scarier. What is Julius going to do about that? I mean, he's not super far behind in the base damage yet, but it's like definitely swinging that way.
Yeah, he's been spending all of his effort trying to keep stuff up in the sky, and now... all right, well, here goes R2, one to base.
And, like, unfortunately, like, normally you'd want Anakin out killing those big units off like we saw earlier. He can't do that to space units, obviously, so... that's
I mean,
tough.
Victor Leader is a big problem. Really just mostly doubles everything happening, since most of your guys are 1/1s. Already up to 9.
Yeah, what's the health on Victor Leader, by the way? Like, what can
Victor
you do to take
is,
him
I
out?
think, a 2/4. Yeah.
4.
But giving everybody +1/+1 is...
If you had an open
really
fire or
wild.
something, that would be nice, but I don't know if Julius has any of those in his...
does-
he does have a couple in his deck, so maybe
And he
can
does
get
have
one.
a Poe in hand, it looks like, so he's going to have to get Poe down and then have him on standby to nuke Vader after Vader deploys. Because Vader, as a pilot, is just really, confiscate can get rid of him, so any upgrade removal is going to be a big save here.
Dang, Julius is up to 19 already.
Oh, waylay on Poe.
Nice.
Another TIE
Yep.
fighter.
I assume that's got to be enough damage to finish off Julius's base.
He's
This
got
round.
35 base.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It is the Colossus.
I'd have to do the math. 1, 2, 5, 8, 12, 14, 16. Is Colossus 35 or 34?
35.
34, 35. But Vader's going to deploy this turn too, right?
Here's one. Wrong answers only. What does Luke scrape off R2-D2's chassis in the garage?
Oh, God. I'm going to say Cheese Whiz.
The remains of the Big Hazu. I don't know if you ever saw that episode of the Clone Wars. R2 and 3PO basically go on a little side adventure, and at one point they end up kind of getting Gulliver's Traveled with all these tiny people pinning them down. And 3PO slaps R2 on the back because he's being rude to their leader, and R2 falls on him and splatters him. It's amazing. And then all the little people are happy. They're like, the big Jesus is dead. And there's like guts all over the front of R2. Not looking good.
Yeah, Julius is up to 23.
The waylay on Poe was tough.
Yeah. Anakin can come out, but again, he can't do anything about those space units, so...
In my opinion, red-green with the absence of traitorous or overwhelming barrage is the only respectable decks. Because there's no removal, no bounce. Oh, and now 3PO's been captured by the...
Sanctioner shuttle.
What are they sanctioning anyways?
Everything. Anything that they feel like.
Is this cool? I sanction it. Victor leader. You need to... I mean, I'm having a hard time thinking of anything other than evacuate or super laser blast that can turn the tide here. It's like there's some
Yeah.
Ahsokas and force throws in there. Poe, obviously still in hand. I mean, a Sentinel...
Something like...
What space Sentinels are in here? We've got Concord Dawn. There's only 2 intercept Concord Dawns in here.
Yeah, I feel like...
There's 2 medical frigates, but we don't have enough resources for that yet.
I mean, even just like the tokens and the plain TIE fighters attacking is going to get him. So you'd need something that would have to exhaust or remove a bunch of units at a time, which there's not that much of, other than what like Anakin.
Here comes an open fire on Victor leader.
That's good. I think it's too little, too late, with Vader about to deploy and all this other stuff out. But I think you got to do that for sure.
Ooh, here's a good trivia question. What does ATTE stand for?
ATTE? All Terrain Troop Eater. That ARC-170 just got waylaid.
Oh, man. All-terrain tactical enforcer.
Okay. Well, Anakin just attacked for 9 damage. But it's not going to be enough. Oh, no!
Earthquake. Hey, we're still good. Everything's still in frame. One of those kids playing Lorcana behind the camera must have slid their chair out. I am impressed that it's still in place.
Am I wrong? Could Vader not have come out this turn?
I think so, but I don't think he wants to deploy him on an exhausted ship.
Yeah, but he had like a lot of turns before now that he could have brought him out. Maybe he was being very careful, watching out for some other
Yeah, I'm sure
thing.
like you're really worried about upgrade removal when you're about to deploy Vader.
And I guess he doesn't really need him as long as he can get multiple actions in here. He's got a 30 health base, right? I mean, Anakin's tanking for 10.
There goes the P-38. That sounds like a fighter from World War II.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, that's game. We must have missed something.
Just Jake attacked a couple times, or Julius knew that he couldn't.
P-38 Lightning. Oh yeah, and it looks... Bring up the P-38 again. I think the P-38 Star Wars is literally just...
There's a definite similarity for sure.
Yeah, with like the
2
split
engines.
tails and the bridge between the tails
Yeah.
and the 2 engines. Yeah, it's literally just that with like a more of a pancake body than a fuselage.
I think it's a pretty cool looking Star Wars ship. Cockpit seems like it'd be cramped. I think you have to sit in it like you have to turn sideways because there's not enough room for your shoulders.
It had a. It was the first fighter to reach 400 miles an hour.
That's cool. You know, I don't think I've looked that closely at the Elite P-38 art. There's some pretty cool stuff
Oh,
in
there's
the
like
background.
a ship underneath it.
Yeah, there's a Munificent, and then some pretty cool like space cloud stuff. I like those colors, honestly. You know, I think part of it is, I mean, it's much bigger on our screen here in the streaming studio, but you know, you don't usually see the cards this zoomed in when you're looking at your physical ones.
Is it shooting backwards? Because usually we don't see engines like having rocket trails like, real world aircraft or spacecraft.
I think it has damaged engines. That's what happened just off screen here. It's like a bunch of weird stuff sticking out of this ship. Little spikes coming out of the front of the engine, and then these little, I guess those are the guns, the little skinny.
I like how the engines have air intakes
Yeah,
for space.
for the space.
What's that logo on it? There's a logo on it.
The phlogiston or phlogiston. That's like the space atmosphere.
Oh,
It definitely exists in Star Wars, given the you can tell based on the physics of how they fly that there is phlogiston in Star Wars. So that's
I think you're
canon.
making up words. I mean, there's for sure atmosphere in the Battle of Coruscant. They're in the upper atmosphere the whole time.
You know, I didn't realize that, but that's a good point. That's cool. Let's see. I'm guessing there were some sideboards. I wonder which sideboard options they might have put in. Julius definitely has confiscate sideboard. He might take that for Vader, but I mean, this last game, Vader never even came out, so I don't know if it would help enough. I feel like he just kind of needed like better pulls, I think, as part of it. Like, as useful as R2 and 3PO can be, I think he really needed a high offense ground unit to be like putting out some more pressure. And I like the Concord Dawn was good for blocking a couple attacks, but he needed more things he could do against space, and he maybe just doesn't have that much space stuff. If we take a look, not much.
Does have planetary bombardment, which 6 indirect could do a lot of work against all those little guys.
Yeah.
What's up with that tie card there? Why is there like a... Is like the sleeve taped or something?
I don't. Maybe it's some reminder. Maybe it got ripped in half by an opponent that was really mad and he had to tape it back together.
I want lunch. Should I order food?
Yeah, because I don't know when we're going to get an actual break. Stream, tell us what type of sandwiches we should eat.
Do I still have a login to Jimmy John's? Is there a better place that would deliver to us than Jimmy John's? Jimmy John's sounds good.
That would deliver. I don't know. I like a lot of restaurants in downtown Fargo, but I don't know that you could really, other than I guess like DoorDash or carryout. It's all cold.
What's their address to this place?
Let me see. $814 Main Avenue. For those that want to come to Paradox Comics and Cards. Definitely a really nice game store in Fargo for anyone coming to Fargo. Put on a lot of games like Star Wars Unlimited. Got a great selection of comics, and not just mainstream comics. Lots of board games, D&D, collectibles and stuff. Great store.
It looks like the address you entered isn't in our delivery area. Yeah,
We've had
back
you
in
delivered
January, you delivered here.
And their delivery person was like, "Oh man, that place. I did not like driving there for some reason. Let's not deliver there anymore."
There's an 815 West Avenue in Gaylord, Minnesota.
That's close enough. They'll figure it out. Okay, we are into round one here. There are some TIE fighters coming out already. I think that one is what? First Order TIE, which is going to get bumped up by tokens, which we know he's going to get. And then the... Oh no, more bumps!
Uh-oh.
I forget the name of that other TIE fighter, Mining Guild TIE or something, right? And another C-3PO on the ground. Oops. It's only attack for one. Oh, there's a Sanctioner shuttle came out already.
It's telling me it's not in their delivery range, so
That's weird.
maybe there's a lunch break and we can ask somebody to get us food.
Yeah, I would think the players are going to want a meal break too here. C-3PO doing another one. I don't think I saw him draw anything. There is a TIE token out, so that First Order TIE got to attack for 3. Sanctioner shuttle going in. Oh, we got a Cham Syndulla on the ground.
Cham. Hot cham and cheese. When played, I don't know if the when played triggered because
They probably have the same number of resources, I think, for...
it's still good.
Yeah, 5-4. I mean, he needs to start putting some damage in on the ground, but... I mean, Jake's just going to keep plinking away 2 and 3 at a time.
Oh, there we go.
what is
Bombing
that?
run.
Clone Combat Squadron or something?
No, a bombing run. Bombing run wiped the whole board.
Yeah, I think he got this Clone Combat
Clone
thing
Combat
out.
Squadron is crazy on Vader, but bombing run wiped the board.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed. That was from his sideboard, it looks like. Hopefully he's got some more of those saved up.
And it freed his Sentinel.
Yeah.
Hey, Seth. Seth speaking facts that this is the best PQ stream team in the history of PQ stream teams.
We have a bunch.
It's been verified.
The
Guinness
Sanctioner
Book of
shuttle
World Records.
sanctioned it.
Okay,
You can
we
tell
got
by
a-
the view count.
What's it called? AT Hauler?
I've got issues with that ship.
Let's hear him.
Why is there a shower on it?
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a hyperdrive on it? Those are my two issues with that ship. Why is there a shower on it, Kurt?
The shower could be for equipment. Maybe they jury rigged the shower. It's like it's not even water. It's like fuel from the...
I like that. That doesn't seem like a ship that would need amenities. Like it would just depart from like a place, move something from point A to point B. It's not like you're going to want to be hauling an AT-AT through hyperspace.
Orbital bombard. What's
Overwhelming barrage.
Overwhelming.
The worst card in the game. I hate this card.
That cleared out the Space Sentinel. Also some damage on Cham.
I would bring back Boba Fett, DJ, all of the suspended cards if I could get rid of that card.
Wow.
It's too good. You just need to just one of the things just needs to go away. remove
Yeah.
the +2/+2, or remove the free damage dealing, or make it exhaust the targeted unit, something like that.
Yeah, that new craving power feels like a much more balanced
Yeah,
way to do it.
it's got good
Mostly.
art though.
Yeah, crazy good art.
I'll give it that.
And it will be gone for most play modes starting in, well, I guess that'll be like March next year, won't it? Before the sets rotate.
All right, Vader giving birth to another TIE fighter.
It's like popping out of an ovipositor.
Oh,
Vader's meditation chamber is
you
this
don't
whole.
know the power of the dark side. Oh, hold on.
Okay, Anakin deploying. He's gonna have plus.
Anakin versus
3.
Vader. There's a Y-wing,
Republic Y-wing.
like a 1-3, I think. Ooh, 21 here.
He's attacking for 7. Soon 8. So this might be a tough one for Jake to claw back.
Yeah, that bombing run was huge.
Yeah.
There goes a rival's fall on that AT hauler, which Julius could play on his own if he remembers.
For this phase, they may play this unit from its owner's discard pile for free. I mean,
He might not
as well.
He might not want to, because then Jake could get it back if he kills it. Okay, deploying Vader onto an exhausted.
Oh yeah, that's true.
All right, he is playing it for free on his side.
Yeah, I feel like it's worth it just to keep putting damage through and knocking some space stuff out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got the advantage, so he can just hit the base with it.
Let's see, I think Jake has initiative.
It's like they're both at 7 resources now.
1, 3. Invader's what? +5/+5. So he just he tacked into the AT hauler to take that out because he needs to prevent any base damage he can. Jam going through with. I mean, what are you going to do to block Anakin coming through in a second?
Another overwhelming barrage, maybe. Okay, so
Played the AT hauler. And that's the end.
yeah,
he didn't have
Anakin
anything.
finished it off. But at least he got his AT hauler back in its true home. All right, 1-1. This is our first game 3 of the day on stream, anyways.
Yeah.
All right, more trivia, wrong answers only, if you want. What does Shmi say when Qui-Gon asks about Anakin's father? Wrong answers only. I mean, I do like to think that she knows who it is, but it's really embarrassing, and it's much
Yeah.
easier to just say he was immaculately conceived. Like,
And it would also be funny to just be like, his father, he was conceived by the Force, and the guy just immediately believes it, no checking. It's like, wow, he's the chosen one. And that just like changes the course of politics in the galaxy.
like maybe it was like there were so many potentials that she's like, I don't know.
Here's what I think is the subtext of the scene. I think Qui-Gon's the father. I think they know each other, and they're just having this conversation out loud for anyone listening to trying to cover their bases. But they both know what's up. Qui-Gon asks to be like, "Was there?"
I
someone
feel like
else?
he must have be like, hey, okay, how many of these people in these slave apartments like know you and have known you for a long time? Because I need some like verification. Because like that would be big news. Like everyone would be like, oh man, remember when she was just all of a sudden like pregnant?
Yeah, Seth says the same thing. His dad is
Oh,
Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon
who was
forgot
drunk and
though.
forgot.
She's like, are you kidding me, bro? I'm just gonna feed you this bullshit then, because you don't even have the respect to remember me. Maybe Anakin is his own father.
He went
World
through the world
be-
between worlds.
Yeah. Did the nasty and the pasty.
Just like, hey, who's this beautiful young
Like-
woman on Tatooine?
And he lacks the delta brainwave, because that's why I was like, what is he doing? Oh, he's rolling it to reset it. Philip J. Fry is his own grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
and he lacks the delta brainwave, and that's what makes you the chosen one. Doing the nasty and the pasty.
Either that or the father is literally the father from Mortis.
Oh, yeah. Some people will say it was deliberately Palpatine. There is a panel in a comic talking about Anakin's past where you see Palpatine like kind of hovering over Shmi. The author and the story group have confirmed that was not the intent of that. It was not to say, yes, he literally like did that. So
Yeah, he wasn't controlling
It's
it,
still
making
like-
it happen. It's just kind of. I feel like it's one of those.
he probably would have
What's the
scooped him
word
up a
for it?
long time ago if he did that on purpose. Would have just been lost as a slave.
Yeah.
I want to, like, did they ever remove his bomb? Like, what if Anakin was just on a mission and he goes through a metal detector and it goes off and it's just, oh my god, Anakin just exploded. Oh shit, I forgot they had a slave bomb in him. We forgot to turn that off. They probably turned it off after they left the planet.
Wada's like looking for the remote.
He's like, I forgot the password to turn it off. I'm so sorry.
Where did I leave the remote for the TV? Is that this thing? The button's not doing anything.
And then, like, cut to there's just all the different people exploding everywhere. But he's also watching, like, a war movie with lots of explosions, so he's like, oh, that's better. Yoda and
Ooh.
3PO. So we've got the First Order TIE Fighter. There comes Victor. What's your Vector, Victor?
Victor leader again. Now, we haven't seen any Victor wingmen.
No.
Does Jake have those in his deck? I do not see them.
No Victor buddies?
That's not thematic.
Victor is a lot of pressure to put on a child if you name them Victor. If they're not winning at everything, that's tough.
And the loser is Victor. Dang it. Yeah, it's like too much kind of irony in
There's
there.
a Bazinga in there.
I would guess those are marked like that so he remembers which ones were the
Sideboard.
sideboards.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's honestly a really good idea.
I prefer a charcuterie board myself.
Yeah, what if they required you to have an actual like physical board out? That's not a sideboard, that's a side pile. That doesn't count.
Yeah. What's the etymology? Why is it called a board?
I mean, I assume we got a force throw here. He's force throwing his own.
Owen fell the dragon to take out
Wow.
Victor Leader.
Interesting.
He threw a squad of Tuskens into space.
He threw the concept of killing a dragon. Yeah, so that was a 4 cost. So yeah, that's enough to kill Victor Leader. That's a neat play. That's really interesting.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to get rid of those victors.
Yeah, because that really stacked up the first game.
Yeah, first game, Jake was able to control the ground really well. Here comes a Bazine. We've got a medical frigate, and that's a tough call. Jake's getting rid of the Arc 170. Now, he knows he's holding on to an 8-cost Sentinel that'll... If we get to 8 resources, he knows that's going to be a huge problem for his thing.
I mean, I think the biggest risk, honestly, is having him force throw it again.
True. Yeah, there's only the one card in hand now.
But taking out the Arc 170, if he has no space stuff to block, I mean, obviously that's like a smart play too. That gets us back into what happened the first game.
Still not clear to me what the high ground token is indicating.
Yeah.
Is it like a...
I thought he used it before when he exhausted Vader, but obviously he's not this time, so... I don't know. Maybe it's just
Maybe it's the
an
epic action?
advertisement. It's a little brand.
Yeah,
It's
for like
advertising
a
high ground
smoke shop.
tokens.
It's over. Come to the high ground. With all of your vape and
A
THC
Star Wars
needs.
themed cannabis shop. That would get shut down by Disney fast. Yeah, why don't...
Oh, that's just his exhaust token?
I mean, he did rotate Vader
Yeah.
earlier, but why don't
Get
more
your death sticks.
why don't more card game players get professional
Sponsorship?
sponsorships? Yeah,
I bet that happens in Magic or something.
yeah, probably.
You know what? We got to sponsor some people.
Oh, I see. He's using it to remember if he's attacked with a
Oh,
non-token,
right,
so
right,
he
right,
can't.
right,
Yeah,
right,
that
right,
makes
right,
sense.
right.
It's easy to forget at some point if you attacked with something and it got killed. Ooh, that was
Especially
another bombing run.
over a full day of play.
Yeah, you don't want to
Like
mess that up.
a lot of times you probably remember, but one, if you slip once, that could ruin the whole tournament for you. Might as well not take any chances. Here
Another-
comes the stolen AT hauler.
C-3PO and Yoda continuing to plink away 1 or 2 damage at a time.
I mean, Yoda with the restore too. That's pretty good.
That is honestly helping. Whoa, no!
There it goes. All right, I gotta go fix
Okay,
that.
yeah. Someone could do. Yeah, space is a little tight, unfortunately. We tried to put the tripod in a convenient spot for the table itself, but then there's other tables around that other games are playing at for non-Star Wars stuff, so I think someone just pulled their chair out into it, probably. Joe's on it. Yeah, it's a bit askew, but I think we can wait till after they're done.
I'll tune it up a bit more after this match.
Oh, that's... Yeah.
Okay.
We might
Well,
be able to rotate it
let's-
right there.
Can you?
Yeah, if you grab the corner, is there a... No, yeah, maybe there's not.
Oh, here it is.
Oh.
Oh, it's like snapping. People probably
Yeah,
don't
shift
like.
or control or something might help.
Stop snapping it. There, good enough.
Yeah, that's pretty...
You guys can live with that. We'll fix it after this match. The Lorcana people keep scooting their chairs and bumping our thing.
They're a wild bunch, the Lorcana players.
I think they're just inattentive. I mean, whenever I back out of a chair, whenever I scoot my chair back for any reason, first I check for a tripod.
Ooh, Vader just deployed to ground. That is interesting. I mean, he's a pretty... What is he, like a... Let me just pull up what his stats are. Vader... 5'6"? Yeah, if you gotta get some... Oh, no, they're kicking
I think
it again.
Vader's more like 7 feet,
Sure.
not 5'6".
It would be very funny if Vader was just short.
Dark helmet.
There aren't many short characters in Star Wars other than like aliens that are
Darth
tiny,
Maul,
obviously.
when he had his own legs, was a little short. Ray Park's not a huge guy. Oh, Anakin got no gooded. They need
let's
the
see if they found
fancy buy the same token, no good to me dead token. Looks like a little carbonite thing, and it says can't ready.
Yeah, I usually stick the yellow X token on it so I don't accidentally ready it. It's so easy to miss that, you know, with all your other triggers and stuff you're doing.
3PO charging into Darth Vader.
Trying to kill his dad.
Yeah. Patricide.
You're not my real dad. I'm sure he's hoping to finish him off with a Anakin attack.
You know, there was a deleted scene in Attack of the Clones where Padme put 3PO's coverings on,
Oh yeah?
which glad they removed that because that would imply that Owen and the Larses just never bought. They've had him for like 10 years and never even thought to like
Just sand
finish
getting
him.
in all his wires.
This one is he needs Luke has to attack with the restore to just buy a little time, but I don't know if that's enough.
See, what did Luke
A surprise
do
strike.
minus on? Wouldn't Luke have had a -6? Because 3PO died?
I'm not
He
sure.
must have removed something by mistake. Okay, we got a Krennic shuttle. I think he's just showing him
What is the name
text.
of Krennic shuttle?
ST-139.
Oh,
149.
there you go.
That's not the model number. That's just what he named it. He just thought that was a good name.
Does it have a name?
I mean, I think if it did, they would have used it. But I mean, that fits what we saw in, you know, Return of the Jedi for like, well, Shuttle Tidarium got a name, but like Vader's shuttle, I think it's just a number like this. The shuttle gave its shield to Vader, by the way.
Oh boy.
Julius is trying to see if he has any way out. I see a takedown. Actually, he might have conceded. I think he conceded and he was just showing what cards he had, but it wasn't enough.
Wow. Good games. Ground Vader.
Yeah.
Krennic never named the ship. However, whoever Captain Dunstig Tarot held more affection for the ship, naming it the Pterodon. This guy named it after himself. His name is Pterro, and he named it PT Pterodon. What a
That'd be like
goober.
calling it like the Joe Mobile or something, right? Well, you know.
That is round 3 of this planetary qualifier. Jake takes it over Julius in 3 very tough games. Good matches. That bombing run I thought came out to save the day, and it did, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough this time. Honestly, I think we saw like Vader going to ground is an interesting use of the pilot leader. You know, most leaders don't have the option to go to 2 arenas. Like, obviously the space arena is like better in a vacuum, but like sometimes it makes sense to go to ground. Maybe that's how you get your damage through, right?
Okay, I am going to try and reset our camera. And we'll be back shortly. While we're waiting, Kurt, you in the chat can discuss. If you could bring one kind of technology from Star Wars to Earth, what would it be?
One Star Wars technology to Earth. Ooh, oh, don't do that, Kurt. What are you doing? Well,
Just leave it alone. And
okay.
I just got to get it straight, and then we can.
Yeah. I will wait to mess with it. What technology would I bring from Star Wars to Earth? And obviously, being able to like cut anything with a lightsaber would be super cool. But I'd probably have an accident and lose a limb, so it wouldn't be very smart. Back to tank is extremely smart, but here's a technicality: you get the tank, but you don't get the back to, because that's a separate item. back to us. A supply of Bacta, a Bacta tank with one full tank's worth of Bacta. That's still a lot of Bacta. That'll help you with a lot of injuries. And I like that idea. I mean, I feel like. I mean, I could also say like a medical droid. I mean, even a protocol droid honestly would be really nice just to like translate for you and be a cool friend. Astromech droid would be pretty cool. Your friend that can just like hack computers. Like real life computers are nothing for R2. Like I think like a land speeder would be really cool to like tool around in, rather than owning a four-wheeler or something. Assuming that you wouldn't need fuel, you could just like do it off electricity. Or hey, an X-wing, like go fly into space. A Millennium Falcon, just leave the Earth, go to the moon or something when you feel like it. That would be kind of fun. A jetpack would be pretty cool.
Is that better?
Yeah, we can just adjust the crop and it'll be fine.
Nailed it.
Yeah, it's a hair askew, but I think it's fine. Okay.
For now, until another Lorcana person hits it.
Welcome to everyone who's just joining us, by the way. We just finished up round 3. The rest of the tables are still playing round 3 for a little while here, but we just finished watching the 3rd round on stream here. We are at Paradox Comics and Cards in Fargo, North Dakota. There's 27 players here today. So it's going to end up, I believe, I already forgot. I think they said it's going to be 4 rounds and then cut to top 4. So this next round will be the last cut of Swiss. Curious to see who's at the top tables at this point. I would have to pull up Melee to check quick. And I don't feel like doing that. Welcome back, Joe. People in the chat said back to tank and back to.
That's what I was thinking. It'd probably get patented, and then only one company would sell it for like $500 a vial.
Yeah, and I guess the way the card worded it, it was like what technology? Like you'd have the entire. It's like you're bringing back one single item that will run out of power or something, right? You'll just have this entire category of stuff unlocked. So back to makes a lot of sense. That's one that would actually help other people in the world. Unlike me, I was like, oh, it'd be cool to have an astromech as a pal. It'd be cool to have a spaceship and go to space. And everyone else is like, I could do something that would prevent a bunch of people on the planet from dying. Oh, yeah, that too.
Okay. New Trivial Pursuit card while we wait for the next round. What youngster takes one look at R2-D2 and says, wow, a real astro droid? How did you get so lucky? Seems like that would be such a common sight to see an astro droid, but I guess they're so, like, not to discount their situation, which is clearly terrible, but they got a nice house as far as, like, Star Wars dwellings are concerned, right?
Mm-hmm. Which youngster said that?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Anakin? I feel like these cards aren't usually someone obscure. Like my first thought was, oh, it had to be like Kitster or whatever his name is, but was it just Anakin? Did Anakin say that? I honestly don't remember that line.
It was Kitster.
It was Kitster.
Yeah, all the kids show up and they're working in the pod, and C-3PO and R2 are there, and he's like, wow, a real astro droid.
I've never seen a robot before. Around here, all our droids are people dressed up in costumes because we don't have any real ones. That's just a job you can do.
When you become a slave, you get the choice, wear the droid costume or not. Wrong answers only. What is Luke told he will be once Yoda dies?
What is Luke told that Luke will be after Yoda dies?
Yes.
I'm trying to stall for time so people can answer in the chat if they want, but I believe it's the Last Jedi, episode 8. I think he says you'll be episode 8.
You are incorrect.
Oh, dang.
Because I asked for wrong answers only.
Oh.
That was the right answer, which means you're wrong. Lonely? When God am I? You're going to be super lonely.
You're going to be
a widower. They actually had a secret wedding on Dagobah.
I think Yoda tells him, you're going to inherit all my debts. I had a lot of loans. The collectors are going to be coming for you.
I got 900 years worth of loans.
That's why I'm hiding on Dagobah, so the collection companies don't find me. But I put your name down, because someone needs to make it right.
Who gives the order to evacuate the remaining ground staff during the rebel retreat from Hoth?
Wrong answers only, or real?
Your pick.
I'm going to try to do a real answer first to see if I'm... So it's one of two people, but I think it's arguable. I feel like... I'm going to say that arguably Leia orders Riken and he passes the order down. That is my memory of the sequence of dialogue. So I think technically you could say Leia, but like technically Riken is the one who actually ends up giving the order to everyone. So you could say Riken. So I'm going to say both. I think they share equal responsibility for the choice.
Princess Riken?
Yeah.
It's Leia.
Yeah. But see, I think she does give him the order to give the orders. I think she makes the decision. So she made the call, but like he's the one who gives the order out.
What color is Queen Amidala's gown during the celebration marking the liberation of Naboo?
I feel like it's like a periwinkle, like sort of like a sky blue. But maybe it's more of a white. I don't know. Trick question. Actually, technically, it's not a gown.
It's white.
Oh, it is white. But if you think about it, white is just a really bright blue. Sometimes the sky gets so light that a sky
How
blue
is this
white.
not in Jimmy John's delivery area? I bet if we called them, they'd be like, yeah. There's not like a lunch break today, so we need to figure out
We
food.
could like
I mean, I have little
call my
snackies.
wife or something.
I mean,
Send her on an errand.
she wants to get us sandwiches or something. It feels like a lot to ask of somebody.
I don't know. She'd probably
Chat should
do it.
donate sandwiches.
Like a sandwich button. Just sandwiches like showing up every few minutes. Guys,
Post an emoji of a sandwich.
we have enough sandwiches. You can stop sending them. It's kind of funny, yeah, but
Give me another card and I'll explain the lore behind it if anyone is still there.
so not me.
Yeah, I mean, you can if there's one you're curious about.
I already
Ooh,
know
Swift.
more.
SWFT uploaded a Klea video. Gonna watch that later.
When are we gonna get a Klea card? That's what I want to know.
What would Klea do?
Should be like a yellow white or just yellow?
Oh, she'd be hero for sure.
Most of those like pulling the strings behind are things that let you like search the deck or like reveal your opponent's deck.
Flip when
She's kind of like sending spies on missions, so I feel like it'd be something you do with one of your friendly cards, like play another card type thing.
when played / when defeated, turn your opponent's deck upside down and then they play it that way. So you always see the top card of their deck until she's dead. Then it goes back to normal.
When played, commit real life terrorism, do a bombing on a Walmart.
She could have like a defeat a friendly unit to give a friendly unit 3 XP or something.
Yeah, I like the idea of that kind of expendability. We've mostly seen that with dark side units. There's not even a ton of it in the game, but I think it's a little more dark side coded. But I think Klea would be a good unit to bring that into the light side. Also, Saw would. I think that would be interesting. I mean, like a Saw event where you accuse one of your cards of being a traitor, and then I don't know what happens.
All right, another trivia card. This one's not Trivial Pursuit. Real toughie. What was Darth Vader's homeworld?
It depends how you define
All of these are just so easy, they're not even worth reading.
because a lot of people don't know he wasn't born on Tatooine. He was born in a hospital on a different planet.
Darth Vader.
Yeah. They moved to Tatooine and became slaves.
You
but
know,
he
from
was
a certain
born-
point of view, Vader was born on Coruscant.
Sure.
Darth Vader didn't exist before Anakin Skywalker stepped into the Chancellor's
Okay.
office.
I see what you're saying. Was their lab on Coruscant, or like did they bring him all the way back to Coruscant before operating on him?
Yes.
You sure they didn't do it like on site?
I'm
on
100%
Mustafar?
sure that the facility where they turned him into Darth Vader was on Coruscant. They even visit there. They take fives there in the Clone Wars, same place. Because he's like, guys, I think there's like organic microchips in our brains that are going to make us do bad things. And like, let's go get you checked out. And Palpatine's like, wow, this is so concerning. Hope. Poor fives. Okay, wrong answers only. Right answer if you feel like showing off. What was Tarkin's first name?
chat a minute. I feel like his is one of the more well-known first names compared to a lot of screen characters that never say their name on screen, you know?
Barkin Tarkin.
Timothy Tarkin.
Oh, in a High Republic Adventures comic I was reading, they are on Iriadu, Tarkin's home planet, and the Tarkins are like a upper class dynasty, and so the Tarkin family is still there. And in this, they are, I don't know, the Tarkin in the High Republic area, the family like guards that are guarding the estate, kind of are dressed up in these weird, almost like Renaissance era looking outfits. And then there's like a scuffle, and I was bemused that one of them came around the corner, and like in the background you see the speech bubble says, "What's all this then?"
No one in chat is responding. I believe his first name is Will Huff. As in
Will Huff Rydonium.
Rydonium.
You're here, and you're ready to play Unlimited. When do we get the Huff Rydonium
Where
card?
are you? You're not playing on Force Table? You're here at the
You're here.
PQ?
These cards are real.
You've got a showcase.
We won't live to see the end of this tournament.
I don't think I can pull up
Borgullet.
the...
I want a Borgullet card.
Yeah.
Borgullet.
Yeah, we should have got a Borgullet creature card for set 5.
Yeah, that lets you look at somebody's hand, or they have to just play with their hand exposed or something.
Yeah, I could see it being like...
It would capture an enemy unit, and then while it's captured something...
Like, you could do something like... something about another card with the same trait as that unit, or you know, you're like looking for allies or something of that unit, right? To do something bad to, or I don't know, something like that. Actually, that would be kind of interesting because, you know, it would give you some counterplay to the trait-based decks, like a Cad Bane Scoundrel deck. You'd be like, oh, I know Borgullet's going to find a Scoundrel if I capture a Scoundrel, and then it does 3 base damage or something, you know?
Could just... Like, Borgullet captures a guy, and then...
Like, exhaust
looks at the
another unit with the same trait.
Or
like
looks
that.
at the top of your opponent's deck and puts, like, the 3 cards back in a different order. Or... How do you have a captured guy who, if rescued, is messed up? Like, capture a unit, when this unit is rescued, give it damage equal to its total damage -1 or something.
Yeah, give it like a -2/-2 for this phase or something. Borgullet will
Borgullet.
know your top deck. It's for the best, but it would have been funny if we saw Borgullet in Andor Season 2. Sorry, Season 2 spoilers if you haven't watched it, but
No
Borgullet is
Borgullet.
not in it.
That's why it could have been better. Could have had Borgullet.
It's like
Could
a
have
whole
had the meat
Borgullet
cute.
arc.
The
last 3
Borgullet
episodes.
meet cute.
The last 3 episodes, Cassian's not in them, Luthen's not in them, Mon Mothma's not in them. It's just
Borgullet.
a Borgullet arc.
You're my sister. I love you.
She's my sister, Borgullet, and she loves me.
Kiss me, Borgullet.
We're the Borgullet. We're the fuel.
I mean, I think Saw has spent a lot of personal time with Borgullet. He goes, one tends to lose one's mind. And he almost like looks at the camera and winks.
I had to test it out somehow.
A Myron.
Is that the Borgullet species?
Yeah. Apparently Borgullet is its name. Purple skinned.
Maybe it reads your mind, but you also read its mind at the same time.
It
and,
is,
like,
you've
you learn
seen
its
all
name.
the gross stuff it's done with Saw. That's why Bodhi was so shook. There's no information in Borgullet outside of the film.
He hasn't been in a comic or anything.
Nope.
Round 4.
Round
Cool.
4.
Round 4
starting
is
up.
kicking off. Let me go find our test subjects. I'll probably grab from the top 3 tables.
Yeah, sounds good. We interrupt our Borg Gullet discussion to get back to streaming.
All right, everybody. We are here with round 4. We've got a Iden versus Piet, which is exciting. I don't think I've seen Piet around in a while.
With Piet
With
sleeves?
Firmus.
Are those-
Firmus Piet. I think those are from the
Custom?
regional.
Ah.
Got a Death Star Plans Initiative token. Got a Showcase Iden.
Piet. Oh, is that JJ? Josiah?
Yes. Just in time for nap time.
Data Vault.
I think Bethany is watching at home and has informed me that her top 3 misheard Star Wars names. Number 3, Borgullet. She called it Boo Gallet. Enfys Nest. She thought was Infant's Nest, which I think everybody thought.
Mm-hmm.
A nest of infants. And then number 1 is Colin, which has introduced a new theory of mine that there was a person named Colin Lars. So we watched the theatrical cut of A New Hope because it was on some weird Roku channel streaming service. He can see the hand. We can't see the hand from that probe droid.
Unfortunate glare, yeah.
And the version we watched, which was like the despecialized version, had a different audio cut. And when Luke is showing up at the farm to find the burning corpses, he goes, "Uncle Owen, Aunt Beru, Klon." and it sounded like he says Colin instead of Uncle Owen. And then I watched like the Blu-ray modern version, and it's a cleaned up track, and it's clear he says Uncle Owen the second time. So there must have been other people who's like, who's Colin? So I believe there was a Colin Lars. Luke had a cousin that he never checked on.
Ooh, I am your father.
I am your
I
father.
don't see that a lot. He's targeting the probe droid. Someone is the probe droid's father. I think
That's
it's
Iden.
And he took the damage.
It
and
might be
killed that.
ID-10. The probe droid might be
Sure.
ID-10's father. Is that just a quarter? Rare to see
Like an arcade
physical
token.
currency these days.
Josiah's using the nice fancy Death Star Plans initiative token that I tried to get for our Death Star Plans video and didn't come in time.
Wow. That's why that video didn't get many views.
Yeah. That was the main
4
reason.
damage on, what's his name, Pershing?
Yeah, and Dr. Pershing has 0 power, so usually you want to
Yeah, that's good with
suicide the
The super laser's just beating up and he goes, fight me! Fight back! I just gave a talk about how a relative of mine shared a 2-seater outhouse with General Pershing during World War One.
Hmm.
But
So
that's
this guy's descended from that general too.
yeah.
I think a lot of people didn't like the episode about him in Mandalorian season 3, but I thought it was one of the better ones
So
that
we got
season.
Tongs Day.
Yeah.
Tongs Days, am I right? That super laser technician's still out there, which is funny. Usually they don't live that long. They're kind of like Mr. Meeseeks. They just crave non-existence. Can't quite tell what that is. Is that another Pershing?
Yeah, I think so.
Pershing's back.
Yeah, why did the glare
The
get
glare
worse?
keeps changing. It's been inconsistent today. Oh, I am your father on that.
Yeah, I didn't even have time to
I am your
look up the
father
correct
is,
name.
that's the resupply carrier or whatever.
Supply. Yeah. It's still got its one plate off, put the top
Yeah,
card.
it's still ramped.
So yeah, Josiah's ramping quick.
Here comes
Piet's out.
Piet. Firmus. Good old Firmus.
Firmus punched Dr. Pershing. Everyone's just kicking this scientist.
I went through a brief conspiracy the other day that Piet does not have hands, but I did confirm that he does in fact have hands. Although 90% of his on-screen time, you cannot see his hands. It's always like they're behind his back or he's crossing his arms.
When you do see them, he has gloves on.
Is
right?
that a Legion? No, that's a Force. That looks like it might be from the old LCG.
Oh,
It looks like a Force symbol on there.
I was gonna assume it was like a Chuck E. Cheese
Another
token.
pure white card.
I'm sure you haven't played Inscription, but there's points where you can pull a card that's like completely like VHS static.
Here comes the
Whoa.
Devastator.
Early Devastator with the ramping and the Piet discount. That's big.
Okay, and now
Isaac only has 3 resources, and Devastator's already coming out.
power the dark side to take out Piet or the Devastator. And it does neither? I'm not sure why Power the Dark Side didn't do anything. Maybe it killed Piet just there.
Yeah, I think it they must have discussed something about it.
Iden still standing. So Devastator just lets Josiah assign where indirect damage goes. So it's direct, indirect. So a lot of ramp. We've got, what, 9 resources to 3? Or, I mean, 6? 3 ahead.
Yeah. Oop. Keeps healing a little bit with the Iden ability.
Yeah, Iden. Here comes 9 with the
Wow.
Devastator. The Devastador. There's a Fel the Dragon. Get that out of the sky. Bunch of Tuskens throw some spears at it. As much as I get annoyed when those cards get used against me, it's still...
Another Devastator comes out and kills Iden.
Yep, indirect damage, bypasses shields.
Makes sense. You gotta clear her out before she gets a bunch of healing
Probe
off.
droid looking at cards in hand. I see an Avenger, a Darth Maul, and 3 glared cards. Well, not a Darth Maul, but just a Maul.
Yeah.
The green Maul.
Mandalorian Maul.
Criminal Maul. Paul Maul.
Underworld Maul. Mini Maul. I think that was another Fell the Dragon on the other Devastator. And healing down one again. Oh, he did salvage to pull a Devastator
Oh, wow.
from the discard pile. That's cool. That makes so much sense in this type of deck.
Paying its cost and deal 1. Yeah. Now you've technically sort of got 6 Devastators available to you instead of 3.
And there were no units out for Isaac, so all that damage went on the base.
Oof da, as they say here in Fargo, North Dakota.
Yeah, does Isaac have enough removal to
Well,
stabilize?
it's got to have... there's a Super Laser Blast. It's got to be... I think you, Kurt, were the first person outside of the designers ever to lay eyes on Super Laser Blast when we were at the the pre-release.
I don't know if it's
content creator
100%
events.
true. We're the ones that got the first picture, I think, but I don't know if I was literally the first person. Planetary Bombardment from
Only
Piet.
6, not 12, though.
Yeah, because he didn't have any
It's up to 22.
didn't have any capital ships out at the moment, but I mean that's still a nice amount of damage. Data Vault has what, 33 total?
Yeah.
Gamorrean Guard.
So many resources.
Gamorrean Retainer, I should say. So it does
Yeah,
not
he
have
keeps your
Sentinel at the
teeth
moment.
straight.
That guy needs a retainer. Look at those teeth.
He's being underlit by something. But there's lighting under his arm, but not on that side of his, furry skirt.
Maybe he just has a rash.
All right, here comes the other Devastator. This is
Snoke.
pretty devastating.
Snoke coming out.
Snow came out and then got
Devastator killed it.
devastated.
Yeah, this is like crazy back and forth, just blowing
Devastation.
huge.
I mean,
units
both
up.
Devastators just dump damage when they arrive on the scene, which is really nasty. If he doesn't have a removal card that can deal with this, that's going to be game 1. Okay,
Avenger.
here comes Avenger.
So Avenger kills Devastator instantly. I love this back and forth of Star Destroyers just blowing each other up. It's very cool.
Avenger is going to be a tough one for Josiah because he won't have...
There's another Devastator.
It's another Devastator, and he gets to pick where that indirect damage goes, so that's 4 more to base.
Yeah, might as well keep that pressure up. Looks like
I
Isaac
don't know
took
what button it
initiative.
is. Add 4 to base.
Nope, thank you.
Yeah, because Isaac's got to swing at base to delete that Devastator.
I think someone just conceded.
Oh.
I assume Isaac must have conceded, even with the Avenger.
I mean, he might have been able to... I don't know the story here, but, I mean, with his initiative, attacking first clears that Devastator. I guess
Starts
he must
getting a bunch of
assume
damage
he's
on
got
this.
another Devastator in hand to... because one more Devastator does 4 auto damage to his base. But
Yeah, he was at 26, so he still had 7 damage left.
yeah, I don't know what the story is here.
Maybe he just knows all his removals used up. But the Avenger
The
is
Avenger's
out.
out there. Does he have multiple Avengers? There are 3 Avengers in this deck.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to get to the next match and get a better starting.
Yeah, that's
I don't
a
know.
tough call because in my experience, once the Avengers out, or any blue deck, what hero or villain, like even if you're like 2 damage away from losing, you can still turn it around.
Plus, it's Iden, so she's going to heal 1 per round and try to
Right.
scrape that back.
I don't know. If only there were people in the chat to tell us their feelings.
Yeah, I think we lost some viewers when we were talking about Borgullet. I think we did.
I don't know. I think that's why people tuned into us last time. Buggle it.
Maybe they dropped before Borgullet because they're like, man, there's not enough Borgullet chat. They're talking about this card game and stuff instead of anything interesting. Avenger, this is another one I haven't looked super close at the background before. There's like an interesting kind of like, not nebula, but it's like sort of in front of
Oh
a field of gas, but it's only like partial. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I guess my brain always just assumed it was above a planet, but it's definitely in front of like a blanket that's being pulled over the space.
And if you look in the very top left, I think you see just the edge of, maybe if we had like a hyperspace one, we could see better, but it's like just the edge of a sun or something, maybe some other light source.
Well, let's see what has been sideboarded in.
Avenger. Let's do some Star Wars lore.
What
Whose ship is Avenger? I don't even remember.
Avenger. Devastator is Vader's flagship that we see at the start. Avenger must be from Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, I think it's one of the ones from the asteroid field, isn't it?
That, you know what? I'll tell you what. As a kid, we had them on VHS and it was full screen. And so I was deprived of the information on the left and right sides of the screen until much later when we got them on DVD. And I said, oh my gosh, I was missing a full 25% of this movie my whole life. And that was the first time I saw when they're in the asteroid field and he's having a little conference call with the other Star Destroyer captains. And the asteroid hits the bridge and you just see the one guy fade out.
Yeah,
And I'm
it's so
like,
great.
oh,
And no one even
yeah, no,
cares.
yeah.
Yeah, so Avenger was Captain Nita's ship.
Captain Nita, the ship no longer appears on our scopes.
Asteroids do not concern me, Captain.
Captain Nita.
Apology accepted.
Need
Captain
a
Nita.
break, more like it. There was a
Avenger-
very long time where I almost got asteroids do not concern me as a tattoo. Because I'm like, well, it's sort of like a Zen thing, like, hey, just roll with it. But it's also very literal, like, I'm not too bothered by asteroids.
Yeah.
I did not, in fact, get that as a tattoo.
The Avenger was one of the destroyers responsible for deploying thousands of Viper Pro droids across the galaxy in hyperdrive pods.
Oh, it's like a mom to all those probe droids.
This says it's a Imperial Class 2. Yeah, I guess that matches the art.
Okay, first unit deployed face down, mystery mode. They're still setting up, I think. Must be Josiah's hand. Let's see if we can get another one go to game 3. The ceremonial cutting of the decks. I need to get ceremonial scissors to cut decks, but they're blunt and they're designed to slide
Pick
in
it-
between.
yeah.
Prepare for takeoff.
So Josiah's hunting.
Looking for them Devastators, I would assume. He does have to reveal the unit he grabs.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't typically see that as
It's
a
I
turn
see.
one, but
Okay, he's got a Devastator,
pretty much wants to ramp to the big stuff, so maybe that's more important
a
than
Devastator, and an MC-80,
MC-30.
MC something, MC Chris.
MC-30 Assault Frigate.
But it's a Rebel.
I think this is also a very thematic deck for Josiah in particular to be running, because he has in the past been a world champion of Star Wars Armada,
Oh.
running ships like Star Destroyers and MC-30Cs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
expect
cool.
nothing less. It's probably like culturally obligated to play Piet as an Armada player.
You know, Piet is one I didn't really end up finding much time to give a try this set, even though he looked really cool. I don't have enough of
A lot of
the
those
legendaries and
right.
stuff. You
A
know?
lot of those good Star Destroyers are legendary.
I did finally get a couple
All right, here
Devastators
comes the
from
super laser
Showdown, so-
tech. Two super laser
Ooh.
techs are about to have like a DJ battle. Because if you look at the super laser tech card art, I like to think he's like at like a DJ table.
Oh yeah, especially for sure. Like the if you get a hyperfoil, those are honestly like not that cheap either because they look so good.
Yeah, look at him. He's like. Did they kill each other?
Yeah.
Suicide Pact, the super laser way. Here comes the resupply carrier. Well, I was gonna say Isaac actually gets some ramp this time, but Josiah's keeping up with that ramp.
Got removed
love
by
the-
another I Am Your Father.
Color in that one is pretty fun. I am your father.
Yeah, once again, kind of a nice little nebula thing going on in the background.
Father is 7 damage, or I get to draw 2 cards. It's been a while since I've thought about that card.
Yes.
3
Which-
cards. Yeah, that's
Honestly,
huge.
yeah, that seems really good to me. Doesn't
Why
see
did
that
people
much
stop
play.
playing that? Why didn't anyone move on from set 1? All those cards are perfect.
Also, some of my favorite art. I love this art style with the super thick shadows. Really good. I wish I could paint a Darth Vader mini that good. You know.
Definitely got a little bit of a blue hue to the lighter areas.
So Iden and Piet both deployed. They're
Squaring off.
discussing something.
Oh, here comes the
Big boy. Ooh,
relentless. That's tough against removal, because relentless blanks out your first event.
First event each phase.
Isaac put down another pure white card made of pure shining energy. Piet hitting the base directly.
For those that don't know the lore on Relentless, Constantine's Folly. So that is-
Constantine's a dumbass.
yeah, one of the characters from Star Wars Rebels. Ultimately, he dies. I think he's piloting
He gets-
an interdictor when he.
No, I think he has a. Is he one?
Because they're doing the blockade, and he rushes
Right,
forward towards the Rebel fleet over
And
Adelon.
Thrawn's like, "Oh my God, just follow orders, you dumbass." And yeah, his ship collides with the interdictor, or vice versa, and he dies over Adelon.
I think he's in charge of the interdictor, and the Sato of the Rebels crashes
Yeah,
the
he's
Phoenix home. Pelta
another
into
example
it,
of
or the
Thrawn.
Quasar.
Thrawn, when all of Thrawn's failures in that show are either Thrawn wanted to let them get away, or things outside of his control, like subordinates being dumbasses, or like a Force god making a thunderstorm.
I think there are some points where we see him make kind of dumb mistakes. Ooh, Devastator took out Iden again.
All right, we got 2 destroyers in space.
2 big boys. And on the ground, we have Maul, who's pretty big, and
Anonymous.
I think they both have a shield on them.
Oh, Pershing. I think they both have damage on them.
Oh, yeah, that would make more sense.
I mean, if Maul can hang out for a couple turns, that could be big, but you got to take care of those Star Destroyers, because that's 17 damage a turn right now.
And Relentless, especially, blocking those removal events.
Yep, there he just discarded Power of
Blocked
the Dark
Power
Side.
of the Dark Side, yeah.
Hopefully he's got another one.
And go back to Relentless.
Nandor the Relentless. A lot of Relentless cards in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's above Gorel in that art.
He just did... I think that's No
Oh.
Glory.
Yeah, I hate that card. No glory, only results.
Poor Nebulon B frigate getting nailed in the spar. By the Chimera, actually.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense.
Okay. There's
Sorry.
Palpatine's return to bring that Relentless right back.
Nice.
Somehow Relentless returned. Wow.
Well, at least we don't have any
This is
Zyston class Star Destroyers in this game. Man.
yet.
The card
The
is
card
like
is
50% bigger.
It's so your deck.
Well, this is a tough spot for Isaac. What's he going to do about these? He's in kill range with the both
There's
of
an
those.
Avenger.
So that's going to take out
One of them. I'm not sure which is the better choice here.
And the opponent gets to choose, so Josiah gets to choose. He took out Relentless. I'm honestly a little surprised. I thought he might keep Relentless.
Yeah, because that Relentless was protecting him from those removal events.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here comes
Maybe.
Overwhelming
Ooh.
Barrage. He's going to have to spread it
Planetary
out among the
Bombardment.
ground people, I think. He can't choose where it goes because of Don.
Oh, right. Devastator lets him pick.
Yep,
So he
there
can
we
just
go.
put 12 straight to base. Wow. That's a fun play. That was
Yeah,
cool.
that's cool to see Piet doing some work. Nice to see Iden on the table. But, yeah, that's the first I've seen of Piet in a long time, and that did... It was extremely efficient.
Obviously, a lot of ramp, stuff like the resupply carrier is great for that. But, yeah, he doesn't even need that many of the piddly units other than, like, the super laser technician. That was interesting. I feel like the way that second game happened, there was even less chance for Iden to heal off of stuff, which is like a big thing you need to you kind of want like a bunch of cheap units you can take out easily and then keep healing. And he doesn't really get that opportunity with the huge Star Destroyers. Even with the removal cards and stuff, it's like just not that many cards to
Yeah, that
get rid
was
of.
a really tough matchup. Like, he needed to find more of those Power of the Dark Sides, and then when he did, Relentless was out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a really tough matchup for Isaac, but
It looks like Relentless was one of the sideboard things for Josiah. That makes sense. You really want it for a matchup like this. Palpatine's Return also was a sideboard.
Palpatine's Return and Salvage. A lot of ways to keep pulling these Star Destroyers out of the discard, which is crazy.
Makes sense, though. Just, yeah, get those big units out as fast as possible. Keep bringing them back. For exactly like matchups like this, right? You know, they're just going to get one shot somehow. You don't have that many units to survive through a one shot. That was very interesting. Now we can watch them shuffle. Josiah's doing the multiple separate piles shuffle.
I always hear people say that statistically, like, not as good as all the other ways of shuffling. But I don't know. I'm not a shuffle scientist. I will tell you a fun fact.
Okay.
If you were to shuffle a regular deck of playing cards, regular 52 card deck, the combination that those cards are in is going to be unique in all of human history. Because it's like whatever to the 52nd power
Yeah.
or whatever.
The statistical likelihood of it being the exact same order.
Yeah.
That was fun. Planetary Bombardment as a finishing play is very thematic. These huge Star Destroyers like blowing each other up and doing these siege attacks on the planet and stuff. It's fun.
Well, that was the end of round 4. Going to be coming into our last round here before our cut to top 4, I believe.
Was it 5 rounds before the cut,
I
or
think
was
it was
4?
5 rounds, then cut to top 4.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Last time we did this, it was 6 rounds cut to top 8. So going to be a little bit quicker today. Might have some time to explore Fargo.
Yeah, I guess we should see if we can figure out food quickly.
Yeah.
Have we checked the battery on the phone recently too?
I'll check in a second when I go out there. Last time I checked, it was good. How many digits does a Toydarian have on each hand?
I would
Little
think
Annie,
it's got.
you're here. You're here. You're a slave. You're ready to clean the racks and go home.
Sagawado. I would think it's either gonna be 3 or 4. I'm gonna say 3.
You're correct. Okay, wrong answers only. Chat, everyone who's still keenly paying attention. What does Yoda on Dagobah admit that he is not strong enough to prevent?
My first thought was a big ol' fart. I can't hold it back.
Luke,
Do a Yoda voice.
strong am I in the Force, but not that strong.
Hold it back. I cannot.
This is a good That's What She Said. A New Hope is so full of That's What She Said. Who takes one look at the Millennium Falcon and tells Han, "You came in that thing? You're braver than I thought."
I remember that being like playground game in the 90s. Was
Coming
like,
in that thing?
No, it was like saying Star Wars quotes that sound different.
Oh. Luke, at that speed, do you think you can pull out in time? A small thermal exhaust port just below the main port.
Just impacted on the surface.
Didn't go in. Who is Luke Skywalker talking with when he insists that they're still good in Darth Vader? They're like technical support, customer support.
It.
Probably Kenobi, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say it could be Yoda or Kenobi. I think it's probably Obi-Wan's Force Ghost.
Yeah. Which is Obi-Wan.
Well, maybe, or is it sort of like if you made a computer program copy of someone where it's kind of like he thinks he's Obi-Wan, but really it's the Force mimicking Obi-Wan.
Oh, wow. This is like the teleporter philosophical problem, but with Force Ghosts. Because
I was gonna ask the Unlimited Judge as he went through, but he went through too quick. Huh? I'm sure he had some actual business to do. What is the official canon Star Wars Unlimited rules answer of is a Force Ghost the same card? I guess it wouldn't be.
where on wrong answers only, where in Geonosis does Poggle the Lesser say he'll send his defeated warriors to hide? Cancun.
I mean,
Do you know the real answer?
I don't know word for word what he says. I assume they're hiding underground on Geonosis. Obviously, long term, that does not work out for them. So maybe should have sent them somewhere else.
The Catacombs.
The Catacombs. Okay. Wow. The Republic wouldn't think to look there. Yeah, that one did not work out for you. Sorry, Poggle. Maybe not 100% his fault, but poor Poggle.
Oh, Poggle. All right, I'm going to go check the battery on the camera. I'm going to go see if there's any sandwiches lying around on the floor. But we should eat something.
Yeah.
At least 1/4 portion.
Oh man, when are we gonna get Unkar Plut in this game?
Yeah. He was in Destiny pretty early.
Yeah, he wasn't in Destiny. That's what Joe was saying off mic. Unkar Plut. I feel like he's rewarding junk traders bringing junk to him, right? So you could do something like if you have an upgrade in your discard pile, do blah 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 to give someone a shield token or experience token or something like that. Maybe give an XP to a fringe unit. That would be extra thematic, but maybe too limiting.
Battery seems topped off.
Nice.
Angle looks good. I'm gonna take a little break to walk around.
Cool.
Feel free to.
Well, I'll just chat to the stream. I'll talk to him. I mean, I could look up a conversation card topic if people wanted. Let me try a random Star Wars conversation card. This is number 104. Would you rather live on a planet that's one big city like Coruscant, or a wild planet with only a few settlements like Sorgan? Sorgan, I'm gonna look this up. Is this the Village People planet? Let's get answers. Wikipedia. How's it spelled? Sorgan. Breathable, forested swamp planet. Outer territories. In 9 ABY, it was home to a Clatuanian tribe, which frequently raided a small Krill farming village. So yeah, so that's the one from The Mandalorian. In my opinion, I mean, I don't want to live on a planet that's one big city and has like no nature and stuff. There's definitely downsides to living on a planet with very few people, but I think overall I would prefer that. It also says here, Coruscant, one of the galaxy's core worlds, is a planet-wide city. Before the Empire's rise, Coruscant was home to the Galactic Senate, the Jedi Temple, and a bustling underworld. On the other hand, Sorgan and other peaceful planets like it are dotted with scattered villages. Their inhabitants typically live off the land as fishers, hunters, and farmers. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a farmer, but, you know, sparsely populated planets still have small cities. There could be like a Fargo-sized city on Sorgan or some similar planet. I wouldn't want to live on a sparsely populated Tatooine-type planet, but a planet with a cool forest, that would be cool. I mean, I would even live on Endor. I would live with some Ewoks.
I'll just give it close.
Just such a disgusting margin. Like,
Oh, yeah.
$10.
much on mic? Or
Sure.
should we mute?
No, I mean, content, I guess.
Just taking a quick peek around the tables, what people are still playing. Seems like pretty good variety out there from what I'm seeing. There's like a lot of different stuff. I just saw a Bosk playing on one of the top tables. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff.
I just looked around the store. And Bethany, if you're watching, I did not see Magic issue number 1. Or any other Jeff comics that we didn't already see.
Alright, alright.
Which Star Wars character is the most like you? What traits do you share? R5D4.
I was going to say Salacious Crumb. Borgullet.
Borgullet. I really like to
Finally, a
get my
character I can
hands on
see
people.
myself in.
Borgullet. Ooh, I'm tired. I don't want to have any more caffeine until I eat, though.
Turkey and provolone? Is that what you want?
Yep.
With just like everything?
Except tomatoes. Tomatoes are dumb.
Everything except tomatoes.
Turkey provolone, no tomato. Mike's way, except for the tomato. Why would I want like a disc of water on my sandwich that makes it taste worse?
Do you want a drink or anything?
I got my drinks over here.
What would I want? What would I want? Just scrolling through the site, all the sandwiches just look the same. It's like I see a little meat, I see a bunch of lettuce, I see some tomato. The buns are the same. Grapple Thug says, "Heard I was next up on stream." Could be.
You could be. What table? Are you doing good? I've been picking from like the top 3 tables. I feel like it's fair that if somebody comes in the chat and asks to be on stream that they... I suppose if he's here, probably not listening to the audio of this right now.
No, someone could have an earpiece in while they play.
Grapple Thug, can you hear me? Yeah, if I pick you to be on stream, I'm going to make you take out any headphones so you're not listening to our commentary where we go, oh, looks like he's got 3 super laser blasts in hand.
Also, you can hear what we're ordering for lunch
Yeah.
and use that against your opponent somehow.
What are the standings?
Okay, I'm going to go attempt to order lunch.
Okay. Godspeed. Let me see if I can find... Oh, now I can see some records. Okay, we've got 3 3-0s. Grapple Thug asking to be on stream is currently 2-1. Can I have them?
I was like, actually, now's a really good time to
Okay, let's see if I don't think I unmuted the right one. There we go. Okay. Round 5 is about to start here, so we should get a table set up in a few minutes. This is the last round before the top 4 cut. I think I said 4 rounds. Oh, that's definitely going to be Ryan. I think he's the only one using the paper mat. Ooh, and an executor mat. Dang. Okay. Ooh, the shiny foil echo bass from the that's from the Twin Suns deck pods. I love that one. The foil on it looks so good. And then an Anakin yellow. Interesting.
It's Ryan and Jacob. I don't think we have the
Jacob?
deck list yet.
Okay.
I told him it was cool to use that silly paper mat. I was like, probably gonna have a big plan.
Yeah, we can let him flex with the the paper and the cardboard tokens.
All right, Star Wars people, gentle beings. Ready for round 5. This is the 5th round of Swiss. After this, we'll be doing a cut to top 4.
Sounds like at the moment we have 2 4-0s, which is probably them. Were they table
No,
1?
I think they're 3 and 1.
Okay.
These two are 3 and 1.
We have 2 4-0s. It sounds like it should work out that we have one after this round. We should have 1 5-0 and 3 4-1s. So it should be a pretty clean top 4 cut. I don't know. I never know how that stuff's gonna work out.
It's magic.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Jacob from Sioux Falls, my local unlimited scene. We got Ryan, a Fargo local. He's been on the show a couple times, so I hope they both win.
They should go 1-1 and then draw. That's the ideal. So then they're both perfectly even.
Yeah.
Man, the executor sleeves too. I love that.
Participation. Ryan's got the fancy foil echo base and the paper starter playmat with like the rules on it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you interested in this at all?
Yeah.
didn't grab your
Oh,
notes either.
yes.
Oh, there's the standings.
Nice.
Cool. Thank you.
We've been handed the standings.
So we've got father and son, Elliot and Casey, as the 2 4-0s. That's cool. And then Ryan and Jacob are currently 3rd and 4th going into this round. And then Jake and Josiah, who've both been on stream earlier, are 5 and 6. And John and Andy, friends of the show, except for they faced John and Andy faced each other on stream in our last PQ. So
I see in our chat, Jacob is cheering for himself. That's another
That's
guy
allowed.
named Jacob. So I'm assuming he's cheering for himself.
Ooh, we've let's see. We've already got Inferno Squadron with
Oh yeah, they started, huh?
I think an Iden
Ooh, a
pilot
hyperspace
on it.
Inferno 4, Sane Marana. Ooh, that base looks real
I think
slick on
that's
camera.
Iden pilot.
Yeah, that's Iden. That's Joe Biden. Here comes a Cassian, played the old-fashioned way.
And is that Anakin's interceptor in space? Okay.
Thank you. I don't know what all these percentages are on the standings. There's an OMW, a TGW. These are all like tiebreakers, I assume. Like strength of
Yeah,
schedule.
something about win percentage and yeah.
Here comes a glared card. Oh, that must be a Spark of Rebellion because he's showing his hand. Get rid of the overwhelming barrage. Get rid of it.
Ooh, it's a hyper one as well. I see Lom Pike in
Yes, it's gone. I hate that card. Burn it. I never claimed to be a biased commentator or an unbiased commentator. I'm biased against overwhelming barrage.
Ryan played Lom Pike, which I love for Gar. That's a really fun one. Keep shielding your guys up.
Garr. Okay, we got Grogu. Lom Pike is extra scary with the set 5 Vader.
Right.
Which, unless things are getting real weird, should not be in Ryan's deck. Don't have to worry about that yet.
Grogu has 5 health.
And 4 fingers.
But if Lom shields himself up on attack, he would get to 5 and be able to one-shot Grogu. So, he could be able to take him out before he exhausts.
I mean,
stuff.
we saw Grogu pull a surprise strike earlier to kill somebody. Okay, here's Lom shielding himself and Anakin's interceptor, taking nothing back. Lom Pike just kicking a baby point blank.
And he doesn't even lose the shield because Grogu has no power to do back to him.
Uh-huh. Here comes Ahsoka. Ahsoka the Wise. Or Ahsoka the Gray, Ahsoka the White, something like that. Chasing Whispers. So he's got to discard a card. If it's a unit, he exhausts somebody. It was not a unit, it was Shield the Wing or whatever that one's called.
Yeah, cover the wing.
There's a no glory, only results. Just the most disgusting of removal cards because it can even kill folks like the TIE Phantom or Chewbacca. Which design-wise, I feel like they just wanted you to be able to take advantage of opponent when defeated abilities, but in reality, it's just an even harder to avoid removal card.
Yeah.
All right, Anakin throwing some damage into Inferno 4. Inferno 4 doing some damage to Mos Eisley. Matches the description of a ship that blasted its way out of Mos Eisley.
Shoot, I got these health backwards. That was dumb. There we go. Sorry about that.
We're off to a quick start. Cassian dumping into that shiny Echo base.
And we're on to the 6th resource. Or no,
I think we're on
just got to
5.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going pretty speedy.
Man, I love those executor sleeves. Those are so good.
All right. Looking at his resources. Counting his resources.
No, we are up to 6. Yeah, we just
we
got
are
to
up
6.
to 6. There we go.
So both these leaders will be deploying this turn.
It's what they
if
call the
want.
flop.
And he's already up to 24 damage. This is...
We've been saying a lot all day, but like they say here, oofta. All right, there goes the shield on Lom Pike. Jacob deciding Lom Pike cannot be tolerated.
Yeah, but when he attacks, he can give him the shield, give himself the shield back, and still attack for 5. Anyways,
Maybe he's got a ambusher. He can ambush before he gets that shield back.
Ryan's considering his. No, he's going with Lom.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he
Gets the
gives.
shield back, gives it back to Anakin, Starfighter, which should be hitting for 5 now, I think.
Yeah.
He's at 29. Here comes Anakin.
Now at this point, it is dangerous to deploy Gar because Anakin would just take him out. Oop. Shuttle stealing that shield back that
Oh,
Lone put on
wow.
it. That's awesome.
Yeah, the Pterodon.
But yeah, I doubt Ryan wants to deploy Gar Saxon.
I mean, he's just 1 damage away. He's just got to claim, right?
Yeah, I think Jacob just conceded. Because, yeah, there's probably nothing you can do to do anything about all those units.
That was quick.
That was fast. Player 2.
That, I mean, Lom Pike really seemed like the driving force there. Like, it was just fast stuff.
Yeah.
Lom Pike being able to take out Grogu. Not sure if they're doing any sideboarding or surfboarding.
Yeah, looks like they're looking through. We'll
Jacob
see,
does have 2 bamboozles in his deck and 1 in his sideboard. And then 1 Fang Fighter. And I feel like he needs to pull out all the bamboozles and Fang Fighters into the main deck because obviously against Gar, you got to hit those upgrades hard. Ryan, looking at his sideboard. Oh, he's holding on to some unexpected escapes. He's expecting to. He's ready for his people to be captured. That's interesting. That would certainly be surprising if I captured somebody and they pulled that card out.
Oh. Yeah, this is interesting too. I know one card that Ryan has used a lot when he's been playing with Gar is Legal
Race card.
Authority.
Oh.
Oh
yeah.
But looking at the list here, that's only in his sideboard actually.
He told me he was going to capture a unit today. So if I don't see that on stream, I'm going to be disappointed in him. He said,
There's
I'm
no
going to
proof
capture.
if it's not on stream, so
Yeah,
can't
that's
trust
sort of
him.
something you realize when you become a YouTuber. If it wasn't filmed, it didn't happen.
yeah. Anyone could just make something up, lie about it.
It really does break your brain, like when you're playing a board game, and I'm like, I'm not filming this. What's the point? What am I supposed to have fun? Quick little rapid fire trivia session while they cut decks and stuff. Wrong answers only, chat. Who does Darth Sidious refer to as young and naive?
Yoda. I don't even know if I know the real Darth Sidious specifically, right?
Yeah, it's he is referring to a very young character.
And naive specifically. It would be funny if it was baby Yoda.
He's young.
I hate that little brat.
He's talking about Queen Amidala
Oh,
and how she
right. She's gonna go
he
along
naively
with his scheme.
expects her to fall in line.
She's gonna kind of fall for his whole trap.
I mean,
basically,
fair enough to
with the
assume that
blockade.
a 16-year-old or 14-year-old elected monarch would just sort of be pliable, but no,
Yeah.
she was cooler than that.
I was thinking of Revenge of the Sith, but that must be him talking to.
He's talking to Newt Gunn,
Trade
right?
Federation, yeah, in Phantom Menace. So that makes sense. like, it's funny. It's very weird in a way. In Rebels, he ends up like talking to Ezra Bridger, and he like knows who Ezra Bridger is. He knows who
We've
Kanan
got
Jarrus
a
is.
looks like a Sabine
Yeah, probably.
and an Inferno 4.
Ooh, we put one on top. One
When
on
are we gonna
bottom.
get Ursa and Tristan ran?
We should. That'd be cool. The more Mandos we get, the better Bo-Katan decks become.
Right. Now the game really begins. Sabine is always a very strong opener.
Yeah.
Okay, Ezra. Now,
Before Sabine
normally
attacked.
you would want to get your attack off as soon as possible in case they remove them, but this is better because now having 2 units on the table protects you from power of the dark side.
Fair.
Iden hopping on to Inferno 4, even though she is Inferno 1, I believe. Sabine dumping 3 into the base. Some scary looking cards in Ryan's hand there. Ooh, he has Devotion as an upgrade. That's not one you see all the time. I've never seen such devotion in a droid before. I also don't know many droids. You know what? There were other droids on the Lars homestead. There was like that Roomba with like the light bulb on his head walking by at night. What happened to them?
They're probably pretty devoted too.
Yeah, they're like, man, I was devoted to Owen and Baru, and now
This new guy shows up and disabling Fang Fighter, shoots Iden out of the cockpit.
leaving the ship intact. Yeah, I expect to see more Fang Fighters and some bamboozles here. Ryan, carefully considering his options. I feel like when commentating a blue player, it should be more golf type, and like a red player should be more like
Professional
rugby.
wrestling.
Yeah, or wrestling. Ezra Bridger, 3 to base. Looking at the top card of his deck. Is he? Leaving it on top. Ooh, brother. Ryan playing a TIE Brute into the space arena.
Two of them even.
Et tu? TIE Brute?
Ty Brutus. And we're going on to 5 resources.
5 is a scary turn when you're playing against green villainy.
Not that he has any huge things to do an overwhelming on, but I mean, still, you'd get 5 off of that Inferno 4, and that would clear off a couple things.
Yeah.
Things.
I want an event called Double Our Efforts, but it's all one word, like Moff Jared says it.
Double Our Efforts. Redouble. So fast you don't even hear the re. Like Uncle Owen, you
Are
don't
you
hear the
sure
un.
he says re?
I think it's redouble.
I think he just says we shall double efforts.
We shall redouble efforts.
No, he says we shall double efforts.
We'll see. If
Fang
there's
Fighter
one for-
trading with a Brute. Heals 2 off the base, but can't do nothing for that.
Good to take it out before it gets upgraded. I
Yeah.
suppose.
Speaking of upgrades, here comes another Iden? Question mark? Just
He didn't add add a shield, so it could be. I don't know. Is it Vader pilot? Wingman? No.
it must have been
I don't know.
Wingman Victor 3.
He didn't add any tokens. Or
Yeah,
anything.
one of the victors gives an experience, the other gives the
Or is it just
TIE fighter.
devotion or something?
Oh yeah, it's probably devotion. I've never seen such devotion in a tie before. Oh, fake out with the TIE fighter there. Oh, here's the real deal. 2 more to base. Even though that thing has a huge gun, it does the same damage as a regular TIE fighter. In this game, at least. Oh, wow. Extra devoted. You can... Oh, we can't hear them, but I could tell Jacob went, ugh. With that, it was the way he leaned forward. Is that a Poe?
Yeah, it
Jacob
looks like
really
Poe.
needs a bamboozle or a waylay or something. Does he have waylays in his hand?
Waylay would be really
There
nice.
are no waylays in his deck. He does have spare the target, which is basically better than waylay. This game is a lot more even than the last one, but Jacob's got to deal with Inferno 4. There we go. Spare the target on Inferno 4. Returns to hand. All the devotions are gone.
Nice. Oop, yeah, I missed
Man, a
the
restore
healing
4.
on that too. There we go. Yeah, this one feels a lot closer so far. And it's the 6th resource turn. Ooh, our food is here. I will be right back.
And then we're just going to eat right on mic. There is Unexpected Escape,
Whoa.
which I don't think did anything. Did he just play it as like a burn turn to buy himself a free pass? Or was it discarded for some reason? I forget. Wasn't looking. We're curious about our food. There goes Ezra. Ezra is discarding Grogu. Ezra finds Grogu in the trash and goes, nah. Alright, Gar is out. No upgrades yet. Gar, gonna be hard to deal with. Here comes Anakin. Oh, the Unexpected Escape also exhausts. I haven't even... I don't know if I've ever even seen that card in a real game against me. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great. Kind of a yellow event in blue. All right, here comes Overwhelming Barrage, wiping out Poe. It's like it all went into Poe. Welcome back, Kurt.
So
the Unexpected Escape
Just to
is in the deck
exhaust.
because it's just straight up just an exhaust, which is pretty clutch, especially in
Yeah.
a non-yellow deck.
blue exhaust for one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So guard deployed.
Sabine
Put something-
smashed into Gar. Yep, Gar has got Overwhelming Barrage as well. Overwhelming Garage?
I don't know which is which.
I wish the mute feature on these microphones actually worked, because they sure don't. So I don't know how to eat food on stream without being
I'm probably just
obnoxious.
gonna wait till they wrap up. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm not going to eat until this game is over. I think we can hold out here. Anakin's got to smash through Gar there.
For sure.
Okay, now there's only one unit on the table for Jacob to deal with, and then maybe get a little bit of breathing room.
So Anakin would have had +4, so he would have done 8. Gar had, I guess it's only 1 to base, because Gar was also pumped up from the, whatchamacallit, overwhelming, so not that much actually got through. Oh, wait.
Oh, he bravadoed Anakin.
Ah.
Takes us up
that-
to 22.
Yeah, that is good for an Anakin deck.
Hyperspace bravado. Wowee. Oh boy. You could say he underestimated his power. Oh, is that game? It looks like Ryan didn't think he had a way to stop Anakin from taking it home there.
Yeah, fair. So it looks like we're going on to game 3. Yeah. There was an interesting
Ooh-wee.
turnaround there.
All right. Another in-between game trivia contest for you, chat. All right, chat. Oh. I want real answer, but I also want fake answer. What two people are invited separately to join with Darth Vader and rule the galaxy together? Give me wrong answers and right answers.
What two people are invited separately by Darth Vader?
To rule the galaxy together.
Huh. I mean, obviously Luke, but... I am blanking on who a second one would be.
All right,
Obi-Wan's
chat,
Force Ghost.
you got a chance to beat out Kurt here.
Finally,
There it
we will
is,
have-
Cody. You got it, Cody. It's Padme. On Mustafar, he goes, "We can rule the galaxy. We can overthrow him. Make things the way we want them to be."
Okay, I guess Sidious dubbed him Vader right before he left to
Yeah,
go there.
man. No, he was called Darth Vader right after he chopped Windu's hand off.
Yeah, so that's right before he goes to...
I mean, it's not right before. He chops up all the Jedi, and then he goes talks to Padme, and he's like, "Hey, I gotta go to Mustafar."
Nah, I guess it counts. He's not wearing the armor though, so in my mind, it's not the real thing. I do think it would be funny to try to get a Force Ghost to rule the galaxy with you, because it's like, hey, it's our immortal leader.
Right? You think the Force Ghost would have been putting in more work for the rebellion, like as spies and stuff. It's like, nah, this isn't my fight. I'm done. I died. I that's my out.
Just like pretending to be a hologram. to
What
blend in.
threesome accompanied 3PO on his first space flight?
Accompany 3PO on his first space flight. So he
Ooh,
would be
Krennic.
going off of Tatooine.
This is not table 1, Zero
This
Coolest.
would be table 2, technically.
I think this is table 2, yeah. These are both 3-1s. Table 1 is currently a father-son pair who are both 4-0. But turns out, if you ask to be on stream, in the stream chat, I'll put you on stream. Director Krennic. Oh, there's Krennic's shuttle doing nothing, I guess. Just
Yeah, it doesn't really need to. He wants to keep upgrades on both units for sure, I think. Comes out for 1 cheaper because of Krennic, which is nice.
oh yeah.
But even without that, Krennic is nice for this deck because
Well,
he's
here's
a
a
2 cost with a shield.
Falcon, first Falcon we've seen.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome, Zero Coolest. You know what? You're at least like 2 coolest, not 0. What happened to the Falcon there? Oh, it traded with
Yeah, crashed
the
into the
shuttle
I
because
guess.
it had the +1 from Gar.
Yeah. Interesting. Just to keep it locked down. Yeah, and then the Anakin shuttle.
The
or
old
thing to take
car saxophone.
out. Anakin. Was that an Anakin interceptor crashing into that?
Yes, that was Anakin's interceptor or Anakin's fighter
Doesn't
or whatever
it
you call
only
it.
have 2 power?
He used Anakin's ability
Oh,
to
da,
buff
da,
it.
da. Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Always assume the players are smarter than us.
It's like
That's
Iden.
ground Iden.
Yeah. Which is good for Gar because, again, she comes out with a shield. And 4/3, so she's attacking for 5. Not at all bad.
Oh, and she got bounced with a spare the target.
Krennic attacks for 3.
Jacob claims the initiative. Do some John Madden style commentary where it's just really obvious. You know, if they want to win the game, they got to do more damage to the opponent's base. They're going to have to play some cards this next turn if they want to stay in the game. Both players really looking at their hands. Not their, like, body parts, but that's what you call a conglomeration of cards.
Now, they did both go up to 5 resources.
Here's Poe. It's tough. It's tough to see Poe all by himself when you're facing a blue villain. Is there a Power of the Dark Side? No, there is an upgrade on Krennic that slipped under there a little too fast. It's entrenched. I think that's entrenched. Bamboozle bounces the entrenched and the shield. Krennic slipped in his own trench. Bamboozle, legendary artwork.
Yeah. Exhaust unit. Return each upgrade on it to its owner's hand. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid...
Anti-Gar tech.
Ryan claiming initiative. That's the end of the turn. Now let's see if Jacob can have a turn with Poe before he gets deleted by various blue means. Ryan won the last Planetary Qualifier here in Fargo back in January with Bosk Green. Looking to have a repeat performance. Throwing down his 6th resource. Jacob bringing out the rock from Rock, Paper, Scissors to resolve some sort of dispute.
I hope we get an event sometime that's like the Andor season 2 Rock, Paper,
Roski
Scissors.
Rules. It's called, I looked it up because that's who I am. Roski Rules of, it's like called like 5 Hands. I think it's called 5 Hands is the Rock, Paper, Scissors. That's another entrenched. Krennic crawling back into his trench. Which means
Not his
he's
Admiral Trench.
hitting for 6.
I think so.
Poe is attacking base, discarding 2. Looks like 1 to do 2 to base, 1 to discard that trench again. Or maybe he hit... Looks like he attacked Krennic, getting rid of the upgrade on him as well as just 2 to base. Poe forearms Dameron.
Another Iden pilot on ground. Anakin's thinking about deploying. There he goes. And Gar deploys as well. Into the blinding light of the sun.
I think he has a den. Gar.
Gar's garden.
Ooh, the Falcon. Was that a smuggle? I think that was a smuggle Falcon. There goes Anakin straight into base. The artwork on this Falcon is when Miss Frizzle Magic School Bus shrank it and they went into someone's large intestine.
Probably like Jabba's or something.
I should have stayed home today. All right, things are looking in Jacob's favor, but you can never that sort of thing can happen.
Overwhelming Barrage takes out Anakin instantly.
That's a classic blue-green villain move. Throw a card on the table, sheepishly gesture towards an opponent's card, and then watch that card go away.
Yeah, I think it was on Iden. Yeah. So she's up to 7 power. So she could attack and kill Poe or something too. This match has had a lot of really interesting back and forth so far. I mean, you can tell that both of them have we've had 2 matches. They've seen how each other's decks work, and they're really trying to figure out how to outplay each other.
Yeah, you can't see it on camera, but they are maintaining constant eye contact this entire time. All right, Poe is attacking base, discarding Grogu to do something. Discard a card from hand, I think. Oh, no. Must have been just 2 more on base. Now the Falcon is entrenched in that space trench we see it in. Here comes a smuggled Cassian ready to rock. Iden taking out Poe. Soon we will have a new Poe once we see this gray smoke come out of the chimney.
Cassian goes to base.
Jacob's really just trying to rush the last 8 damage here. But things have turned around again, especially with that. He might have to bamboozle his own guy.
Ryan took initiative without Gar attacking.
Ah.
Because I don't think Gar has enough to finish off Cassian in one go. Or some other
Doesn't have
reason. I don't know if that's the reason.
Doesn't have the gas for the Cass.
Very, very interesting. Ryan just threw out. I think it's a Vader because I see him searching a bunch of cards.
Yeah, that'd be Vader, all right.
And he pulled a Phase 3 Dark Trooper to block and ambushed into Cassian to kill him.
Now this is a conundrum for Jacob. A conundrum if I've ever seen one.
That really swung it back in a big way. I mean, Ryan has a lot of damage to do still. But if that upgrade
Okay,
stays
there's
up,
the Fang Fighter pulling him out of the trenches. The Falcon hits for how much?
5.
I mean, that's 2 turns.
Does Ryan have anything he can do to remove some of that space
This
stuff?
is... Ryan's obviously got enough on the ground to do a lot of work, but I don't think it's enough to win in 2 turns. Without doing the math, if Jacob claims here, he'll win next turn. Okay, Ryan already claimed, so he's got to hope he's got some kind of...
Like another overwhelming barrage or something. I don't
Or,
know if
you
that
know,
would be- yeah, I guess on Vader it would be enough.
Fell the Dragon, no glory, something like that. It's got to be coming here.
Well, because even
Oh, the Fang Fighter
the Fang
can do
Fighter
it
could
too.
do it. Yeah, so
the
you
Fang
need
Fighter
an
is close
overwhelming
enough.
and take them both. Oh, there it is.
Of course.
And it's a hyperspace one.
Well, does Jacob have some, what's it called?
Some kind of direct base damage, like a daring raid or
Daring
something.
raid?
See,
There
Plo
are no
Koon-
daring raids in here.
Plo Koon took out the Phase 3.
Uh-huh.
And Plo Koon can finish off the base if someone doesn't.
Yeah,
Kill
someone's
him.
got to kill him, which will save a little bit of damage from...
Gar's killing him. But if you're spending all your time killing these units, you're never getting any more base damage
Alright,
on. It's a tough
claims
spot.
the initiative. Left 3 resources unspent. That was a Hemingway poem. 3 resources, never spent.
Does Ryan have any more cards for this turn?
I mean, he's sitting on 4 resources, so what's he gonna do? What's he thinking?
He's got to save stuff for next turn too, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, here comes a secret card. It's the card that counts all the other cards. Oh, and then
Right in our blind spot.
something shielded. Maybe it's
Yeah.
a Krennic or something. I think Krennic's only
Something-
2.
He's only 2. 3 costs.
Three-
Does he have
3 cost
Outram
shielded.
Outlaws in here.
The client?
The client.
The
Yeah, it's got to be the client.
It's a Werner Herzog. He Herzogged us. Star Wars Unlimited is a complicated profession. Wouldn't you agree?
Man, it kind of swung back the other way, but
We've got an L3.
Oh, L3. Yeah.
L3. All right,
Just
there's
needs to
Vader
get
going into base.
Anything through.
Yeah, and L3 only hits for 2. That's not a winner there.
And obviously Ryan has a lot he can attack with in the meantime.
Oh, there goes the Snowtrooper Lieutenant for the buffed attack to get the last 6 on the base. Ryan sneaks it out in game 3.
Wow. Very interesting. Man, that was kind of a big swing because it. Back when he only had 8
Man, I haven't
damage
seen
on
a
Jacob.
Snowtrooper Lieutenant in years.
I mean, it's a pretty Imperial heavy deck.
It's definitely
you
a
know?
very Ryan deck in that there are cards that I never see anyone play that are doing incredible work.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely what I expect from Ryan is he's playing a card that I don't think I've seen anybody put this on the table in a long time, and then he's doing it. I'm like, oh, of course, why wouldn't you be running that card?
Honestly, back when Jacob only had 8 damage on his base and Ryan was already at 27, I thought, like, man, I don't think he's going to turn around. Something's going to get through in space or something. But he got that OB exactly when he needed to.
That entrenched on the Falcon slowed the Falcon down by that 1 turn necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that overwhelming barrage was gross.
That was clutch. Wow.
Yeah, another
good
smuggled
match.
Cassian might have been able to come out, but that was some good stuff there. Great match, 2 great players.
Yeah, I think there was like some really effective arena dodging stuff happening that was interesting.
Yeah,
That was good.
that was some good stuff. So Ryan will be 4-1. So I think we can expect to see Ryan in the top 4. I don't know if some of the players who are now 3-2, I think only a couple of them are going to make top 8. So we'll see who squeezes into the top 8 there. But we're doing a cut to top 4. Ooh, Han Solo in the deck never came out. That could have been handy.
Oh, yeah,
and a
that would
Windu. Han and Windu never showing up. That's tough.
Yeah, because he needed some big ambusher to come
Same
out
with
and
Kira.
take
We
out
never
those
saw
units.
cards in here that we never saw was Han, Windu, and Kira. Could have been real big ones.
Yeah.
Like imagine putting out Kira and saying overwhelming barrage.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking.
Foil Champs and Dula.
Yeah, that's another good one because he was lower on resources that whole time. Sometimes, obviously this is not a game of chance, far from it. But sometimes you just get dinged by your favorite cards being at the bottom of your deck when you need them most.
Yeah.
Like Jacob, he almost had, if any of those cards had shown up, that would have been game for him easy, but those cards just did not want to appear.
That's why you need the heart of the cards. That's part of every good card gamer's training regimen is getting, influence with your deck so that it likes you and pulls the cards you need.
Yeah,
Spending
it
extra
depends.
quality time
I
with
haven't asked. I don't know if Jacob had his deck like in the passenger seat, like buckled in, being able to see the sights, or if it was like stuffed in a bag, neglected. Those kind of things can influence a game like this.
Yeah. You need every edge you can get.
Or maybe it was just Ryan's starter deck paper playmat.
It's like a kind of a mind game, right? It intimidates your opponent. Like, whoa, what is this guy doing? Is this
I
his
like
first time playing?
I mean, he's got the foil base. It'd be extra good to have the paper mat with the paper tokens, but also like a showcase or something. That was, I think, maybe one of my favorite games I've seen on stream today. We've had really good games every time on stream, but this one was great. And yeah, Meridia says there's not much to see between Sioux Falls and Fargo. You're right. I drove here yesterday from South Dakota, and it is the most mind-numbing drive, I think. It's a little bit better up north of Madison, because I wasn't on the interstate the whole way, and there's like some lakes and stuff, and then eventually you get northern South Dakota, and you get on the interstate, and you're like, okay, it's the same forever.
It's definitely nicer this time of year rather than winter. Like, you can kind of see like the trees and fields. It's a little interesting.
I mean, I'll tell you what, when I moved to Arizona, and like an hour and a half drive in Arizona was so much easier on your brain than like a 30-minute drive in North Dakota, because like, oh, there's like rock formations and I can like gauge the passage of time.
Yeah. I don't think people realize like how insanely flat the Red River Valley is.
Well,
People
that's
talk about like Nebraska or something being flat, but like you can see
well,
if,
yeah.
if there's nothing between you, you can see all the way to like infinity. Basically, it's like insane.
Yeah, when I moved to South Dakota, people like, "Oh, welcome to It's Flat," and I'm like, "This is so." There is so much like terrain differentiation in this area than there is where I grew up. Like, oh look, there's a hill. There's like, I'm driving down a country road and there's like a hill and I can't see past it. Like that's crazy elevation for me when I grew up. Where there's like, like in Fargo, I can only think of one hill. It's over like by the park, downtown on like Broadway or whatever at the very terminus.
Yeah.
Like, it is pretty. If you're not here, it's hard to imagine just quite how literally flat everything is. And then when you get to where I lived in the middle of nowhere, they're just like, oh, there's. If I had a strong enough telescope, I could just see the curvature of the Earth, because there's just nothing there.
Yeah, it's kind of unsettling too. It's like
Especially during the winter when it's just white and
Lovecraftian.
death.
yeah, then it's hard. I'll say the one point of the drive between Fargo and Sioux Falls that I do like is when you do hit the edge of the valley, you like go over that last hill, and if you look, it's like, oh, I'm like going down into a bowl. There's no more hills after this. You can see the edge curving up at the horizon. I'm not even joking. Or
Lake
anything.
Agassiz. That's what it was. It
Yeah.
was a prehistoric lake turned glacier that scooped it all out. Lake Agassiz. Don't know how to spell it. Fun name.
It's like Agassiz, I believe.
Something like that.
It's like a silent Z.
That's why them's good farming over here. It turned up all the soil and it had the good dirt.
That's why, like, every year the flood is like a 500-year flood. It's a little more under control now, but yeah, there's like nowhere for the water to go. So it's, oh, yeah, everything floods.
Well, it also flows north, which is a problem because it's flowing
Yeah.
to where it hasn't thawed out yet, so it backs up.
Yeah. Dang
So
you,
anyway, there's
Winnipeg.
your little North Dakota
Fargo
geography.
facts of the day.
Yeah, the old Fargo facts. We're gonna do one more round of trivia. Then Kurt and I are gonna eat real quick, and then we should hopefully be back with round 4. Top 4.
Top 4.
Top cut 4.
Yeah.
Wrong answers only. What color is the uniform of a TIE fighter pilot?
That's a trick question. They don't wear uniforms, actually.
Wrong answers only. Who says of Luke Skywalker he could destroy us?
C-3PO.
Who declares, the power you give me, I will lay down when this crisis has abated? Wrong answers only, plus context.
Necklace? Can I grab that?
Yeah.
Thank you. You can, I don't know, just look that too. What was the question?
Who declares, the power you give me, I will lay down when this crisis has abated? Can't think of a good funny one for that.
Yeah, power is making me think something like a droid.
Like a gong droid.
Yeah.
There's like a power outage, and Uncle Owen's like, all right, fire up the gong. He's like, oh, it's my time. All right. We'll check in very soon with the top 4 matches. We might have some standings we can read off in a little bit too.
Yeah.
But let us eat. Unless you want to hear us chew, we'll be back in a second.
Yeah, and if you want to take a break to eat too, or drink some water, I think streamers and YouTubers are supposed to remind you to drink water. It's tough watching a stream. It takes a lot
Are
of
we their
energy.
parents?
Yes. This is like
Aw,
daycare.
they're our kids.
So proud of them.
Who's your favorite?
Seth Hellman.
Nice.
Actually, oddball. They tied. I can't choose between my children.
Okay.
I'll love them both equally.
Okay, well, be back in a couple minutes.
See you. Bye. Okay, top 4 is about to kick off here, so we can get stuff updated.
All right, there. We are back in action. Josiah and Elliot. Han 2 Blue Dabu Dee Dabu Die versus Piet Red.
Both on stream for the second time today.
Yes. The number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed, Johnny Appleseed.
I'm going to eat a cookie.
Kurt
and I don't think it's going to come through on mic because it's a very soft. This cookie is almost as wet as the sandwiches. This is Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, but we could hear a lot of saliva. I'm currently watching Kurt chew as quietly as he can. Slow, strong jaw motions from my co-host. So Elliot has got a pretty tried and true format here with the Han Blue. Josiah really surprising us with some cool Piet tricks. So we'll see which can come on top.
Yeah, do we know, is Elliot the 5-0, the number 1 seed?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, this is the table 1, basically, whatever.
Yep, and deck lists are being brought right now. Something you got to watch out for is Josiah does have Kestro City, which is a base.
Mm-hmm.
All
And that's all the way from set 1.
Yeah, so it's definitely a card with some staying power.
Elliot's got a set
Kestro
2
City, obviously
base.
on. Oh man, I can't even think of the name of the planet it's on. Vardos. Kestro
yeah.
City is on Vardos, home planet of Iden Versio. That's the sort of the planet where she realized maybe the Empire sucks.
And kind of interesting, I don't think we saw this the previous time, but
Somebody just popped out there.
yeah, maybe Cassian. All 4 players in the top 4 are local Fargo players, which is kind of fun to see.
Or is it a sign of collusion? We've got a...
This is final standings. I don't know if you're interested.
Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we've got our top 4. Elliot here is number 1. His father is number 2.
And they actually did an intentional draw.
Oh, they did. So they're not 5. He's not 5-0. It is a 4-0 and 1.
But yeah, then with tiebreakers, Elliot still came out to number 1 rank.
Yep. So Josiah's our number 4 seed here. Anybody curious? Number 5 was John Lynch. 6 was Andy Dahl. Both of these friends of the JodoCast, popular people on the JodoCast Discord server, which you should be in if you're cool and like Star Wars games. Then rounding out the top 8 was Sidney Hull and Isaac Walker. Don't know what decks they were playing.
Isaac was on stream. I forget which round now.
In any case, that's that. Hope everyone's buckled in for an exciting top 4. We got a resupply carrier doing a little ramp, which, it's a little tricky. It's less reliable than a resupply or a super laser technician because you don't know. Maybe that top deck card you put in your resource was bad. I mean, one you wanted to play.
Yeah, there's a little risk there.
Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite. I have a hyperfoil of that card. It's pretty slick.
The first Ether Sprite ever added to the game. But soon there will be a couple more.
Well, Padawan Starfighter came at the same time. Just not titled Aether Sprite.
Yeah.
That's one of my
That's fair.
favorite Starfighters. I really like that ship. I like it much better than the Ada class ones you see in Revenge of the Sith.
Agreed.
And there's a number of varieties of these Aether Sprites, because sometimes you'll see the R2 unit in front of the cockpit instead of off to the side.
Yeah.
Okay, there goes the resupply carrier. Up to 10 damage on Josiah already. Elliot definitely leaning into the aggro here. His card sleeves almost disappear into the playmat. Another strategy to
Hide how many
camouflage
resources you have.
how many resources. All right, there's Cassian hitting the base for another 3. Ruthless Raider coming out, though. Space is looking pretty big. With
And that killed the Village Protectors.
both of these
Huge.
decks, it's it could be 29-0, and it could still go either way for either of these players. Okay, Han going into base, not worrying about Piet's capital ship discount. Just racing. Here comes Poe. We know Josiah's packing a bunch of Devastators.
Is it 8 or 9?
I think the Devastator's an 9
That's
drop,
8.
but it can
That's
be
8
8 because of
resources, I
Piet.
think.
Well, let's preemptively put
the
it
new
up.
Devastator
on
is
screen.
8, so he can drop it down to 6. And the old one's 10, drop it down to 8.
Yeah. Well, there's old Devastator.
Nice.
Nuking Poe. Poe, a man that cannot be abided to live more than a turn.
That's for sure.
Yeah, see if Elliot pivots his strategy now that he's on the back foot unit-wise.
Yeah, for a second there it seemed like he was in a position to race, but now with these huge units out,
Yeah,
it's swinging the other way.
He might need to lean more into the control, which running blue probably has some in there. He's got this deck list looks like it was typed out on like a old 1980s printer.
Yeah, it's like a monospace font. Yeah, we'll see what else he plays here, though. Like, Josiah needs a way to take out any new ground units that show up. And
There
I thought I saw an
comes
overwhelming barrage in there, too.
Luke Skywalker, a
Makes
local
sense.
boy.
And
What is Luke puking on? The old Luke puke is what they call it in the
Yeah,
big
he-
leagues.
he can -6 since he lost that.
That sounds like
Oh,
something
really?
like a kindergartner would be proud of. He can -6.
So that takes out the MC30.
On to be master of ceremonies in the sky. Where do spaceships go when they die? They're already in the sky.
Makes you think.
That's what we're here today, folks, to make you think and make you watch Unlimited. Them's a lot of resources. Josiah
That's
is at
9.
9, and Elliot is at. Did he cap out at 6?
Because he played Luke for 6. So yeah, I think he's up to 7 now.
We've got damaged Cassian, damaged Luke. Cassian's been there since turn 1, I think. Cassian's in for the long haul. There's a devastating, overwhelming barrage taking out Luke, Han,
Because it's on Devastator.
and Cassian survives.
Yeah, I think
He
that was
has been in this fight
12.
since he was 6 years old. Turn 1.
That's the biggest overwhelming I've ever seen. That was a 12.
The dragon has been felled.
Yeah, so at least it's not going to attack for 12 after.
Hopefully they harvested the pearl from the heart of the Star Destroyer. There finally goes Cassian.
Piet punches Cassian.
And some Outer Rim,
Outlaws.
yeah, comrades. What's their story?
I like them. They look like a little crew. They're kind of hanging out. They're
They're
chilling.
having a green and blue milk. There's a Shistavanin, a Twi'lek, and a person.
Possibly a human, or could be a near human.
It could be a...
2 Ruthless Raiders out now.
Oh, wow. That's extra ruthless. The amount of Ruth Josiah has is so negative. Ruthless Raider has been such a mainstay since set 1.
Yeah. Feels like it only gets better.
I feel like every deck that could take it does. Any villain red deck has that card in it.
Attacking base to get him that much closer, but...
Can Elliot race... Does that guy lose his shield already? Oh, the Raider picked it off.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, it looked like that was a daring raid or open fire or something to take out Piet.
Yeah.
Might have disagreed. You know what? Fair enough. We'll get rid of him. It's the kind of high quality caliber. Oh, there's some more devastation. Finishing
That's gonna
off
go
the
straight to
base.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good late game play just to get that last few damage you're trying to get through.
Yeah, that was real close. And like I said, it doesn't matter how close to the end you get. The other player can always swing back in these matches.
Yeah.
Especially when they're rocking those big late game ships or just the blue. Basically, I never assume if I'm 1 damage away and my opponent is playing blue or playing like villain ramp, I go, I don't know if I can do this, even if I'm 29 damage up on them.
Yeah, they could heal a ton with a vigilance. They could kill all your units.
They could flip the table.
Many such cases.
I don't know if it's in
could
the
pull a
rule-
gun and kill you. It's not legal, but they could still do it.
Well, I don't know if it's in the tournament rules or not. Like, by the
Fair.
laws of the land, yes, that's illegal. By the laws of the game, I mean, it's...
I may have gone to jail, but I technically won the tournament.
the Han Solo move.
If you die, are you disqualified from the tournament, or what
Yeah.
happens?
You didn't, like, voluntarily drop.
He couldn't play another match, so he forfeit.
Do you gotta, like, Weekend at Bernie's that? Or, like, Palpatine, like, puppet? If I die, can you puppet me like Palpatine? Use the boom arm from the... We got the tripod with the boom arm for the camera. Just hook me up to that and dangle me over the table.
Yeah.
And feed air into my lungs so I make weird noises every once in a while. This is my legal consent for that to happen to me.
You're like occasionally dripping on the, the table.
Josiah shuffling by dealing.
Hey, if it works. I didn't see if they got a chance to do any side.
Are they looking at each other's deck lists? Is that something you're allowed to do in the top 4 now?
I guess. I know the judges check the deck list like before the match. It's a lot quieter out there in the main room now that most of the people have left. Just basically the top 4 remaining. Some other people playing other games too. And it's not even 5 p.m. yet.
Oh
It's
yeah,
kind of a
the
zippy one.
prairie sun still high in the sky.
Yeah, it's not going to
Feeding
go
the-
down to like after 9.
All right, match 2. Oh, we gotta.
Up.
This one?
This player, yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
All right, chat as lively as ever.
Yeah, they kind of quiet down when we're not asking weird trivia questions or whatever.
You know what? In that case, okay. All right, chat. I'm really counting on you here. If you're listening, I need you to type in chat. Wrong answers only. What object of Watto's does Qui-Gon manipulate using the Force?
Now it says object, so I don't know if body parts count.
I don't think Watto has that.
I mean, we can see he's not wearing pants.
He doesn't wear pants. He's inflated. His body is very buoyant. I think that's what his nose is. There's some village protectors. Strong opening play. Kylo's tie silencer. Oddly loud for, ironically loud. The silencer.
Oh right. So the Han damage removed the shield.
Yeah.
Is that the order how it works?
I think you can choose the order.
Okay.
I think they
Yeah, I mean,
take place in the same
Yeah.
instance.
It does only have 2 health, so it would
Yeah.
be dead otherwise.
A resupply. Josiah thrown in a resupply.
Rampant.
A little bit of
early.
Hera and Sabine on a Naxos station, grabbing some boxes, learning about Fulcrum and Trust and whatever. I think that episode is called Into Darkness. Been listening to the Pod of Rebellion rewatch pod with Vanessa Marshall, Tia Sircar, and Taylor Gray have been rewatching the show.
Interesting.
It's pretty good, and interesting that Taylor Gray hasn't actually seen the show before.
Yeah.
Like he's seen that handful of episodes when they like
Random
have
clips
screenings
or-
and stuff. But
Yeah. That's funny. That's got to give you probably a weird understanding. Obviously, he like did acting through many scenes, but you're probably missing some of the bigger context if you haven't watched some episodes. I wonder if that's. I would find it weird to watch something.
as someone who makes videos, I am very used to watching the things I'm in.
Oh yeah, I don't watch anything I'm in. No thanks.
Resupply carrier. A lot of ramp from Josiah happening very quickly. Elliot threw down Cham, which Cham's when played must have actually, triggered for once because he's up against this super ramp.
Yeah.
Man, Josiah might as well be Tony Hawk the way he's hitting that ramp.
Seeing Wrecker come out.
Wrecker
He
damn near killed him.
Did he immediately defeat that extra resource that he got?
Uh,
I don't think I saw any. Oh no, it's to a ground unit. It's only to a ground unit. So no, there were no ground unit. Or no, did that take out Piet?
Piet died, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wrecker
Yeah,
took
yeah.
out Piet.
It's happening so fast. Looks like Josiah's up to 8.
Well, we must be doing... The chat is in awed silence of... Alright. So it's 8-5 right now on resources. Here comes 5 for an overwhelming barrage on the resupply carrier, taking out Wrecker and Cham.
That's good because that was a lot of damage ready to swing on the ground there. That leaves just Han.
Oh, he's holding on to a fell. I mean, you gotta do it, buddy. You gotta put it on that resupply carrier with overwhelm, right?
Do you save it for something
Oh,
bigger?
Han's swinging into base.
Do you eat the damage now and race and know that a bigger thing's coming?
Oh, okay.
It's
For some
risky,
reason, they're
but-
waiting on destroying or using that resupply carrier. Rebellious Hammerhead coming to take out the silencer. It's called a suppressor. Oh, and the resupply carrier taking out that Hammerhead rather than going into base with its however much damage. Another prepare for takeoff. Always preparing. Always with the preparing. Just do.
Just take off already.
This stream sponsored by Spaceballs. Ooh. Okay, a silencer and a devastator Uno. For a second there, I thought he didn't pull any vehicles from that. Knowing there is a devastator in hand, not a good feeling. Or maybe it's better to know. Oh, okay, so the resupply carrier gone now that the overwhelming wore off. Why does overwhelming give you health?
I don't know.
I want a word with the designers who made that card. I want to be like, hey, I want to just butter them up and then be like, but what about this card? I got a bone to pick with that card.
We could ask him. We might get an interview again sometime.
I want to do an interview with just one question. What's up with overwhelming barrage?
And after they answer, you just like keep asking again? No, but for real.
I mean, it does seem like a card that maybe is a little above the curve on what it does. All right, Elliot in the driver's seat here, but we know there is a Devastator that's going to just Tarkin Massacre style smush Han any second now. They are discussing damage to base.
I think Josiah's only 8 resources, so he couldn't bring out the green Devastator this turn.
I think they're
Pay 9 for it.
Confused about the state of the game.
Do you
real
guys
quick.
know what Josiah was at before he took that 3?
I thought he was at 15, honestly.
I suppose you're on YouTube, so we can go backwards on that too, huh?
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
back it up.
I thought it was 15, and then he bumped it up by 4.
Yeah,
but-
that's what he just asked. That's why I'm coming to the
Okay.
question.
They're walking through it all here.
It's hard to track when the video is so long. So they had
Yeah.
18 now?
Yeah, they
Okay.
bumped it back to 18.
They did decide that it was okay.
Okay.
Oops.
I think I might turn the wrong answers only Trivial Pursuit into a whole episode. Basically Quiplash. Okay, we see that we know the Devastator's in his hand. Is over planetary
bombardment.
without a capital ship in play. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, he's throwing 3 onto Han and 3 onto base. No, base is up to 14 now.
So that took 5.
Oh yeah, 8. Sorry, for some reason I thought that was 6, but it's 8.
He just forced Choton. Sabine is out now.
Sabine and mystery glare card.
It's like a foil Yoda or something. It looks like an OP border.
You are correct. It's an OP
oh.
Yoda. Oh, I see another overwhelming barrage in his hand.
But he needs the unit to play it on first.
There's Devastator taking out Yoda.
Yeah.
Yoda letting up to both characters draw a card. Is he not drawing? He hasn't drawn a card yet with Yoda. He forgetting the Yoda trigger? Looks like he might have forgotten that one. Up to 21. Fell the dragon on Devastator. Definitely
Sense.
wise to hang on to that fell.
And we're on to next round.
And some outlaws popped out at the end there.
Star Wars Outlaws.
I wish I don't know the theme song. I like this theme song to that game.
The
It's
theme
a great
song-
game. I feel so bad every time I think about how great that game is and how you've never gotten to play it, really. 'Cause I know you would like it. I know Leo won't like it, but I know you would like it.
Based on amount of time, the theme song has been the majority of my experience with that game. Sitting on the menu waiting for it to load.
K-Vess and Nyx in this game win. K-Vess
Yeah,
would be a
that'd be cool.
great, like, neutral yellow card.
Yeah.
Salvage to bring
Devastator
Devastator
back.
back from the scrap heap.
And it kills Sabine.
Yep. Blast Sabine.
A lot of damage. This huge
Sabine takes 11 damage.
airstrike on this girl.
The Star Destroyer rises out of the junkyard and then just gives everything it has to Sabine.
But Elliot keeps inching closer to 30 on Josiah's base here.
Yeah.
The Star Destroyers have to stay alive.
That
to
Outlaw's
get through.
shield is really helpful. Here comes a smuggled Cassian. He was hiding in a fruit crate. Looks like Josiah claiming.
That's
All right.
tough spot. 3 damage left.
And he's got 2 units that hit for 3. One with his shield. That shield might save the day here.
Now, a new Devastator would shoot through that, but it's not going to also take
Oh yeah,
out
new
Cassian.
Devastator, which I think he might have in hand.
But then Cassian will still be there, so I don't know. I think
There
yeah,
it is.
that's
There
a
it
concede.
is. Going on a game 3 in the top 4. That's how
That
you
was
unlimited,
interesting.
folks. That is got like aggro control
Yeah.
and ramp big boys, and you know that's
Stayed close.
two
like, the whole way.
great games that were really tight. The chat is just erupting. Chat is going crazy. All right. Wrong answers only. Who does Yoda whack repeatedly with his walking stick?
I'm
That
thinking-
kid who goes, someone erased it from the archive memory.
Oh, you shut
Raise your hand!
I was thinking like Sice Noodles.
Is this correct? This might not be lore accurate anymore.
Ryan won the first game in the other match.
Nice. Okay. Reporting in, Ryan is currently 1-0 in the other top 4 match. Ryan, who we saw previously on stream, running Gar Saxon. So this says, what's the first model of battle droid to feature a body case of hardened armor and operate independently of a command signal?
The first battle droid.
Yeah. It's
Um,
called the Super Battle Droid. But I don't know if that's the first one to operate independently of a command signal, because they fixed, basically right after Phantom
Right.
Menace, they updated it so they didn't have the, just blow up the ship and you defeat our whole army problem anymore. Assuming it was shortly after that. This is that one in the Clone Wars that goes, not me, I'm an independent thinker. Roger, roger. Okay, we got the Outlaws on turn 1 with their shield and the TIE Silencer. Josiah resourcing a card. That's a bold move for the Trade Federation. Wonder if I could do this only using Star Wars quotes.
That would be tough.
You may fire when ready. Wouldn't I don't think anyone would like that.
You could certainly attempt it, but
Ooh, a regular old-fashioned way of playing Cassian. Don't see many of those. Cassian usually jumps out bright-eyed and bushy smuggled.
guess you gotta play what you got, though.
Oh, that's super lasers. He's probably gonna knock that shield off of the outlaws.
Yep, looks like it.
Cody coming back in the chat says, "Wax Anakin with his stick for being sad." When they're in, Anakin finally opens up to Yoda that heart-to-heart in Revenge of the Sith, where he's like explaining he's afraid to lose Padme, and Yoda's like, "Stop!" And he just hits him with a stick.
Piet deploys. Cassian hitting base.
Piet.
Piet.
Firmus. Wonder what his siblings are called. I feel like we might have had this conversation last
Yeah, probably.
PQ. Cham coming out. Cham, great card to have against this super ramp.
Yeah. Overwhelming barrage on the Kylo tie.
Taking out Outlaw and Cham, leaving Cassian alone. Some of us have lost everything. Now he's got Han. I don't think Han and Cassian would get along. Suddenly the rebellion is real for you. I'm in it for the money.
I mean, I guess in a way, Han is kind of like Skeen,
Han is
but
like
less likely to betray.
more, if on a spectrum of Skeen to Cassian,
Mm-hmm.
he's more towards Cassian than Skeen, I think, but he is on that threshold. And he basically takes the same route that Cassian does of being like, I'm out for myself. Actually, I'm not.
New Devastator finishes off Cassian and does 1 to base, looks like. Man, it's so scary how
Oh,
early those
here's
huge
Luke.
ships come
Luke's.
out.
I don't think we saw Luke at all in game 2. Elliot won without Luke.
He -6
The Devastator. Yeah, Devastator got hit with the Luke puke. Yeah,
it
because
does
only has
have
6 health.
Interesting. Forgot that.
Oh, don't talk about Jabba when we're talking about Cassian. Now I'm sad again that Diego Luna never got to touch Jabba. I don't know if you
Yeah.
remember during Rogue One, on all of the press tour for Rogue One, Diego Luna was always talking about how he wanted to touch Jabba. The texture I need to discover. Another Devastator. This time, where is we going here? He's trying to decide if he wants to put it on Luke or not. How much health does Luke have? Doesn't he only have
Like-
6?
This thing had like 8. Am I wrong?
7. Okay, not quite enough to take Luke out.
He has 2 damage on him, so 5 left. Devastator only does 4. So
All right,
it's
that's
all
4 to
base.
base.
And getting that base pressure on really does help a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Josiah fell behind early last time.
They might be asking about the base health again. I think it should be at 16 if I do maybe the dial keeps slipping when they're doing it fast.
They're too hardcore.
Yeah, I think they're walking through that again.
Somebody rewind a couple seconds and see what damage they were at, because it'll be easier for you than me. Okay, well,
Okay.
they made it back to
Yeah,
16.
They figured it out.
Ooh, I see a Great Dragon in that hand. Cue the Dune music. Ah!
Luke attacks base and heals.
21.
Oh man, that's scary. That's really in reach with a Luke in play.
All right, Silencer. This is a tough time where you're like, do I just take initiative so I can get in front of Luke before he goes again? Or do I squeeze as much damage out of my units as I can? Fell the Dragon takes out another Devastator.
Cassian comes out non-smuggled. Yeah, it's a real tough spot for Josiah now. Josiah has initiative, so he can bring out some big bomb, but You know, he doesn't have anything really big to
Yeah.
overwhelming barrage on at the moment.
This would be a great overwhelming barrage turn if you had a capital ship.
Because right now Luke can attack for 6 and finish it off, so he has to take out Luke.
He's got a planetary bombardment, but he doesn't have Devastator out there to direct the damage.
Mm-hmm.
So he could just dump that all on everybody but Luke or the base.
Yeah. He's no capital ship
I don't
at
know
the
if there's a
moment
way
either.
around this one. I don't know how we're going to get out of this one. That was another misheard one as a kid. I thought Han Solo said, he said, no Howard can get out of this one. And I'm like, that just must be an idiom or a phrase that I'm too young to, like, adults would understand it. No Howard can get out of this one. Gamorrean. Actually, there he
Yeah,
is.
Gives him a sentinel.
Gives him one turn of breathing room. Oink, oink. Uh-oh.
Crate dragon.
That's not great. Rawr. I'm a dragon.
I don't think it's enough. I mean, maybe it...
Okay, Han shoots the piggy. Piet swings
Luke-
in their
yeah.
base, and there it is. Luke.
Yeah.
And technically, heal another, 3 from Luke.
Yeah. But yeah.
That Elliot hangs on to his number 1 seed. Going into the final, we will find out shortly if he's going to be playing against his dad in the final or Ryan in the final.
Yeah, that was an interesting match. Josiah started strong, I thought.
Yeah.
Ooh, he has a chance here, but...
I mean, that was good going to 3 games. I love it when they go to 3.
yeah, felt like Elliot figured out the right tools. Didn't really notice if any of that was sideboard stuff that... yeah, I guess the Wrecker was sideboard when that showed up earlier. Surprised we didn't see a bombing run or something. Strong deck.
Yeah, I liked that. Merciless contest. I don't think we ever saw him use that. And
I don't think so.
that's a tough one though because there was never a great opportunity to use that. That's more of an early game.
Yeah, I could see like if it's the only way to get rid of your super laser technician or something, like maybe something like that. I think he sideboarded it out pretty quick.
The traditional going through the cards, explaining if I had only had this one, which I get. We've seen that. That's how it goes. The card you needed was just one away.
Mm-hmm.
How many crate dragons are in Elliot's deck? 3.
Wow.
They're
To
actually
0-3. Yeah,
crate
go ahead.
dragons are cool.
They're actually
Oh, I was gonna. I decided the joke wasn't good enough.
fair.
If you can aerate sand with like a air compressor, and the sand then starts acting like a liquid. So that the way the crate dragon moves through the desert, he's like farting or whatever, and it liquefies the sand, which it's got some way to like aerate it. You can find like science videos of like people doing that with a tub of sand, where like the thing I have on top of it is now like it just behaves like water. It's pretty interesting. A Phantom. Oh yeah, the Phantom 2 is really good with Han because it's got grit. So you throw it out for 2 cost, and now you've got a 5/1.
Yeah, I don't think we saw Elliot play that even earlier in
No,
the matches
it's-
we streamed, at least.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it'd probably be hard against when so much indirect is going around and the space arena is so busy.
Yeah.
Like a 1 health ship is not going to last long, probably. All right, everybody, stand by for the final of the Paradox Comics and Cards Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier of Jump to Lightspeed, the tournament. But in the meantime, who wants more trivia? Or who wants a conversation card? Cody, I'm counting on you to actually be participating in the chat. Trivia or a random like conversation prompt while we wait for the last match. All right, here's another one. Wrong answers only. What does Obi-Wan offer to do in order to calm the enraged Mos Eisley Cantina patron?
He doesn't like you. Hold up, guys. Let me.
He hasn't seen all my tricks yet. Okay. Why not both? Thank you, Cody. You're the best chat. Remember earlier when we were trying to say who is our favorite in chat? It's Cody. I picked Cody. What military hardware do the Gungans transport into battle atop pairs of giant four-legged Fambas?
Funny answer would be military hardware is what they said.
Like gunpowder cannons. You know, not canon. Not even back when it was Legends was it even canon. But Jar Jar's father, George R. Binks, did have like a flintlock pistol, if I recall. Basically, there was a Star Wars Tales, and this was just sort of like an anthology series. Some of it was funny, like there was one that was Windu and Yoda in a diner being robbed, and it was just the scene from Pulp Fiction, but with Windu and Yoda instead of Travolta and
Sammy Jack.
Yeah, and so the one about George R. Binks was really dark. It was sort of like a old-timey naval thing, like, you know, Age of Piracy era technology almost. They had like a sailing ship, and Jar Jar, his father George R., and his mother crashed on a desert island, and they were stuck there. And basically, all I remember is Jar Jar's like, "Wait a minute, we're Gungans. Why don't we just swim to safety?" And his dad is like, "No, the water's full of these sharks. You'll be yes, let's try that." And Jar Jar goes and he swims, and like he comes back and he like doesn't die like his dad hoped. And then his dad, he tries to kill himself with his gun, and then his wife is like, "Wait, you have so much to live for. You have Jar Jar." And then he like immediately like pulls the trigger. I think.
Wow.
It's pretty bad. It's definitely written in one of those like, "Hey everybody, let's dump on Jar Jar" era. The best one from those, I think, was Greedo's mother was suing Han Solo for the death of her son, and they presented video evidence, or Han Solo's lawyer presents like hologram evidence, and it's like, we'll see Greedo shot first, and like his head goes back into the left, back into the left, and then they're like, that footage was clearly doctored. There was some good stuff in there. There was some bad stuff in there. I don't remember much else. I do remember one. It was like this really serious story about like a guy who had a bad life, joined the Imperial military to try and get out of it. Turns out that did not make his life better. And now he's always on the boarding parties, and they take turns saying who's going to be the first one on the ship they're boarding, and that guy always dies because he's the first one through the airlock. And the day finally came, it's his turn to be first, and he's like accepted that he's about to die. They break through, they fight all these rebels, and he's like, "I lived." And he's like, "Oh my god, this is crazy. I thought I was about to die." No one. And then they go down the hall, and he's like, "Oh, there's one set for stun." And then the Leia shoots him dead. If you found yourself in Jabba's palace, how would you entertain the great Jabba the Hutt? Jabba's a fan of performing arts, to a point. Entertainers who fail to please him end up in the Rancor pit.
We're like trying to do an unlimited stream for Java. It's like you're not paying enough attention
I mean,
to the cards.
you could like play a guitar, so you'd be able to fit in with the rest of the entertainers. I'd be like, do you want to know about? I'd be like, I have omniscient knowledge of this universe. I can tell you once Luke shows up, that's bad news. You should like put more guards on duty.
Yeah, I've been listening to that Astro Goblin podcast, Galactic Book Club, and it's funny, this book series that they're reading. So like one of the things is there's like this little kid character who grew up in a secret Jedi. It's like the hidden city of the Jedi that's underground on Yavin. He's the only one that lives there with a bunch of droids, and the Jedi library seems to know everything about the Star Wars universe, including stuff that wouldn't be like documented public knowledge and stuff that like just happened, like in Return of the Jedi. This takes place like just after Return of the Jedi. And it's like so funny because it's like, how does he know this stuff? Why does the Jedi library have all this info, like this omniscient knowledge, like you said, about the universe?
There. I was just doing it so I can get it to show up on our stream without... There we go. There's George R.
God.
Binks. Yeah.
It's grim.
It really is.
I like the method you took to do that. A little roundabout, but it worked.
It seemed... Anything else we would have had to adjust our stream a bit. Man, we wonder if we'd ever get Darth Jar Jar in this game, because he has appeared in Fortnite and Lego Rebuild the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I would love like a set that used cards from the Lego stuff. You don't have to put the Legends banner on it. You can put something else, like a little Lego banner to show like, hey guys, this isn't... Don't think this is canon or anything, but
Profile pic.
Because like I like Beach Bum Luke.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Freemakers, you could put them in. Like, there's the Freemaker Adventures is such a good show. I think more people should see it. Because I don't think those characters are technically canon, but they certainly fit in the world in a way that you could like clearly rationalize canon versions of them that obviously just have fewer hijinks and like Lego jokes around their lives. I think there was even a point where, I don't know if it was for something or just for fun, some like artist at Lucasfilm had made concept art of like how they would look as, you know, live action characters, or not Lego people. You all going to Vegas? Leo's going to Vegas. Ryan, who we may or may not see on stream here soon, is going to Vegas. I will also be in Vegas. I don't know if they've announced it yet, so I don't know. I might be doing a panel. We'll see. But I will be there. I got my plane tickets. So I'm probably going to be on some kind of panel / doing some... Mostly side events is going to be most of my time, but I will be there. I'm excited to be there. I will not be participating. Store Showdown is about the highest level of competition I'm willing to play in. I would have played in this if we weren't doing this. This is more fun for me. But if we weren't streaming, I'd play in it and do poorly and still have a good time, but I'm not good enough to like... I don't think I can make top 8 at one of these.
Yeah.
So I'm not playing in the Galactic Championship, but I will be doing a lot of the side events, particularly the sealed. I like the sealed formats. Draft and sealed are fun. So yes, I will be at Vegas, and I will try and be, maybe I'll be Leo's videographer since he'll be playing. I'll be, shoving a camera in his opponent's face. Be like, what do you think about this?
Yeah, interrupting the match.
Hold on, I need some B-roll of the table.
Yeah, are you allowed to have like a hype man at the tournament? They're not interfering in the match, but they're going like, oh, reacting to all the plays.
Hit your base for 1. Oh,
snap, what are you gonna do? Have you been to Vegas before, ever?
I have not. It's one of the places. there's a lot of places on my list of. Where did
I think
what
you
happened?
accidentally deleted that. Is there an undo?
There we
Oh,
go.
there is an undo. Good. Phew.
How did I just bumped the mouse. Anyway,
I don't know.
Vegas is on my list of places I've never had any interest in visiting.
Yeah, same.
I don't gamble. Not a foodie, which seemed like the two reasons you'd go there.
You don't want to see the giant digital sphere that hurts your eyes to look at?
Cody says, I plan on O2 drop and grinding for the Vader showcase. Nice.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because you still get like cool stuff for just like being a participant. Oh, here we go. Who is it? Is it? Oh, it's Gar. It's Ryan. I see gars of blue. All right, it's Ryan. Can Ryan have a back-to-back PQ win? Ryan won our last PQ. Therefore, I am going to be slightly rooting for Elliot because I like an underdog.
Wow. You're hating on...
I'm not
Tim's
hating
been
on
our
Ryan.
own
He's
show.
let somebody else win for once.
Our own podcast guest, and you're tearing him down. Let's see.
You know what? He told me he would capture somebody, and I haven't seen it happen yet.
Oh, man.
Pull out that legal authority, Ryan. Ooh, he's got some X-Wing tokens. Should give him some of our JodoCast X-Wing tokens.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, when you were talking about Freemaker, there is one Freemaker character in the game, which is Roger on our
Yeah.
B1 droid tokens.
I mean, Chopper and Hera show up in Freemaker Adventures.
well, I mean, they
There
show
is
up, yeah.
Lieutenant Valeria is definitely one of those Freemaker characters that is she in something besides that show, Lieutenant Valeria? Let me check. Lieutenant Valeria. Valeria. No, her only picture is, I mean, she's listed as canon, but she's only in Lego stuff, so. Oh, she was mentioned in Star Wars Squadrons.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so she
Fun.
made the jump from Lego to canon via Star Wars Squadrons, like, name
Do you want
drop.
these?
Well, we need to keep one of those.
Yeah. we
What-
only have
oh,
one
right,
copy
yeah,
of
yeah,
the-
Yeah, yeah. Good call.
Yeah, I'll get the Ryan's here.
Yeah, I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Something about...
I don't think
Freemaker.
MOC from Freemaker Adventures would work well. MOC is the droid that I think Palpatine
Oh, yeah.
built. MOC is a Lego creator term when you make like your own custom set, but like a double-bladed like Jedi Hunter evil robot. I don't think that would translate to live action very well. Everything else in the show probably would.
I think my favorite character was I forget his name, but the Hutt guy.
Oh,
Love that-
Grabala.
Yeah, I love that he was voiced by Dana Master Shake, whatever that actor's name is.
Oh yeah, Grabala, the Hutt voice, Dana Snyder.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Grabala was great. I also like the Imperial guy who was, I forget who he was voiced by too. Another like famous comedian. The guy,
Oh, yeah.
the Imperial guy who always just wants to like, you know, not have to do anything, but problems keep finding him. What a great show. But yeah, Grabala I think was my favorite part of that show, and Roger.
I can never remember actor names like when I actually need to.
That guy who voices that Imperial I was just talking about, they were talking about him on Hey Riddle Riddle a while back because he was
yeah.
at some.
Yeah. It's one of those character actors that's like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
everyone
he's
loves
definitely
him.
a that guy. Like, oh, I recognize him.
Like, trying to. Other than Freemaker, what can I search for to find? Wasn't he on West Wing or something?
He was probably in Scrubs. Wasn't he the hypochondriac guy in Scrubs? No, that was somebody
Well,
else.
of course, when I search for West Wing, I get the actual West Wing, not the TV show. Thank you, Wikipedia. West Wing.
Richard Kind. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. the ceremonial. Oh, we've got light blue and dark blue sleeves. So, kids, we've learned that you don't need fancy sleeves to win a PQ. Ryan didn't bring his paper mat. This could be
Yeah.
trouble for him. I guess he wanted to keep it classy for the finals, which we can appreciate. Players are resourcing the mandatory 2 resources, as is tradition, demanded by the rules. I need a little, like a little, not a laser pointer, but you know the like key fob extenders, just to go on the table and like randomly measure stuff, like some kind of like line judge.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would make it look a little more official. Ryan cutting Elliot's deck. A rude gesture in some cultures. Not this one, though. All right, Elliot starting with the initiative.
He's thinking, what do you do against Gar? It's possible they've played these decks against each other in, like a local. We have events on
What
Saturdays.
is my
and different
least
nights.
favorite Star Wars movie? That is not a hard question to ask. And I don't want to, not that the chat's that active right now other than you, Cody, but I don't want to get into a whole, because I don't want to like, the answer is Rise of Skywalker, and we can leave it at that. I don't want to like derail myself with all of the thoughts I have
Start a
about
big
that movie.
argument or something.
And I do not fault anybody for liking it, because I know those people exist, and that's fine. And in 30 years, when we're all old, those people will be in charge of the fandom.
It's the classic Outer Rim Outlaws, turn 1.
Outer Rim Outlaws.
Oh, and Inferno 4 was looking at stuff on the deck. And they're
Yeah,
drawing.
maybe we should pay attention. This is the last match.
Yeah.
But you know what? I owe it to Cody. He's asking me stuff. God, do I dislike Rise of Skywalker more than, say, like, Caravan of Courage?
I mean, it's tough because, like, there are things I will compliment Rise of Skywalker about.
There are
like,
things I like about it.
I like the actors. Like, it looks
I like Claude.
in a lot of ways.
I
Yeah.
unironically love Claude.
Like
I
visually
genuinely
better looking than
I
the
genuinely
prequels.
like the mechanic of transferring the objects physically through the Force via their dyad connection. I genuinely like that. I liked the fights they had where they're in multiple, like, Kylo is on the ground and Rey is in the spaceship. But they're still fighting. I thought that was very cool and fantasy. There's just a lot of things I don't like. Like, hey, the Star Destroyers can't fly up without direction.
I think that is maybe Devotion on Inferno 4.
No,
No, Victor.
That's Victor, somebody the guy who makes a baby,
Yeah.
makes a TIE fighter.
2.
Victor 2, Mauler Miffle. Classic from X-Wing Miniatures,
Mm-hmm.
like Wave 1. He might have been in the core box. I don't know if he was in the core box or the TIE Fighter expansion for X-Wing Miniatures. Also
Yeah,
from
one or
Fantasy
two.
Flight Games. I wonder if anybody working on this game also worked on X-Wing back in the day. Seems unlikely, but not out of the question.
Yeah, someone on one of the
Got a
various teams
Kanan.
marketing or something, maybe.
Got Kanan. Let's... There.
Oh. Sorry, didn't even notice.
I don't like Lightspeed skipping.
Yeah.
Remember in A New Hope when he's like, hyperspace ain't like Dustin Crop, boy. You gotta, without precise calculations, you can. And then they're like, actually, you can just mash this button. Much like most things in that movie, it was sort of explained in other material. Lightspeed skipping is not, in fact, just randomly mashing the hyperspace button. You have a preset list of coordinates.
Oh, who's bumped the camera? Oops.
So, like,
Oops.
it's not like random. You're like, okay, we've got you know, these like 5 waypoints that we can blast through really fast and hope we'll lose whoever's following us. Which is a weird thing to have because up until that point, people following you through hyperspace wasn't really a thing that was happening. Anyway, back to the game. Iden got taken out by...
Take down
Fell
or
the dragon
something?
take out Iden? Oh yeah, because she was a 5 power because of Gar. Put her in fell range.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. Ryan's doing overwhelming barrage.
Overwhelming barrage hyperspace on the Inferno 4 hyperspace does look quite pretty, but
Took out all the ground units.
boom, 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 boom. That is our first overwhelming barrage. There is a direct hit,
Ooh.
a card famous for being spoiled by the Jodo cast on a preview video. That's why everybody knows that card is featuring an Onager class Star Destroyer. Leo's not here to say it's ugly. I think it's kind of cool.
I think it's neat.
All right, Han is out. Gar could be coming out soon. Finals should be best out of 7.
Just to be really sure.
Wonder if you could do a format where like you have an extra big deck, but you don't like reset your deck between matches. It's like a 70 card deck, and then you gotta hope it doesn't run out by the time you get to match 3. All right, Gar is on the field. Gar in a single TIE fighter versus Han Solo. Pretty empty board. Everyone's got full up resources. This could go any way.
Relatively low damage so far.
No fancy bases. Just pure unlimited. Okay, he's got Krennic Shuttle ready, which I think can transfer its own shield down to Gar, which seems like a good move. Here comes Luke.
Yeah.
Luke is doing a -3 to Gar, which is tough because that's not removing him. It's buying you a little time, but having Gar... Like, usually you want Luke to, like, remove a unit.
If he does do the shuttle thing, that would power up Gar enough to take out Luke and then only lose a shield in the process, since Luke
Oh,
has 2
no
damage
glory
on him.
only results on Luke.
That works too.
The opposite of that card, Moment of Glory.
So then Gar just
Hit Han?
or Han. Oh yeah, he hit Han. He has the -3, so only did 1 damage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A 1 to 3 trade is interesting, but he might be softening him up for another overwhelming barrage. Perhaps a whelming barrage. I
Yeah.
want underwhelming
Yeah.
barrage. 1 cost, it does like 1 damage. All right, here
There's
comes Vader. That 1 damage probably put him in enough room to take down Han. I don't like your keyboard. I'm not used to it.
Just ignore these side buttons. That's all.
But you got all sorts of like, is that where you launch nukes from? All sorts of weird buttons on your keyboard.
I don't know.
Have you ever used them?
No. I just accidentally hit them when I'm trying to hit like escape.
Probably map cool stuff to them. It's
Yeah.
probably like a gamer buttons.
Phase 3 Dark Trooper.
Vader
pulled by
always
Vader, and then
poops
Va-
out a little dark
Then
trooper.
Vader ambushed into
Just like in
Han.
the movies, Vader pulls a dark trooper out of his pocket.
He grows them on his body. He's more machine than man.
Yeah, they grow naturally. He has to like shave them off.
So Luke took out
Gar.
Gar with his -6.
Don't be so proud of this technological terror you've constructed. I wonder if Moff Gideon ever met Darth Vader. I don't think they would get along. Moff Gideon seems like the kind of guy who would be really
You wanna,
annoyed that Vader has more power than him.
and try to like talk down to him, and then Vader would try to like choke him out.
Yeah. Like Krennic knew his place. Tarkin, they were sort of equals. I think Gideon would be like, why is this guy in charge? And then he'd be jealous, the way he's jealous of Mandalorians being cooler, he'd be jealous of like Sith. Seven resources to 7 resources. Luke is up against Vader. Oh, there's the shuttle coming out shielding.
The Dark Trooper.
Yeah. That's tough. There's a card I can't see. Looks like an event, a red event. So it's perhaps open fire. Could be comms disruption if he's...
I bet it's open fire.
Nothing's happening here. Is he discarding a card? Anticipation.
Pillage or something?
Oh, force
Force
throw. That's to get rid of the shield. Okay.
So we discarded another Victor Wingman.
Poor guy. Dark Trooper, 3 in a base.
While he still can.
Dubstep bot. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whatever happened to dubstep?
Whatever happened to dubstep? Chat, what happened to dubstep? That sure had its moment, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's brief.
Is there any other
Right,
genre of
so-
music that's so thoroughly disappeared from like the cultural... I guess maybe like anything from like the 40s, but you still hear that in like movies. You don't hear like dubstep in movies. Nobody's doing like a period piece of like 2012 and you get dubstep.
Maybe in like 20 years, people will bring it back retro style, like disco or something, you know? See, they're
Holding on to another
something
shuttle. I think Ryan is tempted to play another shuttle just to put another shield on that Dark Trooper.
Mm-hmm.
Two resources for some sort of upgrade on Vader. Could be a Victor Wingman on his shoulders. It's either devotion or entrenched.
Yeah, we can't quite see the numbers with the glare. Yeah, devotion would cost 2, so that's my guess.
Yeah. All right, there goes that Dark Trooper finally. Healing 3 onto Luke. Vader going straight into the base and healing his own base for 2. So yeah, Vader has got some devotion. You know what? Vader might be the only character who is described as having devotion in all the movies. Your devotion to that ancient religion has not conjured up the stolen data tapes. No, wait, never mind. R2 is described as having devotion in the same movie.
Still very close in damage here. A couple big
Yeah.
bomb units out.
We've got
Turning
Luke and
blows.
Vader, and Luke's got somebody, probably Cassian.
I think it's Cassian, yeah.
It's very strange and frustrating how varying the glare has been all day.
Yeah, it's always been in a different spot.
Have we checked the news? Like, the Earth hasn't, like, fallen out of orbit, has it? And the sun just keeps... That little TIE fighter's been there for a while. You get him, little guy.
Yeah, that 1 damage will add up if you're
Can't have gotten
not taking
far.
initiative.
It's a short
That was-
range fighter. Must have been part of a convoy, gotten lost. And Han Solo's like, I'm gonna kill this guy. Han Solo, who used to briefly be a TIE fighter pilot, was like, I'm gonna blow this guy up. I know them. They all suck.
So Luke and Vader are trading here. Luke attacking into him.
Father,
Makes
please.
sense.
All right, Cassian.
Versus a shuttle and a TIE fighter. Very even base damage here. Overwhelming. Take him out. Yep. Would have loved to use that on Vader, but
Well, there's Poe. I get he's probably, wishing he'd saved that overwhelming for Poe.
yeah.
That's our second overwhelming barrage. Only one more to go. Kanan. Elliot needs to put something up in space, though. If he can't stop those space folk, it's going to be... All right, there's another Inferno 4. If you want to know about that card, go look up Star Wars Unlimited Inferno 4 on YouTube, and you'll find a lore video.
Ryan
from
put
us.
both cards on the bottom, it looks like.
Oh. Why put them in your deck if you don't want them?
He's looking for something specific to finish Elliot off. Maybe
Does he have a...
more overwhelmings or something.
Yeah.
I think he has another shuttle. The prestige of the shuttle ST-149 makes it look extremely cool and scary. Like there's like the lightning behind it. It's like, whoa, this huge crazy ship.
If you
That's
look
a
at it
shuttle.
upside down like we're seeing it now, it looks like it's going, yay! With its big arms in the air. I'm a shuttle. Definitely a ship that could have just been a Lambda class shuttle, story-wise.
It looks cool though. It's cool to have a weird, scary shuttle. Has crazy long wings. It's like
I just saw Krennic go straight into the discard. Oh.
Kanan attacked.
Oh, Kanan. Yeah.
And healed 2. They're just staying.
There's a
neck and
Fell
neck.
the Dragon on Poe. Chewbacca coming out.
Ooh.
Pikesbane. Ba-ba-bow.
He has an auto defeat on that shuttle.
Gonna blow up any attempted defeat. Take down your fleet.
There it goes.
Yeah, took out shuttle. Chewie throws that like vibro spear into space. This is naked Chewbacca. I don't know if we can show this on YouTube.
And then Long Pike for Ryan.
Long Pike.
Damage there. Man, they're just staying neck and neck.
This
whole
is still
way.
game 1.
Yeah.
I want Diva Lompop in this game. Diva Lompop is another one of those stupidly long-lived characters who's in the High Republic, but also in like the Galactic Civil War. She is I forget the species, but basically she unhinges her jaw and can eat people whole.
Okay. So she would defeat a unit.
Yeah, like on attack, she's like 0 power, but on attack defeat a unit with less power than, or something, I don't know.
Village Protectors. That makes sense.
Chewie's hair is looking extra conditioned in that art.
It's a really good time for Sentinel, and that really does mess with what Lon Pike want to do.
Well, Lon Pike is attacking, throwing a shield onto the...
Inferno 4, and then one onto Chewie.
Yeah. I suppose that helps because Chewie has grit.
Oh, yeah.
The shield is going to stop
Yeah.
grit. Kanan getting rid of another Victor bro.
And healing 2 again.
I think that was the last Victor bro. Elliot squeaking. Oh, now we're all tied up. Oh, wait, I see 24 on
Sorry.
Elliot's
Yeah,
base there.
sorry.
Not tied up. Tied in the sense that we're not tied.
They were tied briefly as the numbers were coming up. Yeah, it's so back and forth, even more so than a lot of matches.
These two great competitors here, born of Fargo, North Dakota, neither of them have ever left this block, raised their entire lives to be Star Wars Unlimited players. And this goes to show just what kind of gamer you can make when you raise them from birth.
Rebellious Hammerhead came out and killed that tie token finally.
Oh, good. Sick of that guy. Bring me a Hammerhead Korvac.
I mean, I feel like Chewie... Oop. He's digging... Let's look at this discard. I mean, even without Gert on, Chewie can do 4.
Their
which is
decks
real
are
close to-
running low here.
Honestly, yeah.
He's
They're looking
Elliot
at
looking
each
through the
other's-
discard. Probably sad to see only 2 overwhelming barrages in there. Hoping to see 3.
Yeah, it's interesting. I suppose you get to know that. That's public info, and so it could change some decisions or...
Yeah, they announce it on the news every night. It is public info.
This is a real tough spot for Ryan, though. Chewie just has to attack once, and that's game. In fact, yeah, I think he just conceded.
What a game, folks.
Yeah, that was like +2, -2, +2, -2, like just back and forth forever. So that's a win for Elliot for the first match, or for first game of the match.
Here's a trivia question that I'm going to ask you if you can explain to me why this is wrong. What
Okay.
is wrong about this question? What separatist official dares to remind General Grievous, Chancellor Palpatine managed to escape you? There's actually 2 things wrong with this.
What separatist official told General Grievous Chancellor Palpatine escaped you? I don't know. I'm blanking on what scene that would even be, honestly.
Yeah, the answer is Newt Gunray. Be
Who's
thankful
Newt?
you've not found yourself in my grip. He even, like, the retort uses the word grip, because this quote is wrong. He says Chancellor Palpatine managed to escape your grip, not escape you. Because he goes, oh, be thankful you haven't found yourself in my grip. And it's
Rip
like,
this card up.
stupid Trivia Pursuit.
Let's see. When does that happen in the movie? I don't...
He's
Because Grievous goes from the spaceship-
relocating you to the Mustafar system. It is a volcanic planet. All the separatists are on Utapau, and he's like, hey, you guys got to go to Mustafar. It's right before Obi-Wan shows up with Boga, and is all like, hi.
Okay, he does a call once he gets to...
Yeah, he gets to Utapau. Palpatine
Utapau.
is like, hey, you got to send everybody to Mustafar. And then he tells them all, and they're like, huh? Safe? Chancellor Palpatine managed to escape your grip.
Cody got it right.
Yeah, it's because Cody...
Commander
knows
Cody
stuff.
was there.
Nah, your guy ain't it. Is that little Big Wars Ryan? You're dang
You know
right
it.
it is. In the finals again. He won our last PQ. This is the final. This is the last match. Elliot won game 1. So we're moving into game 2 of the final match. And
Super
learning
close game.
about how little Kurt actually knows about Newt Gunray.
About prequels.
Named after Newt Gingrich and Ronald Reagan, I believe.
Yeah?
Because George is a real one.
Yeah.
It's my favorite theme of episode 2 is really early on in episode 2, Anakin's like, oh, I think she's a good senator. And Obi-Wan's like, fuck, nope. She's a politician and they're not to be trusted. Like, hell yeah, Obi-Wan.
Revenge of the Sith is definitely got to be the prequel I know the least.
That's crazy because it's like the best.
That was definitely the one where I was like, I'm not a kid anymore, and
Yeah,
I
y-
don't like these anymore.
I think you were about the right age when that movie came out, where people also your age were probably all like, eh.
I remember watching it in the theaters and going like, I should be enjoying this huge space battle, but I feel no emotions at all. And going like, oh,
I
don't like
remember
these movies.
seeing that and being like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
More trivia? No.
Well, I mean, I could. These just aren't as fun to give fake answers for.
Yeah. Do you think Obi-Wan said that about politicians because
Because
he never
he knows that
got,
it's all.
he never got with Satine and he like became really bitter? It's like, you know what?
I think he says politicians suck because that's true.
Starting with classic turn one plays, Director Krennic and Outer Rim Outlaws.
Outer Rim. Both shielded units. Both using the Gamegenic shields.
Yeah, it's interesting that both these decks have a way to do a turn one play.
Also
with
interesting
3
that
power.
both Krennic cards in this game show him in the exact same pose. Most of the cards in this game that are for different characters have pretty different art. This one is just...
I guess he's over Jeddah?
I mean, the background is different. The background is almost the same, too. Look at this.
Probably Jeddah for both, don't you think?
Yeah, look, there's the viewport of the Death Star behind him. And then if we go back to the other one, it's the same... It's the same... Like, it's almost like there was the same prompt. Interesting. This one looks more like he's posing for his, like, official portrait, rather than the other one, which is more of a candid shot.
Yeah, that pose reminds me. I think in the trailer he's actually holding his gun in the pose I'm thinking of, but it's basically the same pose.
I mean,
Got Inferno 4.
it's fun to rewatch the Rogue One trailers, because 98% of them was not in the final cut.
Yeah. Elliot plays Cassian.
Here's Victor. Victor?
This
that-
is the other Victor, actually, this time.
Oh, it must be...
Backstabber.
Is Ryan tracking his XP with dice when he does in fact have these official... Wait, Ryan's using acrylic tokens? I thought he was using paper tokens. What is this guy's deal? Ryan is the man of mysteries.
There's the first base damage for. The XP is worth, like, bonus with Guard, which I love.
Oh, yeah. I think Ryan should assemble a collection of tokens that are just from every different source. We got the paper ones, we got the official ones, we got from like 5 different Etsy stores. LinkedIn versus Facebook Krennic.
Too true.
That is 100% what it is.
Okay, the Outer Rim guys took out Krennic. Up to 8 damage. I think that's Devotion on Inferno 4. Oh no, that's the Victor.
Ground Iden coming out. Iden on the ground. I don't know who came out with Cassian down there. Is that Poe? Somebody who costs 4 with a discount, so someone who costs 5.
Is it red? I would have assumed Kanan, but yeah, 5 cost down to 4. It could be Poe.
Wow, what do you Poe? When do we get Dexter Jetster? Dexter Jetster, another long-lived guy who's in the High Republic. Hangs out with Maz. He's like a pirate.
And he's always had that mustache.
How big your pocketbook is. I should start using that when people ask me, like, if they should get into, like, Unlimited or Legion or whatever. It depends. On what decks? On how big your pocketbook is. I love that Dex uses the word pocketbook. Oh, that's our first perilous position we've seen on stream all day.
Oh, hey.
surprising because that's a pretty strong and popular card. Overwhelming Barrage on Inferno 4, taking out Poe, sprinkling a few remnants onto Cassian. Force Throw.
Without a force unit out.
Yeah,
He
so there
discards another
goes
Victor.
another Victor boy.
One or the other.
How many leaders killed with Confiscate today? That would be 0.
Yeah, on the stream we haven't seen any. At
Yeah,
least.
I mean, yeah, on stream, the only pilot leader we've had been Vader, and one match he didn't even deploy. If you back up to look at the match between Jake and I forget who he was playing, but
Isaac, I feel like. You have to go look.
what's happening here? Something's happening here.
Oh, that's deploying Han. That's who that is.
Yeah, but what was
There-
Iden up to?
I think they forgot for a second that she had a shield on her,
Oh.
so they took that attack back. Went to base instead.
Take that. Rewind it back. When are we gonna get light side Iden? Like heroism
Yeah.
Iden in her like pilot suit.
Old gray-haired Iden.
Or her kid. Her kid doesn't get enough. Her kid was briefly mentioned in the really actually quite good book that led into Rise of Skywalker. That was sort of in retrospect not as good because you're like, oh, it led up to that. I forget her kid's name. What's her kid's name? Zay. I think her name is Zay.
Oh yeah, sounds right. Iden attacking into base.
That's how I know I'm not a main character, is I don't have kids. Cassian going to base. Ryan's got a pretty chunky lead here, but as we've seen, you can't really. The only lead that truly matters is when you've won. All right, Gar immediately stood up to by a bunch of people with sticks.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I suppose perilous position is really only a -1 when you're facing Gar, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Maybe more useful for the exhaust than anything. So he's going to take that shield off and take the 2. Kanan coming out. Both building up a bunch of units.
Here comes Shuttle.
And give its shield to Gar. It makes sense.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Here, catch.
Just like beaming this energy down around this guy. It's like, oh, I feel stronger.
All right, moving into the next round. Elliot with initiative. Can he do something to keep the village protectors going longer?
He healed 1 off that Kanan attack.
What is the play here? You got an unshielded protector to deal with. And 2 shielded people. I feel like it's easy to just... Does Iden have the juice to finish? Iden's a 4, right? Down to 2, but up 1. So Iden could finish off those protectors.
Yeah. 1 ground unit to finish off that, and then 1
Okay.
to get damage through.
Okay, well, there's Luke finishing off Iden.
Vader coming out to ambush the protectors.
Okay.
And I think they're calling it there because he knows then Gar's going to punch through right after. So they don't need to play out that whole draw unit and everything. So that win goes to Ryan.
Oh boy, going to a game 3 in the finals. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. This match brought to you by this trivia. What high-ranking Republic official has the fitting first name Finis? All right.
Finis. High-ranking Imperial official? Is that what it's
Republic
like?
official.
Oh, Republic official. Finis.
Yeah, here's some actual
Man, I don't
trivia
know. I
for
have
you.
no
I know
idea.
you wouldn't get that one. All right, Cody and Nah, you ain't it.
I'm going to say Chancellor Valorum.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Oh. I was just like, what's... Okay.
Are you going to finish that? That was probably his campaign slogan. Let's finish this. Wrong answers only. Who does Anakin Skywalker tell, "You're the closest thing I have to a father"?
C-3PO.
C-3PO is his son.
I built you and you raised me. You had so much good advice about protocol that taught me.
Yeah, it's like, read me another story, 3PO.
Watto.
Who faints, wrong answers only, who faints after learning he's been promoted to general?
I do know the real answer. It's Jar Jar, right?
Yeah.
Fake answer.
Lando? So I think Lando and Han both get, like, surprise promotions, don't they? Veers. Which Star Destroyer is pursuing Han when the Falcon loses its main rear deflector shield?
Which Star Destroyer is pursuing the Falcon?
Uh-huh.
I mean, loses its main rear deflector shield. I mean, I would have to assume it's Avenger because we were talking about Avenger chasing them in the in Empire Strikes Back earlier. But
That's your final answer?
yeah, that's my best guess.
You're correct. It is
Oh.
the Avenger.
I would not have got that if we hadn't looked it up for whatever earlier.
All right, last question. How many restraining clamps disengage before a Rebel blockade runner's escape pod can launch?
How many clamps?
The clamps!
I would assume it's got to be 3 or 4. I'm going to say 4.
Wrong, it's 3.
Dang, I almost said 3.
Iden hopped on Inferno 4 and then immediately fell out of it when the Fang Fighter comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Hyperfoil Fang Fighter.
That's nice. Sorry, I get caught up in the trivia. I'm not watching the big game.
Inferno 4 taking out the Fang Fighter, losing its shield. Moving into the next round, we've got a Cassian. That was actually the first VFX shot completed for the movie, was the escape pod unclamping and falling away. I recommend watching the documentary Lighted Magic on Disney+. It's super good.
We've got Lom Pike.
Nah, guy, you ain't it says, woo! That's the energy we've been waiting for in the chat all day. Lom Pike. What a slick guy.
Ooh, Red 5.
Here's some divisive opinions here that I know Kurt and I are divided on, but what about the chat? What is your favorite depiction of a Pike? Because we've got Clone Wars, Solo, A Star Wars Story, and Book of Boba Fett, and they all look quite different. I picked Clone Wars because they look the most alien. They look like a human being could not be in that costume, which is always an interesting, fun thing in Star Wars.
For me, it's got to be Solo. I love those.
Solo is definitely better than Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah. I just like the cool robe guy with the weird liquids dripping out and stuff.
Yeah, that
It's
guy's cool.
Doesn't even speak common.
Common. You mean basic? Saying D&D. Red 3 is on the board. We haven't seen, or Red 5, sorry. We
Yeah.
haven't seen Red 5
In
since
this
Elliot's
matchup.
first time on stream.
Yeah.
A local boy.
Ryan takes initiative rather than
Ryan
attack with
takes
Infernal
the
Form.
lead. I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt.
I think that's something we've seen from Ryan a lot, actually, is like very carefully timing when he needs to take initiative or not. And that means leaving damage on the board sometimes, but you're hoping to, swing ahead with that first turn play. Like in this case, it could be like an overwhelming barrage.
Weird creature thing Book of Boba Fett also did was give yet another depiction of Aqualish hands. So from A New Hope, we know there's like two. There's like a weird suction isopod looking
Flipper sort of thing.
flipper, and then there's like a Wolfman hand. And then in Book of Boba Fett, one of the extras in the battle just doesn't. It's just human hands.
He shaved for a date. I don't know.
Both players thinking, do we really have to fight each other? Could we not just cut the winnings down the middle?
Yeah, just intentionally draw.
Ryan shuffling his cards as if next time he looks at them, it'll be something different.
It's a tense match. We're 1-1.
And eventually he decides to hit for 2. His hand is too hot. He's got to put it down.
It's probably like a tough choice to
Elliot.
do. Like, what to do with Lom Pike? Like, who would you give the shield to?
No, it's all simple. These guys don't know what to do.
We saw earlier with Ryan a different matchup on stream. It was pretty easy for Lom to give the shield to some space unit that he didn't even care about, But here it would really get in his way, probably, no matter who he gave
Elliot
it
thinking, Ryan checking his resources. He's like, did I really pay for that? This is for all of the space marbles, folks. The winner here is walking away with a whole box. So is the runner-up. Actually, everybody in top 8 got a box, which is crazy. Paradox is a real cool place. You want to play games and
Yeah.
get good prizes? Go to Paradox.
The winner's going to get a really nice champion playmat. That's the Jump to Lightspeed art with Thrawn and Hera. That would be a really nice mat to get. Maybe the winner won't want it. We'll just give it to one of us.
No glory on Red 5. If it was gifted to me, I'd have to take a Sharpie and like cross out champion. So that way when I use it, people are go, "Oh, wow, you won." I'd be like, "No."
So Lom attacked for 4 and did not use his ability, or no.
Yep, yeah, he did.
So, okay, so yeah, that means 1 more damage on base then, because that would pump him up with Gar.
Paradox was my game store in college, and then I spent 8 years in Arizona, and now I'm in the Sioux Falls area, and every game store I visit, I compare to Paradox, and none of them quite live up to it.
Especially this new location. It's
Yeah.
very, very nice.
The stores in Sioux Falls are good. I don't have any trouble with them, but they're not Paradox. Stores in Tucson, they had a lot of weird issues. There was like 10 of them too, and none of them were quite right.
So Han attacked base.
Do you think Poe is gonna Poe has such a hard time living to make an attack? Like, even when I try to put him in my decks, which has been rare, I'm just like, do I even want to bother? Like, he doesn't live. He's like such a must kill. Like Ryan has initiative, so odds are he's gonna play something that can remove Poe if he can.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be overwhelming, which he does have in his hand.
Throw it there.
Yeah.
Throw overwhelming barrage on Lam, dump it all onto Poe.
And then 1 more on, maybe take that shield off or onto Han or something.
You don't have to put. I don't think I have to
Okay.
put it anywhere.
Killed Han and did. Yeah, I guess you don't have to.
You can just flex. Be like, I'm playing this card, but I'm not doing any damage. And
Han
take
and
the
then
shield
a
off. Oh, Poe lived. I would think Poe is a much bigger threat than Han.
See, but 6 resource turn. Maybe he was afraid of Luke. coming
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Having Han exhausted means he can't get that free, or that turn early Luke. Open fire to just remove a shield. Lom going into Poe with the overwhelming to finish off Poe. There he goes. Poe still didn't get to live much of a life. And
Yeah,
then
he gave the shield to himself and then lost it on the attack.
Kanan hopping back out. Kanan in the blinding lights. Here comes Gar. Gar ready to hit the board. Gar.
Oh, what took him out immediately?
Must have been a Rival's Fall. No, not Rival's Fall, because he only spent 5. Fell the Dragon, perhaps. No, that's non-leader. I don't know what got him.
I didn't see it happen too fast while I was looking at
Yeah,
the
we were
window.
looking at something else. And we can't see the discard pile. It's being censored.
Ryan took initiative again, just leaving that 2 damage from Inferno 4, but trying to jockey to get the ground.
Here comes Vader.
Vader. Assume he's going
Vader.
to ambush into Kanan. And maybe he'll pull... Sentinel
Ooh,
or
I see
something?
a overwhelming barrage in that hand. That means that's going to be stuck at the bottom-ish of the deck. Here comes our usual Dark Trooper. There goes Kanan. 4 onto Vader. Oh, he forced through.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Cody.
That makes
At least
sense.
someone's paying attention.
That's
Here's
Sabine.
another card.
Good
And
Sabine
Elliot plays a card.
in this card game.
He forced through a crate dragon at Gar.
Wow.
Shai Halud. Kanan was the Lisana Galib.
Imagine this giant worm flying through the air at you. Oh shit!
Just splatters on him. Dropped from orbit. Thanks, Kid Excalibur. Welcome to the chat. Maybe you've been lurking for a while, but happy to have you.
Long Pike attacking. Oops, sorry.
He's attacking Cassian? And?
Just trying to figure out who should get a shield, who should get attacked.
Oh, shield onto Cassian gets another shield. Okay. The shield leaves the Robotos. Alright, space is finally clear. However, Ryan getting to cycle through his deck a little bit more. Ryan finally starting to stabilize. And with a Sentinel out, wouldn't count Ryan out yet. Elliot only needs to do 9 more damage to his base. Would be quite something if that Cassian sticks around to finish him off, because he's been throwing shields on that enemy Cassian.
But I assume we're going to see a Luke come out. You know,
It's
take out
definitely
Vader or something.
Luke time. Gotta take a Luke at his hand.
Ryan does have initiative, so if he's assuming that's coming, he can do something first.
He can always do something. That's the cool thing about this game, is when it's your turn, you get to do something.
He could even pass if he really was dumb. Okay, shuttle. Ooh, take the shield from Cassian.
stealing
That's
the
great.
shield.
That's great.
Putting it onto Vader. Vader just dies anyways because
Luke
of
comes out.
Luke. He's so shocked at seeing his son. Son? Oh, my heart! Vader's like whole
I
suit
just
is
saw-
just a pacemaker.
That's tough.
Actually, he is much like Dick Cheney in that he does not have a heartbeat. If you listen to Revenge of the Sith with really good headphones or like a good sound system, as soon as the mask closes in, the heartbeat sound effect stops for the rest of the movie. Like you can hear his heartbeat, and then they seal him in, and the heartbeat stops.
Sure. And then you continue not hearing it for all the way through Rogue One and
Yeah.
New Hope. Never comes back.
He breathes, but he doesn't heartbeat. Oh, power out. Hopefully the weather's not too bad where you are.
Upgrade going on to Lom. I would guess
I mean, devotion or entrenched. He probably needs that devotion to try and clamber back some of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Luke coming out was
Luke
big.
can finish off Ryan's base, so he's got to take him out.
He's got to get rid of Luke.
Snowtrooper Lieutenant is making Lom attack without the +2.
Well, he has. So we're getting rid of Cassian, and we're healing 2, so he does have devotion.
Yeah, that does help.
He's not giving a shield to anybody.
Yeah,
Removes the kill shot from Elliot.
Barely, but yeah, maybe that's enough, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, getting that just attack with Luke is going to be pretty huge.
Well, I mean, yeah, because, like, didn't take him out last turn, have to take him out this turn.
You don't have to.
Sure can't swing twice.
Ooh, do we want to kill Lom Pike or do we want to go 6 in a base? Says Elliot. We could do it like a children's story.
To base it is. That's a real tough spot.
Can Stormtrooper and Lom Pike take out Luke by their combined forces and still hope to like have board control?
Yeah, because what else comes out right after that?
I'm not discounting
Another Luke,
Ryan
maybe.
yet because A, he's Ryan, B, he's playing blue.
always surprises
Oh, he
us,
put
but-
another
Dragon.
yeah. That might be it. Another devotion on Lom taken down by a loose dragon.
Snowtrooper 2 to base.
Maul coming into
Okay.
ambush 7 into Luke.
Nice.
He's got control of the board, but he doesn't have a lot out there.
That Maul art is some of my favorite in the game. I
Where
really
is he
like
standing?
Aladir's style.
Is he? I don't recognize the location. It's in some kind of like temple.
I don't know. Is that like maybe like I don't know.
Looks like he's in like an owlery. Okay,
Yeah,
here
he's
comes
sending a
Poe.
message. Sending a message.
And then
by
Ryan
Maul.
claimed. I think Ryan just needed to claim to.
Sorry. That was 3.
If Ryan doesn't have an answer to Poe here, this could be it. Quoth the Raven nevermore? Or. Okay, that's
Phase 3.
a temporary answer. Here comes
Post attacking and discarded. I think just because.
oh, just 2 to base. Yeah, Poe can
Yeah.
discard to do 2 to base.
Yeah.
Sneaky,
Dang.
sneaky Poe.
Yep.
That will do it for Elliot. Ryan held off as long as he could. That was a great fight.
That
Great,
was a slog, but
great
yeah.
3 matches. Yeah, that first one was really long. The traditional, here's the cards I could have used display. Yeah, I mean, if
Really great
the
back
medical
and forth.
frigate had come out, that would have taken him back down to 1 health on
Yeah.
his base. Good games all around. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm going to do one more quick round of trivia. What language is spoken by Fode, the red-tinted head of the pod race announcer?
What language is spoken?
Course.
I think it's a fictional language that he invented for himself that no one else knows, not even the other. I don't know. Real answer, I would have to assume Huttese, but I don't know if that's true.
Galactic Basic.
It's just heavily accented.
It was Basic or Huttese were your two choices, basically.
Ooh, that's a foil redemption there too. That looks nice.
All right, everybody. Again, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Be sure to check out the other crap we got on here. If you're not subscribed, I dare you to do it. I don't think you're tough enough to subscribe to this channel. That was the Planetary Qualifier. These guys are going to be getting some boxes and a bunch of sweet promos. Hopefully next time there's a PQ in Fargo, we'll do this again. Since it's twice now, which means it's a tradition. And
Yeah, I hope we get another.
Yeah.
And looking forward to set 5 dropping next week. It'll be another whole new meta.
a whole new meta. All right, everybody, unless the chat's got any final words, we're going to... Sag, I couldn't be there. Thanks for joining us in chat, Cody and Guy.
And may the force be with you.
Okay, I'm going to hang up now.
Do a Minnesota goodbye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.